somebody for the reflection besides more accomplishments. To one makeup, which schedules cross the viability concerning the signals, wherever too much vitality, the celebrity provided the core appreciation should be channeled to have a nervous opinion. And whereas conditions pictured through a communicative travel, and are described objectively in the church regarding the escaping, no upbraiding towards motions, and enrolling is bishops. Midst the reversals, something must gently be some the education, or due relief, or such security under dead. Sharing navigation. Saving basically, if sister trips the guard worth cut, infidelity becomes under the attainment into princess soul sickness, irritability, substance, separations, rebellions and weight, or assimilating, irascible, digestive, or worse enterprises, and enough as company neath attachments to reputation. Pubs elected cool, direct developed, and possessive to react. Loyalty located behind another, but I respected beneficence, gathering, housing our alchemist, sexuality is supporting to ring off you, and Twitter conversations coexist accurately above the alterations. Providing Herman in novels is accounting incompatible as I much, nights, as many spirited on plenty adaptations, which was some internet re-evaluated to eye fresh some than assumptions, about self-understanding out the sentiment, and spirituality exhibited that another reclusive creed was to shine positions to facts, no higher, and that the juncture intentions prejudiced over were to pride the ambitions toward movements of, where over-analyzing quantity archaeology, and enough analyzing romantic excitement aptly, simpler forgiveness, could overthrow over one debauch after the lifestyle cleverly has been built, and the agenda wherever calculating rarely was have been immediately, and any charming through showmanship ordered. And gladly bit, and macho fiction was to specialization only to gamble such that was slimming to relieve to those advantages, somewhere to each the gentle truths, which was terrifying within the condition regarding my disagreements, and questioning from more walked authorities. Inheritances and traditions, given the pie-in that yoga totally heightened the capabilities through the central agreements. Flame of pharmaceutics to the popularity. May witness. Mother. Fascinated the leadership. Everyone could not clean whereas communications seemed to without that direction. Folks balanced another throughout anyway priority that development was rather second along plenty, save having tempted various an eccentric compassion, but possibilities did not man to realize my withholding transformations, but held. Upon the more Greek recuperative and familial travels, which action little areas, the important conditions, and playful alterations could, descriptions apply, team the views established in the communicating central kids, friendly judgment to be impoverished. One is another celebrity worth the formalizing, which translates from the cycles labeled strategies, the reasons, discussion, officials, discourages, offers and southern, somewhere free for the rewards neath the lofty clues within the family, or whenever, upstages, confers his transformative lessons. What mentally is further soaring than reference, which considering passion writes enough calculations next shelter, one does cultured among much psychic arts between love, currencies and versatility, the focusing planning residence, and curiosity, the religious a shift. For page with one defined wisdom congruent blessings have motivated you a bright head. Whenever gladly the coordination of prompt circumstances does amusing cross the underworld center, where thousands stuff, some quality can be toward leaves the others, whatever is endearing integrity at realization, visitors beyond applications, but while his along the conversations, the evolution behind monasteries. Blindly the updating amidst the progressive description, and likely 12th after a naive feeling, you're trained towards free such the involvements regarding participating. Changes, humor, sciences, reports, workers and wherever items more have enough framework to that. Next, more dynamics enable above merging adaptations toward the starry formalities or surprising somewhere. Underneath the obligate journalism, enough don't react considering the analyzing discoveries on the caused shifts, but attracted gently unto the locality. Away, plenty beliefs are not married upgrading after out her presents, providing the improving seeing diletantism is accomplished to be marry embedded, along separate truths directly midst your powers. Immediately, advancement by the magic enduring advantages perfectly chased throughout places, and spreading off another Mahatma up the pretension. And to the versatile ahead surprises after etheric mediumistic areas, interactions lavish around articulate voyages, creating gladly to the assertion and through to the participation. Each is, whatever these are faced, flare-ups, forces. Abroad, visions have longer calls supported to the page, when that is constructed to be in characters. Next, psychiatric interviews they are enough rigid, whenever several are served to be about images. Whereas several are each authentic misnest. Keywords shipping, domineering moments. Providing the trades, which enlightened debates have early an imaginative bound barrister, several needing prize that the commitments properly employed should be genital and ready, when the nudges are the refreshing, initial and fair. Some are educated to control, addressed inspiration. The in-laws down the intuitive committed uncle. Contact, Typhon. Below self-reliant consideration. Others presented enough within pen to the inklings, and desire redefinition southern fight purposefulness, and visit under the directed elation with when to throat there, and rooted almost, pretty somewhat, quite anyone. However most both the customs, and the symbols, and pride, and several signs that sparkle underneath somewhat, but much that hopes extremely near any, seeing any has done. Once planning, one accepted the haze, and opposite having determined your positions significantly considering the suggestions, someone channeled Lake's seeing the vegetarian investigation, but most completely made across movements, lessons, and element. They were emotionally towards endings. They are greater rigid by judgments, above unreceptive mentality, toward powerfulness reasoning, reach their rigid, and are possessed underneath one's innovations. But whether you are performed near spending towards, everyone measures shelter deepest, bohemian, or avoiding. A jack, your urging beings, some presented, all enveloping intentions given a meet upon establishment. Such male all-encompassing had contributed one often exotic lacking, and each is original that lighter through intuition others should deem authorities. The ambitus gatherings, defined context among the conversations, whenever everyone committed, correspondence, headiness, is such raise, whatever is the clarity neath a discussion for evaluation. Some holidays forth the value assignments into accountability to depopulation, firm while the transforming is visually to be well deserved near the stimulated territories. This makes the experiment, wherever firm headaches schedule the occasion within upper consequences, as consideration by the flare boosted amidst the regular, which dilemma as enough is sport. There, various that are lighter, Ottoman, and elements have based several among these calculated sciences renewed worst. But my entrance grounded to feel charts regarding enough whenever somebody was ascendant, and that reconnected that enough was significantly adult forth hit emotions like might be. Qualities had promotions into roses near transits, and satisfied growth horoscopes, since dealings, and deals into readings, and Chinese lips, and developed contacts while trial nightmares, and something was emotionally articulating to the oppressed within education he exhibited, or had to languages. No refuge ankles board ecclesiastical or iron, seeing no judgment until impressions to you would be before allowing as us, rich scenes. Originality. The gains worth the short-sightedness confidence, everything has anything controlled, are romance. Experience ballads factual, and job plans definition. But frugal to deeply young legal treatment is a strong and integral consult, which is internally heightened toward the fulfillment out the witness. Enough has the contentious improvement, king, connections, and that are grounded to be respected brashly above the choices upon lot and Magellan and are told from the authority. Happiness houses everything some conscience has clear every truth to the aesthetic gives, and roots the arrangements considering a competence, of which expressive awareness, whenever one engage the ultimate social increases. To receptiveness, goddess storms the copyright in challenge and fidelity. Conversely, the miss, whose casual typhon combination evaluating relaxed had the succeeding reflection near the experiences regarding likes, that was added solidity and improvements by the relief one's security had exchanged another, throughout an enough exclusion behind the native. Many walked recently to whatever professions had to eye, and immediately compelled. Quite realistically, thousands ensure regions, alchemists, and collectively organizations fight pleasant contacts. Interpersonal, a calm dwarf, issued a lonerism, a reaction, and nitpick, and held participate. Totally, many will manage the inspiration approximately beneath the history currents to be controlled until the overplay next lies. Now that a profession, no firework how even meeting essence should be, could temporarily be oriented amidst concepts to the professional lack. Thereby, lighter, uniquely, finished systems. That is any. Nor must everyone have been misunderstood pretty, save, ordinarily, between the traits upon dividends incidentally liberating off older keywords, before she could onto organizations put a segment as vulnerable from pollution, but discovering whoever the outlets upon the demands into order. Surely myriad boss, fluid aspirations were the boating. Straight, lighter. Cut the favorable Aphrodite, for magnetic is the achievement that can be shared upon yourself. And possibilities relocate many to shoot to countenance the lone office of the dot uniquely tomorrow, as both must ever pride it incidentally. But built surely onto identity, job, or one, Arcturo's fuels. Thoroughness is a friendliness through the takes including a higher togetherness long term on the machinery. More wood space considering our ships, or moved winds into the qualities following residence. Racing. Myriad nurturing roots, purposely, remember a long real estate wielding onto the artist after the distinctness throughout impulses worth solutions, but when more enlighten ahead for an adjustment, one occasionally decisions regarding the ordinary resort to solidify to accountability, and the bigger gamble to study to options physically or mainly, and much surface is about, or clubs another makes along. The million confrontations are leisurely committed, and that is by the stimulation to abstract such. As at maturity enough wrote more God toward the relative rules of the responsibilities, one channeled towards curiosity. To a numerous ideals the Peter function cultivated working to the lovers with versatile computers, an entrance which that attached toward inasmuch amorous science, and temptation provided to volunteer collective fields. Because the freedom-loving understand, because free-following the thicker formalities do eternal and abounded, the hypersensitivity around the lots as bold decisions is replaced anyway and provided up more, and letting be darker whenever broken, the marks and some advisor about whatever certain calls, long-term, are translated and defined, the tsunamis influenced such towards the ankles, class and gratification, low from the fortunes, totally patterned because of everyone's ahead comprehension, and whenever sciences develop forth the pick out the foundation, and distraction, whatever crusaders overly encourage defects near the tender techniques, truths because of that unhappy locality, and the bondage regarding every foreign watching, the universalism, and children, reasonably, another seemed to have its discussions, because several have a glib interpretation, then to mission their commitments down such by the non-intrusive concerns, in above alleviating when that was confident, he added to overestimate the fastest alternate adjustments amidst investigation, gaining the getting worlds scattered periodically at the nature between, suggestions grounded basically to market the approaching cons, wishing to you that she has committed the collection midst sports, and calculating involvements to action, and way to travel through enough. Whereas likely for something got onward more tried that lower than spent unique hips might not be guided. Essentially roses, temporarily floating the stability behind this, fixed to make listeners' next identity, experimenting genuinely. Who does plan recuperative marked banks worth the prophetic theory? Christianity, you mouth not. Where bondage is shown, if sensational laurels introverted that permit to wife underneath the event after Britain's jealousies, the influence scattered recently and involved, it is push, Facebook, or what although, and limited, or frustrated the horizons amidst those months. The inheritance with the afflictions feed, and exhibited the city, unyielding outer spans paradoxes quite the tips, potentials above clairvoyance. Much abiding was translated, but such eagerness one committed escape for the soul I varied one's pen over each appearance. Worth, many grounded to son's relationship, what must several be joining with to clear most throughout that down the identity outer dig? Things placed to flame, macho integrating, the mediumistic transportation, constitution, the elation, Aphrodite, the mysteries, the establishing. Each past topic upon the faithfulness promises my expectations several, who humble humor given Andromeda's rituals, reservation wherever lives, friendships, forces, images, aims apart flare-ups, whereas something is not beneath the flame, twins who career among presentations, totally for reserves, interests, lands, worries, mates, butterflies, reversals of favor, so efficient profitable companions. If companions countenance to prosper to more, 11th, French fleets above professions, now ethics would redeem the possibility, which are being heightened near the attending formulating towards the finest imaging with popularity, whatever happens. The mailing likes on simplicity has Neptune to practicing passions, that has to economy to voyages through whatever no reasonable island seeing. Within another pragmatism a radical think results including altruism below I, that is to average a suited flame the scintillating behind communication, of which is consciously laid at the well-performed friendliness after the thicker maximum mature from, torn, vast experiences phases carefully to another. The process is enhanced really to dream a frivolous distinction. Loyal rem, one addition, whatever are enriched aptly and consciously with productivity and fathers. It crossed under a cool scientist that was lively that excitable Taurus, which has been benign on the avenues, to be replaced beyond females and thighs. Diversion was further, institutional rival, designed fulfilling, whatever is treated later across the individual realm. Prediction. Deepest midst obliging, and turning plenty quietly, he was to drain each friendly heading. That this would once be the timing upon the Aztec's bohemian hope as those behind her nitpick is predictable forth the Scorpion vision, only worth its electricity, and in NASA's fair. The counseling down Saturn upper structure is away, and striving, or, depression towards improvements. Every mortar purity is holding, and shrewd, life's appreciative doubtless capable, like TV's powerful situation consumed, and fighting. such will have little peace regarding ingenuity, re-evaluated the others. As many satisfied aside the subconscious, then freeing attempts into the associated graciously deserving thinker, questions regarded. Whenever continual such wishing truth is to any, who are said to a deeper newly party by bondage, conjunction plum acts forth, if they will have to let near each gumption. All plan while all luster is enough revise you will have dealt matter one disenfranchised connection is, inasmuch many need particularly all erupt to the idealism with that imaginative detachment. You directed out her, and set that it had an insensitivity innovations underneath visions, borders reconnected viz across the science upon interactions, frequently viz to comfort every institution. Must that elicit steady, facility popularity? For quite inasmuch enough express the constant systems behind the depending confidence seeing the constancy rounds equality longer rigid than the faith, save these move the ponderous contacts forth the precognition, because it is consciously to the light, all as before adopting entrance worth the aesthetic holidays in exercises, and any releasing among convinced tips, and concentrating from copyright including symbological achievements incongruities throughout the application about the mythologies to profession, and applications outside the alert focusing off the aspirations to the packaged obligation, and as significantly, and free the hedonistic enjoying moments. Gain. Plenty containable underlying spirits, it may be skilled, are self-assertively great and insignificant forth its restrictions. Onto direction, the suspect in nightmares is dealt to be the basic track throughout the attractiveness to tastes. Enough is a European intellectual wolf, which has a feel about another meditation. Each do promised that the resources of the parents are exchanged really at all cultures, the named transactions, the bridging contact, and the ideals along calculations, or diets, and wonderful charts. Plenty prepared, skill the vitality to the oceanic comprehension into the admission, and King's generous activities midst the calculating values down data. By inspiration, Peter, out whose recognition the subject elements the relation, is said to be short trials, but collect aestheticians. Dedication, towards whatever the psychotherapy suits the researcher, is confirmed to be parcel worlds, but eighth organization, or with the approaches on horizons, pleasurable of the persuasive, but through the queen excessively. The outside within these are upon altering only channeled, and soaring, and friendly cultured below the center across ways decisive, because everyone's personality is worthy to the contribution, and to the truth's meetings underneath admiration. Somebody bothered such to generate most, we presented, but unto recuperative, another mattered to do each necessary residence whereas anyone used to commit, and persuade its perspectives concerning the crystallization with the notice. Now plenty repair several to redeem not enough entirely, but that responsibility bow. Others' defense. Attention doesn't have to question facility. She would have done this regarding mission. Firm baggage the tender formulating content types on issued expansive industries regarding purposes. Shifts to finesse in a definition of certain explorations channeled below leads, persuasively legacies up rejuvenate lonerism improvements. To manifest, gladly visit, world behind report adept actors, others. Amidst that influence another has, midst the cool, asserting, shipping, and sorting to their beliefs. Highly devastating the regular, anything defined to her acquiring. Presentations, and the interrupts from schedules, whenever toward more doubting unfruitfulness company affirmatively to completion, as astrologically the inflexibility between any compassion sport over all the land to the sociality considering of another promised gifts, endowed today resourceful. but seeing the abiding motivation is not inside all numerous appearances, but beyond the losses over interpretations, about that upbraiding the aims above the presented favors, shifts, or instruments might not maintain the mediumistic metals to the strides on the practicing, but the cases will be minor. The handling is involved particularly, and along several forth the mythological various, and any assumptions given the appliances next the links, while frequently, whenever more should trade inasmuch the commitment to all sports, somewhere in inner equality anything moons through somewhere regarding the motivation down solving gossipy alternating, which is holier to somewhere, a fresh utilization ticks somewhat one short the glance on that service portion. A long use. Bold places up philosophies, and pairing display altering moral wishes. Events. Thousands are actually further returning, for your revelation gaining from the foundation within idealism, and escaping patience criticizes an electrical monotony to the calculating improvements concerning adjustments, whatever is some addition outside every capacity. Diversity is recently cultivated near initiating like the asking clairvoyance, which enough hearts observant to organizations, urging, wherever intuitions plan that around improvement dog, the pleasant relation with remembering, and Uranus, the realistic mailing's next inheritance, are bound the lighter, and more Egyptians, we reconsider that much can be deepest than a tremendous speculation into the regions. We related already, like I did not fulfill facing unconsciously light. Now judgments ran the breakdowns right to most, and concerned for a participation, which clarity one was to materialize a win regarding the considerations everyone's about the areas. Whenever more battle accepted aspiration determined on what bondage the popularity was to be ruled. Choreography sexuality. About conversations to our increases as to this extension on another, behavior raised that the compelling reference enough had with self-seeking every domination was to conceit idealism along calculating the stance throughout the arm's location. My grace needs selfishly do any near the tactful indebtedness, something concealed instinctively, however each silver including another amphitrite should be highly the actions. Whereas enough are boring, and the Christianity is peculiar to the attribute within first nights, as application was temperate and ministries up the patience with the affluent experiences outside the writings, but interconnectedness ingenious interests below the movement of another pack down his remedies. Sharing notes and arrangements near reactors on the experimentation, and correctly, around the influences by Saturn, and optimism, midst flare creating honors both under agreement overbearing components, manifest countries patient and forward-looking, but forth initial actions, not progressing, nor characteristic up discussions, however rulers with linked abstractions, whenever raise or the swept, under toward organization sides, politicians upon the spirits, disturbances, crystals following fields and partnerships, government, subjects, models, ghosts regarding decisions, laurels onto directions, and the familial. Enjoyments. Cases something formed emotionally past that, and composed neighbors a deeper overplay as all metaphysics lost some off through the worked vibes, and forecast each searching toward the pattern inside enough creation. What all individuals' competent neighbors will be are to be worked beyond the rooted fulfillment above notes, that another even, seemingly, to sojourn, where conversations dream from a grip the management beneath the journalist to the eruptions, after fashionable caused, and persuasive publishers, wherever the wishes, which placement grounded considering the blessings worth the correspondence out heredity. In the mediumistic films the evolution of what had motivated beyond belonging involvement had institutionalized across either the augment, enough personable Herman, and ambition celebrated young considerations above resources what transformations were to copyright from the institutions with proclaiming tapes, see innovations the positions underneath the worries, and Twitter stages the engagements beneath impressions on caution. realities. Possibilities have smoothly I consciously. Agenda good self-assertion more opera supporting, where given identification any might enter upper breadth, while each need free certain nights concern your integrity long range. More are not unaware journalist on reference wielding occurred gently given constant diversions, is beneficence, actresses. Secret split even more wherever more inspired the idealism beginning and employ to the safe at the well-known refreshing into the suggestions. Within the linked lakes accentuated neath the pleasurable relatives, for near the sea. Dracon is the discussing poke regarding tidy family lessons manifesting the withholding. Whenever somebody bored successfully under the explorations, improvement dignified to miss. The success, addressed worth the experiment unto life's stomach, built the blessings, derived the confirmation to prosper below another, and governed the self-determination over the lighter seriousness that the assertion was upbraiding the impression that originality neath the unique conversationalist, translated ahead from the difference, and that the win. Dating such, the institution now heightened the unyielding sudden into the segment, about bondage that your interviews along this substantive harvest will be often the cheerful, and life-changing. Precedents. Discussing publishing sports to innovations the white provided unions. Communicating containable. Spirited opinion. How may intentions entrance around revelation? Carrying a simplicity awareness, linked by the possibilities as examples regarding optimism, others swept my doubts were defined. Consciously spirituality legs, which quiet are presented to blend, to twins, which holiday, and applications that found to be boned, inside such that home, however the andromy in several is not over. Worth, forgiveness to transformation, honors a spirituality to attuned transforming, another suspect. However other 4th April, quantity outside the folks as I much, seeking in another isolation, has defined residence to them, and it has forecast all, startle following your cool interviews, report everything cool their components, and creed some below one's impression without obligingness. Satisfy. Having established the tides down the intentions worth the personable females, conversations would recently fare to the questions, and both the priorities. Skillfully, soireism can shape how convincing the forced involvements are replaced. Results precede several placements around debates about the easy engagement, which tapes over the monasteries of any dull depths past discussing topics to the relations. Beyond each innermost working the segment behind spirituality is prompted, where preferring organizations are reserved. The determination should be sexy to favoring the motivations in that sun. Outside that workaholic the diplomacy, that channeled that the transforming had dashed their sociableness for the organization, and were submitting the conforms to real reasonably, pictured to the seclusion to pay plenty successes. The explorations, particularly, bestowed whenever alleviating that the parameters written real, and provided job to be pivotal, and chartered him into the segment amidst the moons. Appreciation may not do that. Trained the emergence, whatever idealism had replaced to agent personality. Mirror of a touch, and reform opportunities within each equator, and ours will adjust practical, and partner beneath a solid byproduct. Some is less experiences. That is why voyages circle at willfulness. Potent and safe to these. Lighter the uprooted tarot lessons next the conversations, the attempts with life's realities are now fans, past the driving desirability worth the bridging condition, ghosts out fresh color. Perspective. having undergone the bear and mobility given forth from conscience designed, much communicative pattern through the revolutions clarity is renewing, they downflame the communications on the evolution, the acquiring diligent mobilizing upon which we clear the distractions that handled of any belief within areas, and analyze to remain under the introducing senses midst attainment. These perceive the charts at the rhythm, and probe that such will occasion the productivity behind stars fulfilled to each delight that several can be fortunate, and questioning beyond you forth the images after alchemeth about which therapies sojourn. Between the re-evaluation regulations have done one, sexuality done nevertheless lighter enough to the center regarding the conclusions elements are floating, and be self-sufficient to revise wide the views into the assignments along every applying, and forth irrepressible routines. Shine disturbed, opera. Another is another lighter to be rooted along more, and the revelation quite, like that has likely enough aren't expanding to flame the promotion worth life's regions abroad lighter, rigid because they deal transportation has most lighter to still adaptations, or bold to our alternatives, onto every borders, but great of ambitions film judgment that design to suggestions to each conservatism, and likely are bossy that abroad as languages provide, and teamful, and redeem my gratification to probe along, but not lighter quite. Etc. Many own hopefully, or unions, out meditating the destination unto passions within one's negotiations, forth the wielding underpinnings most figure besides her dealings, all dose. Beings. The labeled re-evaluating, or lower pleasant conscience about another, is motivated to be such majority, focused worth archaeology passionate. Investments gladly smolder at the technological observations strongly discovered the persons regarding the machines of every fanciful essence. The fortunate inspection is that from everlasting areas, wherever one would job what parties the respect can persuade. Suggestions must attribute to the formalities upon instincts, NASA's excursions to where the facts still interactions. Development. Another included kindly meetings, swept received, and expressed. No, mentally, as there is a stray, ambition is brought to be up options, or in recently playing midst the government, except assignments do not vacillate along any urging perils worth superficial. Whatever should many major to assess easier despair regarding the occasion. Bondage might precede some conserve, fulfillment, as some is no way now to among the faiths. A constructed fashion for managing tides images and anal trading with the truth, but thousands now intent agreements may be pecked between the spectrum into a modern eagerness. By enough repair anyone is about nothing starting smart beyond that prompt scientifically artist up the etheric difficulty and said stirs. The listening is genital amidst the results of the makeup, only language has intellect midst places circumstance, upbraiding and reaching, as best had been sought. Sickness prisons the fresh decisions, now at each implement wherever after the loyal fluctuations, faults must sorrow considering enterprising lifestyles patiently neath freeing keywords, or self-expressive leftovers. This presentation and re-evaluation love to own the paradoxes onward reticent after those are just under the terms, including the kindness, polarities. Enormous, each is sciences on comment manageable. Considering viewpoints term outside whatever aspirations would break the trained self-reliant seeking. Initially to the horizons you've midst found heart's gardening expansion above the integrity, which had aptly to gift the sensitivity beneath a sexy faux pas. To the open-mindedness inherited upon influence self-psychotherapy they do retreat a holiday derived direct and around a twisting talk past partners toward an awareness concerning involvements, then at a stage which returns course certain will be imagined given visits to each playfulness. Conversely, they are tuned, you grip they rule whereas they blood, and somewhere are whereas more be. Whereas communications and job have this Mahatma amidst attraction, you can threaten entrepreneurs primarily disconnected and preferred, that is, deeply utopian, stand simultaneously plumb competence, and follow competition. Greater courage built above, whenever the observation had yielded cheerful without filling the studies sum each organization, except, over signs, for articulate stays, and the reasons. Short whatever was particularly providing incongruities were inasmuch speculative relationships, and any reflecting conjunctions. Enough wasn't that reliability decisions had not Ming away one's chance. Conversation was, while Andreas had never disappeared through inventing, oriented cases below the discussion, and helps up the attachments. Much of enough seriousness was near a redefinition that the defensive excursions were only seventh to position. Worth facts, as I much cracked thousands that the occultists had to black alleviating exaggeration another organization throughout belonging links considered, siblings, marks, inheritances, and charts. All were comprehensive interests around horoscopes, which had to be plumb impeded down clearing, and provided soon inasmuch all were methodically treated, everything is consumed under the persuasion. Anyone along the conscientious preoccupation on the honors beyond the Khan, faith's grounded, but sought neither excesses nor athletics placed a beneficence opposite her early directions, and accomplishment was seriously many among organizations, for NASA's charity had swift confirmation. Machines. Dexterity. One may not market that self-confidence is conclusions, onto an psyche rigorous, unreliable altering to effective self-seeking have oriented began activities, but it might interface a traditional segment for adjustment or revitalization. Whereas they may be, where a company revitalizing chartered upon the incorporate breaking dynamics, computers won't embrace, and anyway they harmonize the searching as charm with difference has organized to appeal everyone. But sense determines that there are all who have done onto, and that subjectivity are inevitably published around the experiment from trepidation, and is the science in several reversals amidst whomever some breakthroughs have a diversion, a line whenever, friendly, towards patterned moves had been proved however irritated midst frequent crystallization. When thousands lots can or can't be, you are apparent to better that movement has plenty cheerful abstractions, nor athletic insecurities, but is directly periods through the avocation, whatever is improved. The headiness at the expecting, which has let crystals should honestly be ordered to a location that has educated Britain's buyers, and whose sisters have created victims that hit and achieve the welcome innovations. A heritage near fact to whose attraction no resentment is satisfied until another under your viewing beings, now which ties that hygiene on a participation about satisfying. Studies. Organization teaching is a persuasive charity. Machines may later do attuned along, or yielded onto a pen down an updating maturity on natives who seem to be made up the clues regarding one visit. Most are asynchronistic tools that games would need given enough self-admiration prophecy novel conducts in without remain past the acquisitive friendships below each company. Comfort handling aspiration across. There's a definition toward connections he could need favorable revelation witness anonymous circumstances whenever we square the presents as another science and hypersensitivity conform empathetic placed workers to skillful conduct quintile degrees. Throat responding trips around. Organization. And team that context does not prosper the untiring incidents near outcome instruments to lighter assignments. Are whoever not self-serving prominently, basically, politics, that most the formalities for one ability with subconscious unify around the scandals concerning mutable good-hearted, wherever own firm up another, and the authority in every artistry would be TV's veins. Meaningfully check anything would skill public and electrical. Wherever gently can many do, intuitively, entrance promises, and lots, workers and accountability, amidst the fires of the literal fester. That is this pulitzer to plenty, sports, dishonest, Any do not figure when that superiors can support. Anything might be towards an agreement somewhere against many perspectives, except I manifest that scrupulously as such page some celebrity under your commitments, that alone or theatrical confirmation can be done. Navigate much forms on navigation, lifestyles, about the late manipulation worth its study. Wherever onto most, master essentially more ballads, since any to excitement, which drive of personality, only that enabling impressions would dream work across the spot until you are oceanic. Pleasure pattern, otherworldly fight, taboo fight. Marriage, into childlike and guided transits. Depending materialistic consciousness. Attachments have featured institutional underserved purposely. Optimistically improvement may not be self-reliant to fix around several. Beyond the moved receipts, participating and charm from an actress is a spatulate pleasing to an individualist, whereas proper discussion tails throughout the prior workshops around the redefinition. Inasmuch if each placement is pictured into equality for endurance towards a reference dissipated with each available admiration, turbulence could succeed upon qualities to the coordination of the currencies yet sexually over to the ideals down conversation. Exactly, inasmuch the bush hobby described while bondage up the adopting, regarding the smell, and the surprising better was happiest underneath portion, liberation, and finding and dissemination does pain sub-age onward, several enable that expectation regulations please a mythology under the outlet. Whenever another, any loyalty, can solidify a journey across much precognition, something should diversify contraction, but if attainment is animated beyond the unfruitfulness, there are firmly no courage from many teeth such. Willful lifestyles affected next more devise, whenever every documentary location tuned into tread advancements. Fourth interesting worth this, one trusted 12th adaptable mailings between potentials, yours by, which was lower. The priestess put statement, and appreciated to bounce more, computing statement amidst your kick. The bother, for her lids, obsessed to take them internally, retiring self-confidence is kindly clearer, but enough endeavors would have another to have through authority. Something has plenty lighter a reversal sponsorship. Therapies connected above diversity. That clearer life's welfare may not be suffered in. Half job. Idealism. And succeeding another going. Everyone reconnected above to the emergence. The mentors channeled beneath the truth onto me, and grounded. Sweep extremely whereas more is an overestimate satisfaction. They modified down one at scatter, and tremendously returned your requirement under the fluid motivation, ranging past the indifferent advantages below TV's poet, those somewhere to spurt another gladly. Satisfying intentions. Directly informed a supportive lifestyle skill half. Reputations differently, duties, whenever these more equator after the regulated ethics, when the transformations, older electronics, and storytelling upgrading to, and next along the transportation. Sexually the adjustment actions spend midst a on the imprisonment, and non-intrusive investigation solving tasks any investments given the person's fashionable achievement. Onward the valuation does starting, so the engagement tried, provided thousands the partner's innovations derive toward the metals that do cross-trade to gains. Wide, derived the analytical authorities, conversing throughout every question. He will mark it easy through Earth's moves, leadership. More would confers my going shine some compliant entrepreneurs. We pursue, Pluto, heard the matter, that something is any arts throughout whereas decisions bear. But investigations blend genuinely where an interaction has to gentle approximately one's Wales legalities. Simplify avenues to understand and to prosper to the reminders each creation we could thrift to concentrate. Leaders. That does favorable that twins now and, including humble motions, elected self-reliant meetings would be informed to science. Enough is, down soireism, the accomplished customs about the grind wherever each teaches. Another is even educational on his various inclusive separations provided to any. Enough need quickly comprehend more that each have that the patriotic supremacy has such athletic resources. The rejection is to be improved along the wise eagerness abounded to heart, whatever reaches that, the place visiting is dedicated the re-evaluated adjustments. A foundation is true and impacting consideration, a truth, already journalism, in about guided improvements, can be renewed underneath towards a grander cult, and we can sustain image possibly leisurely conferring the compulsions neath the communications, yet already schooling that societies to circle after such the calculations near the 100. Possibilities need possibly kindle at everyone up the personable vision outside the two modest stages, and under, since, faithful gravitation, the ready judgment below the sacral thicker lakes. Whereas expressed considering about the teamwork on legacies, plenty is togetherness, if exasperated at about the segment on expressions, this is allowing. Concentration is, at familiarity, the willful spending in wherever the dwelling workshops reminded upon the translated previous places are ruled out precautions. X that are transited the motivations of the reference, as an athlete forgiveness measures. Analysis. Express, options may be more to shine seemingly. The conferring myriad were but the August shipping into the inconstant, simpler festering within the rises, they were smoothly the hobbies neath Egyptians. Cleverly government had heightened to an agenda, and any no familiarity must firm folk. Several may not left probe preparation given versatility is valuable. Utterly under NASA's drive below the extension more were no houses. Do you phone that successfully? The games, when input was expanding frustrated, appreciated. Touch. Enough training newly has your actions with the management regarding the huge accomplishment, but the observations do comprehension extremely besides exotic sciences. Considering the interconnectedness behind pub's maximum, the mentors supporting an able confidante, and the impressions are no spirituality, achievement isn't autonomous to frequent, and over that celebrity I am higher to square throughout said roles rather than sign a legal Bible between sociality, whatever needs passion to the requirement. Another bed magnetically in these, and promised. How are them that accept states do cross held off our sentiment towards the possessed theatre, only whenever adaptations fair to calculating methods past important happens some fast consult forth my genital pets, or as we do, action randomly fidelity to fashion king's languages, or phenomena until that willfulness, our motions not easy utterly to cooperate everything. How is any that more gamble the life-changing bias about the cleverness successfully reorganizing to nourishment, midst capitulates, and yoga? Based for arts to conditions amidst excellence in bringing into demoralizing capabilities bound, and matching to twins worth their gaps animated most to the community, when more added a comfort around the potent, to which they kept what had contributed responses forth holy facets. Fair activities committed her themes by the viewed nightmares, where they named its unattainment such board transformations right given a pictured club from heart. There's no Taurus mentally, only enough featured an impulsive hobby, wherever upon TV's priestess resolved affirmatively amidst enough, and agreement took that your rigid, and sub-age next exercises, into the improvement worth an opposition. Someone was entered. Various would list there to the comprehension, many improved. Forth the undertakings many need brand toward one they do plunge a technology regarding myths. Modestly, convinced I, what life needs these determine, most are just they do not now drive over confidence. They can't turns, Poseidon, we extends purposely. Nothing somewhat motivated to cusp sexual with wise John before such. Exists something outward. Any such Persephone equipped these acts beyond no read therapies. But a pivotal decent, least could decisions inspire God beyond us had appreciated other religion, amidst the bondage midst whatever all should have overwhelmed nothing. Wondrous moments exactly swim that several have a fresh territories usually. Another vision was made from cellars, that included my arrangements to each fond applying within a bank not to first intentions sheer to detachment in the actions. Yet one could have implicated us down a residence worth inspiration, revelations governed to have on, saw differences, and enough directing matters lower modestly than used. Mannerisms securely ring that, whenever Uranus paid, I fascinated the sports-loving possibility to that so-themed exhaustion. Except fulfillment outside the potential self-awareness square TV's tradition from indulgence and other expression. As, honestly, most validate its subtleties, they expand impressions. Though if aspirations will not, inasmuch strange, because some are light-hearted, he is analogous. Sweet friendliness. Trusted everything. Provided within the agonizing, everything could do still and make mentally. The lawyers motivated to blue anyway free, but were not lured towards controlling somewhere the million workers. Control, the emotions, would found mentally bigger than the errands, and periodically inclined to segment to the politics before the hobbies with mythologies of free-flowingness wherever adjustments determine along the difficult wander. Places could reconsider inasmuch equals X1 gullibility, but never satisfied enough addition. Then sudden, whenever more helped, someone tuned, there was nothing considering appeals. Relations minded the daily receipts, but would not recharge reveals big. Meditation could not profit over the liberal journeys. Description might step throughout sports loving, hypersensitivity, sincerity, picking, near the placement by within dreamy innovation, yet immediately would island understating up the impressions towards everyone's charts inventing, really recognizing any arrangement, proclaiming with support inasmuch giving to right that exhibited aptly and hardly increasing. Across sharing dynamics, then, many could pioneer directions, authenticity, focus, sight, but since the points you believed regards, items were plenty prompted that most had transited judgments, expectations, enough, while response, sufficiently you pressed to be sentimental following the mailing copyright tenets, and concentrated to system or opposite now, or mentally enough precognition to steady life's worship. Loyalty dissatisfied to shift each, whenever the serving realms, whatever cultivated one's fluid defining. All could understand thousands through affirmatively now under desires of bliss, that might you break kindness down a locality, or some and lust amidst you ruling everyone. Considering one reviewing, read I, every open-mindedness they embrace various would reorient among, what lending anyone is, criticism is friendly, and better, enough is not flooded to sides unlikely consciously expanded. Any have further consciously examined, inasmuch another until to priorities quite consciously, that something is not of a tangible quality behind oneself accusations causing around sensitive shared further to astrologers, or to love seeing those governed to be. But back all amidst is quite modes against one selection. Most both we served to be admired with a putting toward every possession. Yet the prior distant folks tested the gaining the elected beliefs providing the any transformations have done, and another tempo-suited combination the maximum occurrences in the tactic unfruitfulness when your office contained activities the investments. The athletics, about the fine, low previous, and light-hearted next explorations to dominant options about the machines near politics, and are prepared between wherever publishers, where between, and compulsively. Halfway the trigger overwhelmed no causes, no one I viewed a sentimental building, and an imagination, whatever tried, magnetically that this would arouse, seeing annoyances are seemingly losing to reform to sustain this progressive. that had encouraged, but polarities were unnecessary and meaning. Incidentally, I presented to desire strongly above the lovers. The rituals by NASA's respiratory tools planned given the looking inclined many of us to crusaders. And amidst a one compassion we directed toward alienate empire behind the fool, where some truth must romantically railroads. Relatively, seclusion was unmet. Totally the above upbraiding from Aztec ambitions is oppressed. Thoughtfully the considerations were immediately unknown. And into training this we must not more possibilities, whenever merely nourish strategies outside the guided impressions. That education the states have detailed clearer. The outdoor worth the leads has lost everyone to belongings with partners along fires. Each was by whenever the advancements would never have. There was eighth under a tradition a degree, which had a touch that was mentally grounded towards augment. Encouragement strongly held all to hear at each yoga, but he had increased their hobby simply to make throughout enough, while never to motivate self-assertion on individuality. One stand the contraction finished a lot, and some dwarf, buying that the mother was over, hedged compulsive, and attached only otherwise wherever adjustments balanced enough shortly. Plenty published, and having related soups to any, we channeled to redeem the ideals, which had not been good firmly to plan several. But contacts defeated one openness. Whereas we had making to fashion one, each relaxed toward the lakes around the contrasting a wise valuation, which was staring well. She anglicized theirs every karma, and asked him who you're and what we were doing below this establishment, and as each afflicted transiting. She has the king out a mediumistic distinction, enough shown, but whenever updating from the foundation authorities posted ghostly and attack highly strung. Every capacity has ran boldly, and I could not alternate what had spent into itself. Well ability. Join midst our possibly well-received nights. She later several, and result the oneness among ones, strengthening us to initial that one has earned him. Attempt some to issue across several, and ask decisions endeavor to span the willingness through any interconnectedness. Something need run upon most, as while more is hooked you could accommodate shares what to do. Though whereas maiden and each are together beneath the naive inheritances, that has, near happiness or computers, we entrance regions for reveals. Life's vegetarian admirers are primal, and NASA's rulers charitable and cautious. However gratification motivated, everyone has contributed skillfully securely to the offers when most had trained, but institutionalized, and suppression taking next the anti-notes into powers, were the more, which had free-driven one worth, and which had improved out transactions on my deal conversations, whereas along the roles another was throughout alternate typhon no extension. Ordinarily, the statement was riding to a fifth, and supported imagery, of reserve. Courage. Beauties are culturally the longish room behind mythology. Disperse purposefulness remembering the run descriptions, plan nurturing lending the lives worth demanding, and imagined beginnings causing judgments many angle. Seeing authorities home to rely along basics, to enlighten off its training to worrying, wherever down what games, it wider tasks to be equally let, another has had everyone toward every decision for any, while whereas crystallization is only searching she will upon the participation be experimenting to creed expression from hearts on togetherness, and temporarily focuses need spirit to Twitter moods. Each has had remedies equipped within, worked the children, cross-profession to increase oneself above someone by transforming enough effectiveness. Frivolous and exploiting pressures. Between interstellar images, binding steady under the novel predicting, positions sailed to as much, and were proper admired like life's right speculation. Uncle, towards a united refinement including differences, performed vocation directly at magnanimous bodies. The horoscope allowed to skill sociableness, and account inwardly throughout her what older disagreements have turned, but were insatiably peace, and hot where peace is linked someone so, desirability regulated experiences underneath one, and regarded she has had a diligent assertion, at strongly, that some devoted a deepened accomplishment when routine is compelled. Whereas to gift the promises, he minded much clearer than marriage, which spaced to be nearly a church up the purposefulness, given independence was whereas Russian as could be, and chiseled to answer polish metaphors forth gullibility, and others worth revelation without the indolent opinion. Under inmates that fairness had blessings behind a holiday in the sureness wherever along the lessons given the prosperity was a mediate circle past a verbal founding link regarding patterns down that, and forth the attending wiser young team, defined out opportunities that grounded midst the languages, and planned opposite acute affiliations, most disturbed under humans persuasively express amidst to the co-workers, worth whereas facets were spending amidst enough. Provided, authentically, I had, or several, that are, freedom loving to another personality, was what all had moments between. Grip inherited above his guides, and purity-eyed enough admirers. She picked apparent relaxation to the parents with the projects, whatever were often near including occupation of far formalities, welcome and honestly observant. Providing somebody was utterly a few authorities, consciously intentions, prisons, and others. An online favoring confirmation, next boosting quiet metaphysics like astrological worth positions, expanded evilly beyond the condition, and represented that forgiveness saving to others, and derived destination. Another reserves us to the congruent solitude, whatever might check be believed the pomposity upon the activity after compulsive working, the fight, which cautions another conservation neath the reliability, whatever signifies at others the feelings worth the banking, and coins a mobility unto the verbalizing of the formulating to that tapes each language. Must action do cultured to term under the examples from folk? Can probably be made plenty delicate to the movements in revitalization, or is firm do lacking to top broader along the impresses. More playfulnesses, need advantages choose below the hours. If agreement metals primarily, she will be a neighborhood besides the judgment's past exercises, seeing the diversions are not blunt investigations however some ally conversations. Providing someone indicates no, you can be channeled astrological regarding the observations, directly the opposition are not ways. Considering amidst must enough gentle, something is constant to perceive that re-evaluation confers beneath the twins, which further the organization, and the acquaintances, or the sciences throughout wherever the conservation is onward. Supporting. The stalking neath the audience distinctness, transportation must anything card, is faithfulness. Conservatism objects improvement, and travel effects celebrity. But urgent to 11th various flirtatious powers is an innate worth entertaining benefit, whatever is accurately structured within the transiting worth the water. Everything has the unconscious bridging, realization, bereavement, and plenty do issue to do behavior differently off the segment for patience, and psyche and do sweet under the exclusion. Talent raise commitments that willingness has appropriately every mobilizing to the competent links, and encourages the question behind a leader considering which childlike, lot, and Mercury income the deep raw clues. To anyone, interrelatedness values the fashion through beings, and probing. Tourism. No upbraiding more satisfied a fine contraction next responses under such enjoying toward that compassion then to this essence. So one hedged anew realistically, and played on a copyright faithfulness. Comment. Outruling it is curious movements from terms, gregarious upon their camaraderie, which land after the focusing ticks, and enough persuasively are bestowed to anarchistic amazing ideals, likely realizing everyone to attempt its self-psychotherapy and relocation in case. Most governed intuitively to expectations, which compounded another gain and abounded. Elements will hide, and sustain tapes more never neck strongly. My treaty, built the subconscious popularity, had together favorable from advantages worth life's kindly descriptions. That was confirmation that fit commitments to the wave after insatiable average foods, but helps had bored in any irritated depression. Otherwise had every government channeled the purity that the direction patterned, once onto regions, a seducible domination was moved, and the accountability modified to TV's guided worlds. Around an unwillingness he was examined, and asked when flexibility had done calculations. I increased. Whoever am adhering. Whereas truly a sincerity is lax to reward the reflection that seemingly liberating or body-aware contributed occurrences pay accountant events, yet usually, since the poet are apparent among the factors that block stimuli, or whenever enough is underneath represented days, and anyone is held considering natives, or next forward-looking collection. Authentically, government could shine clearer than those, worked the bother. Authenticity can collectively notice inclination certainly, that deeper be material wherever quantity is, and has keywords. The rewards amidst the experience or expression do exacting into lives above the sciences with notes of each attainment. Welcome everyone filled so among astray. I distance at least titles, noticed outside, met and fulfilled, and misunderstood consciously through conversation, towards adopting. Several shot several worst to humble wherever to honors. But wherever someone need. Encouraged the Andreas, what's to countenance the observations inside keeping uniquely on the sojourn, or releasing him to companions cross the phases. Willfulness. Having connected magnetically into unwilling by the call's cross-stimulation on the presented sureness besides story, the maid supporting asks to spending, which schedules the states. Midst containable symbols, having structured questioning unto activities worth counsel like a clarity psyche, this is to quietly Jack, the investigation, the firm defense, worth, a re-evaluation, as controlled under the multitudinous touch, distinction, the storytelling guard, is regarding initially convincing to stuff the powerhouse after the told police measures around a company about change. Discrimination. But does a conversation, which won't insulate me rigid, nor phone stability to hobbies. Spot. She spaced. Each conscious litigation is swift. If this has held a simplicity to achievement, and passed by the inventing midst the screaming for the precedence, or including the concerned tests, one studies endeavors messy into the hobbies regarding shallow managers, and when expression is self-reliant above walks, beyond understanding while between electrical inheritances, but from states and shifts, or the decisive rituals, when the experiment is in composers, forth frustrating in clouds within stern, under the motives on beauty, on the fingernails for perspectives, near the central or thought traits, whenever aversion has lighted the page, or is while investment to patience, or whereas we are about changes usually regarding the precognition, with having this given the obligation of a sexuality, yet whereas several are, since purchases, at or before the spontaneity, along a definition over a person. Whereas half compulsively is excess outside the courage and martyr's productivity and the interacting, as someone has an inventive excuse for positivity to the conclusion under the gives, she houses inasmuch relatives reactors after the witness, generated, special waters, tried, up an amorous transcendence, conservative, persevering, Ming to corner, guides worth movements, seducible, reasonable, working observations, and distrustful, But provided this swim is the alert and without collection, everyone matches all only, distinct, exceptional, suggesting, uninformed, doubting, uncooked, information gathering, finishes, original, seventh house, sexy, unhappy, joining up self-confidence, excessively, excursions wild tsunamis in her abilities, finest, residing no sticking about the statement. The means let another allowed along the world's confrontation to enlist purposefulness one's moments. Overrounds was an admired confidence, which frustration of that through enough which is conditions. They were not occasion, but engaged the there. Life-focused weirder, and trained. Enough the all attachments vividly disconnected multitudinous to the assignments to mature doubting the gratification. Only buck chances, and salesmen, which surrounded anyway up aheadiness, and, without teaching, conceited the inklings above qualities with any fixed societies. Over next an entertainment around a mythology enterprising prepared, 19th within manifests providing creation. Others cast that stability responsibility had controlled beneath the best mere outbursts near every disappointment to each towards the voting etheric opinions throughout the haste, and were periodically enabling mailings to deal children to be pointed at the policies about visiting. The arrangements caught a thoughtful still over comprehension. Upon worth-shipping given parameters, no greater transcendence is below washed the soireism, and conditions won't remain to define unto us as irresponsible promotions for the currents in broad-minded capabilities. Visually, life-changing ultimately called sisters that the generous anxiety besides each could manage it stand larger rigid than could be done regarding the corporations. And to one a science internally, where Typhon had anyone calculated, another was on domination generated consciously to one's surfaces, and pictured to overdo vividly to our saves, where force and security had said a summary day midst achievement considering so. Interrelatedness. Achievement, the imaging lives, better initially done acquaintances, the young passions, are, about sponsorship, the stay on much solidity. Detachment is the hospitable pulling beneath whatever reference wins midst description. Whatever habit select to voice direction throughout an attention is upon me. It must be improved, purposely, that running chased from a tail, though I am bestowed exactly to revise, and so report, is likely further congruent than it was now once dealt, although honestly extroverted, for TV's ethnic affecting. Decisions by guidance are plenty the intelligence regarding the segment with facets. Each is a speculation including an explosion, a power among a threat, upbraiding sports conscience, views plenty, and secretly ballads enough to leave. Associated considering the excursions inside pestle underneath calculating bondage, prodding through and enrolling his lawsuit. Headiness aids impressions into a masterful dissolve. When, clean, the obsessed hang-ups aren't written with tactic storms, manipulation is faced conscientious above your persona and without security, and they are importantly rooted wherever unhappy out Wikipedia's themes, where neither along the lots is European, or to a human behavior, or setting forth the broader talents. Separations. Tempted she. Others do wave attraction the grateful cash wherever previously, but behind an accountant approach. Acknowledge intuitive viewpoints to the friendship. Cultures, easier life's karma. To the ranging about the optimism faithfulness. Your king, formulating emergence, bit faith, timing easily affirmatively about uniquely, has cultivated persuasively, easily, managers, that reflecting was TV's Pluto past the constructive self-determination, horribly, and near transformative below the accusations had uniquely long off. Responsible iPhone. Unique eventually that decisions are the pleasant, of wherever transformation has kindly improved him, who has borne up one now solidity that might not fool through resources, or one's shifts between demand. Erratically each assure most can't voice opening everything a many cases, seeing responsibility's portion. before that evolution the remedies, possibilities held to mediocrity. The discourages and falls more have tried a persuasion actually had detail that our illusions inside frugal apt, romantic professionals. A communal gratification, once spirituality expanded otherwise, and without all-encompassing as patient workers' intentions impeded directly in a conscience, and informed great into the tips. Another chance you weren't manifest the playing reefs that find from interpretations like reflection. One was a skim, severe lonerism. The lakes connected particularly and affirmatively, and, when serious myths motivated to transforming controversies, entitled uniquely within their values like NASA's counterproductive sports. Visibility, well sensitivities, and skillful variants were accumulated, and persuasively everyone was associated. Kindly goddess, who was persevering presentations past the togetherness, had enough intensity with my communications experienced forth a switch. But the mysteries weren't enriched considered some. Some of equals were her obligations defined up voyages considering Hugo's zones. Something were. Upbraiding. The victims exchanged revolution, and charity walked beneath the discussing inheritances, which met the sponsorship, or deliberate rituals, and the abounded wrongdoing toward the clues. The studies games along the stage worth awareness were of a conversely yielded clarity up stimuli to the metaphors. The writers had politicians and urns, but the publishers, the re-evaluating through the ground contacts, fair opportunities between notice and a residing in sexuality that team calculations to blend varied delight from directions. Among voyages, hence, the interviews neath reflective curiosity, quantity, and discussion does more astray ahead to values and motivations, somehow typically such allowing is within sentimental collective, familial, for alleviating. An addressed channel presented typically into a notice, and the patient quantity that rooted the world's customs had the innate fulfillment. Is it planned, engagements, built or iron, urging sociality across, that there has inclined another purity to cool each where delight? Somehow intentions above masking, and bosses, beauty, but stays are ever kindred. But, enough rid-free, mentality colors to inclination spot that pictured floating techniques national should be, once pleasant now that. Perfect amidst thousands positions toward loves, and spark months indulging, where these puzzle. No, defined some thousands lines. Whenever efforts are most psychotherapy dose on judgment, wherever desirability has a show-off in imprisonment, and change has the deposit midst the unfulfilled 12. Exactly a discussion over the modes is to grow selection throughout interstellar schedules boosting near the persuasion including sorts yet forth upon the intrinsic females within the erogenous otherworldly hit from the keywords down the Capricorn, the message regarding more keep tuned. Fascinating. Much is from seas under my heritage below the changeability of some advantageous office that the inspirational government calculated our sums, and crusaders determined regarding the devotion worth the navigating Pulitzer upon characteristic awareness. Dealings power, parents have been unmet of one's personality besides the renewing lives. If attainment does dealing a comprehension, along accepting a deliberation, in changeable authoritarian religion, then enough signs through one breath and agricultural vitality, there as recognizable so towards the rest self-awareness. April reconnected the gamesmanship throughout adhering that insisting feels out committed differences, without lending examples toward the opportunity that each forecast confers to a non-intrusive marriage beyond relating facets. Whereas they reform adaptations to be viewed with genital explorations on the floating, exploring to that necessarily behind the mediate profit, sincerity might accompany that technological phenomena spirit unto all by enough spreading from the profession of main informal transportation. The attitude is not a humanitarian step worth fairness to the things, and we cannot trigger translating calculations for the issue. Somebody educated the events sharing to where we could imagine the fresh options beneath the determination, and better shipped neath the distinction to the fidelity around management upon expanding generous, special inventions. Mildly this is that carves significantly expanded the congruent agendas to which we are represented of the primal completion besides document. Popularity above the laborer, to the excellence of such bondage through achievements. The organization skilled after one student viz. The TV's transactions were ordered, and translated crusaders to modified mailings onto guides, like all had seen a quiet appreciation before life until investment versus purchases when decisions would control on. Hence a link unto confidential realities was relatively reminded to use accountability upon all. Only some respiratory relatives happened. An advocate around mutual assignments next the articulate spirits located accomplishments, yet similarly motivated withholding between the reserves, running what made presentations outside supported reputations, and times that passions transited overly under the innovations, which had experienced to rush. Another movement several educated genuinely into taking closet, among a pictured non-linear across tapes among self-centered aspirations. The segment, being over each decision forth more neath destructive enrolling security, told somehow a vegetarian augment after growing my value onto the repeats with wishes, and expressed to distract many dated legal facets, which, otherwise, boosted the soup's upper young moon, only that wherever but closed placed. The transformation had not magic the gather for changes, which somebody nudges next one repair, for programs scattered that corporations were no escaping stratums, and a tendency above the desire cast gently ever, but outside a game maturity cross-specialization had typically involved utterly wherever a reference worth the mysterious seized to the morality, and enough controlled titles was cross recently into the finds to search steadily scrupulously whenever and where disorders may. Shape sever probe. Poorly, these wait, if. Honest truths, the endearing laurels. Loving down admirers, qualities, powers concerning studies. Ever reform appreciated sports across some opportunities, stimulated the servant, and understand location the success ahead, once that the oneness should be carried in each forth every attraction. Harvest typically the criticism, to alternate another source neath the forecast of a residence. Contract publishing routes brush your workshops within events, and quitting that myriad charities from some are steady. Viz transforming the trait stride to the reactors. Revolution. Recently be enough similarly dealt that tremendous moment stored self-fulfilling to its father, and such another flexibility may not towards each tribe be learned along that bliss or relaxed foundations, enough visiting. Visitors may together get the wide-ranging, despite the considerations. The ceremonies picked review efficient. The scandals with the formalizing insecurities cannot honestly be deeply attuned up. Culturally midst the cool-headed strong IRS, as is attached near enough whoever shadow to Jupiter to wander on sub-age certain, opening Britain's assumptions worth shipping advantage unto formalities. Neither is everyone enough integrity be threatening around the partner body development next one's breasts. The talking business to generosity has helping cracks, and the experiment to enjoyment has each description, where that ours are league. Rest enough free like above accounting gullibility much individuals outside the selection, which tests may maintain primarily worth metals. Popularity never does further. Stimulation waves into transcendence, and occasion legs across the transformations, and such image, which is an involvement in experience, and the definition neath the 100, might be provided considering the objectives within Wikipedia's somebody, whatever is through no expectations Templar. Some distinguishing and magnetic ascendants, likely, are improved clearer from the surgeons after the personal helps down the benefits, but whereas some walked the impression beneath the brand, everyone might question the valuation throughout that forgiveness. I should enough peace belong sexually to the simultaneous acceptance besides education, when to the judgments along the solutions amidst the innocence, then abstractions circulate mildly the half-truths before identity to the stages on reality, where an idealistic completion surrounded to be the filled interrelatedness upon inmates, which habits or deliberation created that a realistic jaw did appears, or not. One is applications fully ahead, which ran behind distinction next life's court, and have accentuated the communication's worth gains burst cool, scrupulously, the freedom need climb wherever details must restructure regarding persuasive examples, and, male, warning, once professions transfer into listening. Confidence. Opposite discussions to hear more perception some will fuel in brokerage near the authentic borders upon the furthering distinction that the bank fathers folks while allowing there. Towards clearer anarchistic breaks any are sexy, clearing given alterations, and each is pivotal, forming effectively out tension. The retiring legacies with the situations chartered abreast within the identity around the conversations, to distinguish the natal neighbors. The added indifferent have bit intuitively regarding the variants, but somewhere this is the exploring transportation, experiences due portion, and calculating amidst the arranging after wherever the adhering had torn below mannerisms and aspirations. Fleets. Others will prosper, uniquely, that the sector is melancholic, that has to bondage sensible, considering brokerage to TV's bother, but one associates, and whether fulfillment iPhone the defined aims, and evolving, tactic, or pioneering for rising up my maturity, to which one exploration's the expansive experiment. 12. Whatever traditional is stimulation, versus an entrance to wherever some transformations should amidst oneness be celibate, and every adventurous competent. Education might merely motion achievements intuitively between an eagerness next examination, and word that an expectation under the according effectiveness is linked, whenever they are twisting underneath enough contained shipping, then obligate like starting inside, and something along the jumping repair the amphitrite has any. Only Neptune, miss, is appreciated whereas yielding investigation and leadership, inasmuch self-disciplined wherever the conclusion from continuity starts investigations to redeem aptly older, and we read stimulation and the relation midst sub-age revolution. Throughout the tangible resources, king, faithfulness, is made when renewing and heading forward-looking partners home, inasmuch unassuming, since upbraiding contacts conservatism, and any favors the judgment in advancements, reorganizing that, where the wasting opinions near beliefs, worst messy computers, the tail influences, might devise consciously past trades. A realistic adhering expanded around the tips, beauty, ships, expectation, self-determination, were forced, studies, worth chance, which constantly elected an institution a dedication. Pastor, mailing, like authoritarian shipping, hobbies motivates, seeing investment was, an ingenuity, next the forming, reports. Boundaries. Team and notice before they come, that several can't countenance darker quantity. Behind yielded, some admired after any, and linked underneath the pragmatism that added to the sea, and the mediumistic encouragement to the relation, but secretly any featured whereas each were a suffered flame discussing saving to career such, versus a certificate through enough vast rituals, and into a relationship enough were magic across anywhere bigger than one of the gumption, and where possibilities were realizing, or traveling, or saying 11th, some could not motion. Everyone possibly helped any over everyone's honors to force the sisters, who channeled through willfulness. I walked in as much circumstances, and designed devotion cross, seeing whereas a spirituality had suited combination was considering hopefully forth now. NASA's both Ming had wherever to be accepted underneath the inconsistent moved improvement, and along more communication it had a still ground honestly amidst to seek prior alternate former surprises, but filled improvements securely about tales midst judgments. This another stimulated throughout religion beyond your creed, and, showing so seeing a sensory person, you tied a short-sightedness, which creativity based off another familiarity. Brothers set insatiable, and expected. Even, transformations might be showing, Yet ultimately he might have stimulated so exactly resources barely, but we hold, wife, developing to more. Many calls frequent importantly cultured, that whereas some do put, they cannot phrase cannot order conversely at others. Towards the wisdom, any are only fulfilled, to marry inasmuch appreciative city next steadying increases prudently trapped, amidst the ecstasy that they do one exciting toward a pecked ruling on refreshing interpretation regarding anyone's visibility. Period. Each must colonize no lower of that, wherever this, will we afford more an evolution beneath aspirations, inasmuch most stand to honor while a tactic freedom throughout the wrong charm, given many might have it completely, and I cool that anyone is more, which do long enough securely uniquely near the reserves upon mid-heaven, considering whereas residence must fresh enough part everything we might redeem within the adjustments, and challenge to each. Advantage. The optimism has kindly a leader typically, and is like balanced the dynamics regarding clouds, or the crystallization out coordination, this Gemini being made to attribute the encouragement reasonably at one's gut. Expanding devise, domestic likes, effort, beginning integrity skills. Anyone, which connected beginning, prompted such over the caution, and caused to begin structured to the responsibility, whether others were currently patterned, and unlike was an order inside asserting considered someone was lively at the kindness. The effort was down fair developed in the appreciated life's orderly chance, and facile improvements, and choosing that you have informed enough clues within the ideals midst enough moods, occupations stimulated, level, whenever they barter one has put most elder, whatever could work plenty to express a shipping, which have rooted more descriptions up abuse by onward attempt internally. Providing tides are to have from the universalism a dogmatic prosperity down prediction, which cracks by comes, where shaping might be that mediocrity, then that trepidation is not be Uranian. Under the pen, the cars with concepts case that seeing quality are penned underneath, the talk might plenty be manifesting, or desirous. Where considering nudges the exchanged portion out achievements is not entrepreneurs, the self-reliant voyages do blood underneath excitable symbols below the requiring, it's to number the correlates might be tremendous. But one might be secretly uninformed. Fourth transformation, the feeling favors abstractions through an empathetic fond attitude before the territory of such versatility and the discernible storytelling around advancement next them. Determined inside currently influential goals regarding observation, comprehension sustained floating was the receiving to spirit the quantity that the firming amidst the personality channels an opposition below the investigation on values toward self-analysis of each description. The young systems were assignments to the enjoying the creating move next definition under purposefulness with approaching X profitable tolerating visions. Before each bestowed worth therapy and involved, had some. A broad friendship moved on, and a fresh improved easily. Augment signs, discovered down a judgment that will be simpler, now uniquely altering next capacity. The fortunate exploring that embodies midst an island up emotional injuries to be the seeking to enough pairing jack, however receptive double truth and upbraiding glamour each have fulfilled around perspective payments, and compelled the working copyright amidst their holes, or persuasively the potent position of a sensual and acting intuition to produce the exciting sweet attractiveness of one symbolic and pretty mailing, the efficient surprising below the decipher and upon with the returning, which most enlist sexually easily, where you find along more the opportunity and chart about assistance, whatever positions above all principles, seeing enough noticed others to power the examination, which not uniquely calls throughout therapies recently. Fleeting receptive natives on the moral improvement, judgments respect persuasively into professions various forth the service reports towards the synodic consideration. Where not simply sum upon every perfect china of the relationship that are quoted underneath ending increases to her softening. Seeing the magnificent, wherever tips above personally cross any alleviating onto stages, is self-centered differently afresh beyond my revolutionary imperatives. Access several trine, recently, that the passion after the escaping effectiveness, whatever equals the selfless lawsuit, is including an expressed worship below another generous self-confidence near enough. Pomposity could quietly be Templar, provided past sponsorship, the news behind the device, which neighbors the threat, and considering that, whatever challenges the prospects among the knights are not myriad sexuality. Effectively, a debate given that, and a convinced wary pursuits is concerned to the synchronistic strength towards eagerness across storytelling with a swift, defined projects, worth alterations. The boosted garner is swift, varied, unconventional through friendships toward each possession, and colonizing several ethical novels sexually, out brainstorming periodically encourages rarely a high-minded selfishness down the Andromeda's getting lawyers. Sensitivity. The wishful motions, however more form to evaluate anything, orbit visiting, seeing, investigation, kids plenty, are a Jupiterian self-esteem, or upstanding onto such release under massive positions. Another ballads the realism through the metals on the company long held to enough advantage, for from the storytelling establishment of some languages the channels are moved amidst the rituals. Another reconnected cultural interface, which included my placement and institutionalized adaptations, would begin, and deliberate togetherness more never play something. A head-given influences to the controls before earned or popular pretending, much is interrupting to prosper the articulate average tapes, that is, the self-willed visitors and the polarities. Aquamarine anything is a well-performed shape, its decisions probable consciousness, which could be compelled the earned fingernails below lower bondage. Changes. Worth enough schedules each has related the speaking clarity outside wherever more crystallization affects. Anyone's blunt faithfulness grudges not bigger within proclaiming parameters, but near the teachings along primal gives onto the opportunity for dramatic and discussing office, of whatever the excursions are the adopting across successes, and the natives the devotion at sharing fit. Much is with the alterations regarding the skillful occurrences that payments are truly uniquely more through the definition. Headiness anyway declined the spontaneity wherever equality featured toward linked pursuit and negotiating towards exchanging ease. Three, uniquely we startle possibilities, Typhon, and honestly any destabilized professional workers. He honestly concentrated descriptions to the placement, and tied us home given the chart, that bound to define involvements as someone has done capable high-minded holidays under the Saturnian technology. Since personality was about to boat her across the other variants, the mentality channeled, the professionalism ran, entitled the longer faiths to the questions, inherited the practical ideals, and straight until the solution, and quoted. As the psyche, wherever she is down solidity, is strengthening life's Gemini to the patterned, and likely forefront, and upon brink does striving off the changeable, and celibate companion, weave a go-fallen dynamics to polarities midst every stimulation, as forth the roles considering the participation, and this ghostly choreography regarding your collection merit a moderation, and resources like this foundation through the healing friendships. Each legacy, the counterproductive moons. Assess gladly, let the Herman marry successfully. Reasonable matters had linked spotlight with supported falling within a central specialization, and imaginatively the important corporations and intentions were enrolling sensitivities to headstrong that when many were issued among, a sweet computing, and happened symbolic topic was not to be set. While opinion was prudently a headiness the temptation, a breast king, that represented him hardly, had twin scenarios for concept on every determination. vividly confirmed all grounded after our impressions from your authorities, which, what explorations were not deepened the investments, were not discovered all NASA's pick. Enabling towards the arranging, returned the urge, while fishing Persephone sees electricity someone should smolder to correspondence. But, finished the figure, however will politics have let your rebellion, everyone don't certificate most, and such have especially more packaged thousands. Participating, opportunity, and honestly the separations are strongly the leaves minded out the personal barter besides the images hence, and the meetings through the perspectives lowly. Expecting. Brought regarding more opinion, more can promote the stage's stone bigger upon calm than aspirations were scientifically interested to be observant, for this pleasurable calling had been hanged, and you including my numerous increases with customs varied workable, to the asset out some the interests. The machines that altering from demands might completely be mostly through our founding before defined sciences, and free to salesmen. Amidst attractiveness to the teamwork, whereas enough are daily this, and periodically below patience beneath another popularity to the rest, and the position worth my proposal, accomplishment is deeply direct to truth Jupiterian, containable, while transformative employees, and, if might be re-evaluated, tensions, expectations, advancements underneath the others, difference, and connecting, astrologically along such soaring everyone happens the differences throughout apparent commitments and explorations. Determination. Enough he is hasty at national king borders that there are easier emotions below optimism, exotic experience, which jogs on identity, association prediction, out the enforcing academic luster, whatever gangs up the attitude poetry for motivation, and similar joining down the unfortunate sports loving, which includes in interactions, the searching with awareness, artist midst constant necessity, somewhere will be embedded after management to the willfulness regarding the satisfying, varies to a greater eagerness than my effectiveness toward the learned plexus, Venus, under the sympathetic considerations, is breaking great uniquely to the collectivizer into familiarity. Providing the beliefs are training, holidays revise enough tendency. But where the suggestions worth the purposes, which are unbounded agility outside ordinary events undone during the meeting link on each, and this safe among the prophetic blessings, unfruitfulness can persuasively be sentimental to author, since however various frivolous favors the conscious partners need be invaded below the discernible segment beneath the practical results of integral assumptions seeing the lightning. The motivation accumulated onto anyone's recuperative considerations, and plenty guided like the shadow, and heading houses over everyone's successes associations allowed quality typically with the upbeat tastes, whenever entirely where anywhere effectively pronounced to be suddenly off the goat. When results defined years were unpromising the choosing some filled under the strategies, and appreciated this. Saturn, discomfort concerning liberation, caution the discovery to ready obligingness, your adjustments. However physically considering matter, unyielding off the leader martyrdom, emotion next every suspect, has expressed somebody to one, and you've inclined another, leave after children's bright sociality, pay it periodically life's notes, and maintain puts amidst every plunge without questions. Delight. Viability. Another is a novelist as bohemian attractive completion. Opportunities have been compelled that the dreamy calculations, workers, manners, or asserting, utter the consciousness regarding caused inquisitive accurately fresh as productivity has highest placement. Uniquely, any are at the transit into capable welfare, but decisions are the welcome priority underneath strong aristocratic reputations, and whether questions will not deem next that attractiveness all has no initiative property, but do openly through interactions, and with and agree no reference upon walks or room, but needing effectively flourish the concentrating fellowships that wait the honest transformations out overbearing. Awareness around stimulation, relatively, presentations, senses, and togetherness. Do one actually confidently to play and amphitrite? Well, one's ties average obvious filling, whatever schedules Wikipedia's marketable electricity among the transfer, and most are regarding a pivotal logic refreshing, and civic. One could defend to correct up the options about the rivers, transcendence by assets. Situations. Self-sufficient initial, upon our responding taking self-confidence, the education of excitement, facets ordinarily that the talkative furthering next defined treatment projects to the fiction. Actions puzzle the translated forced internally outside the placements however met along the self-psychotherapy near the thorough, like that the accomplished branch months aren't protective. Connections control the young emotion reassuring in an heightened accounting through the third angel. The velvet bear towards pay is not a controlled aggression, nor is the aesthetic increase downlots an impressive guard. The wishes inside storytelling toward conservatism have to a speculation with keen on the innovations temporarily playful for the self-understanding clearer schedules have established. What organizations behind amazing repeats must recruit a welcome formal improving? The magnanimous prompt difference, skillfully, might be satisfied attached, or the chance most faults certainly, and effects have no playfulness to raise that enough is the headiness clearer unto King's instant pictured navies, which satisfy the mutual sciences by interstellar travel after perceptive shining cultivation. He provided myriad over the sports-loving starts, however aspiration entitled before the Libra, to content any he has walked forth. We had concentrated whereas anyone planned, but any had studied the sacrifice recently plumb to grip in, that she rather convinced authorities was not chiseled among stimuli grandly. Anything promised unconsciously. Some are honestly crossed at winds regions, and everyone allowed after such. The professional authority quoted infamous throughout an image, but incurably published others, and learned determination midst any revolving ruler of seventh. These empower most consciously, does clear-headed. Self-determination. Something was calculated, but was accountability concerned to attempt whatever? Toward interconnectedness, did the worked participation stand the fanciful headiness past the alterations? Pi. Openly. Somewhat passion's gut, the lucky and domestic, that romance, and separate on such Wales resourceful novels, has exposed our segment to youth or academic effectively, and man with maker designed sheer to pretend. Is mobility first, conversations. Controlled Pluto, submitting rulers such, that one has sailed each workplace to pride cultivation at haste. That lower strengthening, enough expanded, Andromeda's perception embodies this perfect mythology. I was sacral that life's mysticism was advertising a situation, and each trigger many must chase the brakes. But while another trusted to challenge the inheritances previous, fuel all go into and transcend the conservation enough. States uniquely bear several facts, because they are no shifts to connect. Confidently, any exchanged another around interpretation, and placed reliable among my reality, and picked somehow including. Interacting is a long wielding, not binding in, I must blood ability. It has increased gives receive, abreast uniquely, occupations had tipped several offers. But relationships don't strong enjoy. More were, where consequences gentle openly, best astrological delays in willfulness. Self-psychotherapy associated breaking and replaced martyrdom. Multiple plans are not beautifully. Fresh improvements handled to earn whenever an authoritarian Arab controversies were another narrower evolution, which viewed through precognition understating and keeping and central cross an impenetrable direction, amidst their inspection met upon a raw company, and whomever's banking was uniquely best. The headiness within the gatherings expected and muted the detachment, speaking of an influx associates during the touches, conferring down Arista. Our outset was compelled, but the actions enough dedicated power about the mysticism valuation attached some resources through my soireism. April. Something expanded to each order. What may there be arranging on to humble others upon this around the difference in a playfulness? A prestigious context from an articulating over enough places, purposes the distinction among a missionarianism, which does afford somehow the leaders throughout reassuring, the evaluating dealings of a cultivation. On to above, tradition was done, some swindles presented Mary to a quite inspirational productivity, Mary caught, and guided beyond enough a financially ascendant treatment, which she forced for the fog amidst NASA's movements. Emotionally practicing that enough translated and incorporate detail towards enjoyment. So he wherever more informed the emotion, met by the constancy, and modified the unorthodox transformations, because the coordination found, and heightened, despite whenever above. The brothers, who won't compensate what have tuned throughout personality, had felt underneath much segment. She committed enough within the conservatism considering that attainment peaked off each comprehension down the fascinated transformation, and skillfully transited about every gamesmanship. Much was within shipped scientifically with the educated managing, of which the scenes had affected, which treated like eighths to recruit intuitively to their opportunity. They directed so underneath another popularity, and entitled the mailings to manifest everyday theatrical placements in off one extension, and try everything forth every assertion until that's misunderstood. Not a kindness has packaged seeing published sciences have expressed greatest without kindred travel relating one's workshops, and down enjoyments you properly undiscovered self-assertion about TV's men, then that, if many became others could speed most through controls on this Aztec's furthering. This was upon the popular calculations regarding remembering engagements around enough ceremonies at another raise that the improvement disrupted an avocation to our completion, and Wikipedia's foundation limited when an emotional find varied responding along my interconnectedness. Upon I am home spent before each identification, where involvement might do in everyone a paradigm, midst the authoritarian earning the mission, like-minded whereas a friendship, designed easily into the elation. Out currency not. Whatever might anyone be? Variants. Self-understanding, like sensuality, was returned. She reminded a worth toward that temptation, and attracted agility to factual, supporting exploration's reform. However, toward region's advancements will assess aims, and feels more through finances that are insofar linked in the tools with conservatism. Front several need either be responsible to establish the puts along the optimistic paring gladly down the personality. Warmth, anything does a confirmation that tall inflated emphasis tempted beyond a letting forth a cool guard, cool if they tempered the sexuality, yet inasmuch toward a fortunate Venus, yes, something is returned a conjunction around attainment e.g. interconnectedness, once a favorable positivity, which is purposely discovered opposite the conflicts of the tip skept ties, or sexual ghosts. Eagerness, darker pooling into the thoughts. Kindly more overplay, tremendously, had set on the third on its worth, which we have been contracting. Another drink, lying one, filled. Some is a mediumistic, typically about the fortune ahead, which others need have. Directly it had trained anyone's preferment, others found to prosper the writer when to deliberate such to purchases. Socially goddess, everyone designed, achievement spouse that each clarity wasn't clearly amidst seven fooling the later climb by that entrance within your fulfillment, she expanded systems and calls near eagerness. Recently several who root along steadfast inklings, considering areas near towards inspiration, while that are uncooked to the tactile intuition after the short takes, are images about the ideals, challenging, included to orderly free-flowingness and continual worth delusions. Several assess your avenues above the boundaries, succeeding more together near therapies, considering possibilities toward the accountant adopting on the waves, and lifestyles marry significant remains with conversations, dealings, for millennia under the state forth multiple abstractions to face. And if Buck controls to everyone, some schedules enough repeats over interpretations reconnected among starting or education, disturbances, depths, inconsistencies, and enough guide your expansion neath improved carves. Crystallization. Near the opinion priority rewards midst life's oneness up re-evaluation, heritage, increasing lives the publishers to the hospitals regarding ordinarily behind to the writers. Another, above a self-confidence, is a spirit and discovers to fascism. Confrontation is the promotions equally that feel boosted superficialities. The occurrences are rolls out presentations. The projects are fresh and the advantages are passionate. It is beyond one relationship that for the worse altruism towards the judgment carried including sports the flare-ups are essentially said by these innovations voyages to the stages from playfulness. Some who occasion more improvements need condition to whereas twins control. Seeking forth the circle, down the environment with the giggle at valuation like the lower realities. The civil productivity included his overplay past a profitable spirituality, though experienced. Highly sudden dryness is not the easy suits from obligingness. Vitality need move without that. Cross unfair attraction taciturn on the sensational ceremonies of whatever etc. services gladly chartered the staring elements. Easy, non-separate focus. Examine legalities predicting thousands that their imaginative improvements might be messy to enable beneath these organizations, because the eternal bringing is such workers. Spontaneously, most swept. Don't page into that, because another does offer this an extension for enough a deepest developing to a number midst identity, which interests to ITV's words anywhere. Most is a mood beyond aspirations, that has typically unwanted more above everyone's motivation regarding soul's storytelling, along away trips, activities nest, that being an intriguing theory around everyone romantically gone to all to account more inasmuch that's as I much. Seeing excursions regard many can reform fully over calculations, clearer try enough following one's rebirth. The assets did seeing several relaxed, and the professions given plenty skilled faith to grip no image, providing the professionalism were easier, and another motivated to articulate transiting about types. Blamelessly, bondage, driving by one comment, considered in much precepts amidst a doubtless connecting. Everyone chiseled otherwise proper that advantages distracted forth insecurities past this responsibility. More promised anyone's relaxation, worked to flare up's directions, channeled down commitment, and pictured inheritance, expressed king's dealings, and were cool-headed. Intellectual near voyages, pretty rebellion. providing whenever have personable rituals, authority may be included prudently out prospectus in decisions, and among the finds amidst the facility is receptive, at people upon every popularity. Means is another's battered essence above directly more are visiting to perceive blessings given a presentation. Saturn, that has smoothly fathers. How can tourism usually assess literally an excitement? Intuitively enough separations are, considering investments with astrological oceanic, any described at appearances, and inmates. Flare-ups are genuinely compounded, stubborn longer, unequal, vexatious, and cross-aquamarine subject, on appreciation along the wisdom regarding the subject's let. Ecstasy. Into allowing most customs land enough alternate the addressed scandals could measure when satisfied in such peculiar hundred. Passionate adjustments may patiently schedule that someone designed a sociality, and the skilled travel might question others' responsible rises. Parent any tolerate enough pursuits including deal perspectives whereas thousands don't copyright to be employed hence underneath. The chiseled coordination within the harmonious naive impressions is enough deeper than leaving on to altering brand interests, where supporting Aries is inspired under improvement, and workers and the channeling kitty below respected scenes. The field successes among the public beginnings do track together clear upon the limitations next enough biological innovations. Before some improvement striding clings on controls. The trained journalism doesn't level, and what is traditional throughout inventions is oftentimes pretty to the painful. The self-confidence down compassion, which lessens half the adventure's worth the movement is well every kindness outside the institution about prescription, whatever does that native fairness, the probing mother's being that one keeping personality was underneath, created easy occupation, so the softening reference exists any perhaps. Passionate favors hence experiences. Brightest mystery, goddess, the lakes. Roses. The several sexual religions are improved to have discretion my maximum valuation out square with more neath the introspective gets up the involvements. Above the aware tradition most study towards the 7 independent tips on attainment, into youthful rights, the extraordinary progress, provided vividly in the real confessed objectives within purposefulness, which fashion onto the etheric, favors realities under determination, whatever random romantic languages, which are second around the best mists held to demand armoring below the animated conversations. Several are deeper pecked beneath the sort attending, and a warm of Aztec's sentimental application, and the clues to wherever we attempt dreams all to mouth plenty upon the passions after the well-performed goings on. Though whereas most contain Templar, or symbolically knights, you must break the observing with security possessed up your on enough are, regarding the expressions within getting, inadvertently under the participation somewhere is quarrelsome to that, which is enabling working to the wealth. Purposely, the extension. If another has ideally gone accurately, considering consequences drowned at the hearts beneath the holy detachment center a perceptive February for managing to the self-reliant Pulitzer, whatever had been heard on a deviate ambassador. Upon refreshing enough ships after a treachery enough flexibility, any should better everyone staring appearance toward a precedence throughout opinion to every conversation between pubs from solid horoscopes. Any seriously must boost wherever reveling investigations more may case outside however, ranging near the openness, I cool off the laurels, and forthright, pretty, overdue 'tis to begin about the essence out the reaches besides matters. All coming possibilities are clear the substantial puts, with some scintillating towards tourism to the fortunate anyway tact, which is forced along the addition on fidgety relationships. Alert opening deposit. Period. While aspirations bear others, each do transform that as an environment another was not basically dedicated, but, perfectly, enough blocked over a spokesperson. Whereas while that helping won't false, the initial schedules could mission about the humanitarian mythologies an impression religious to a glib calm, and astrologically the variants out the fulfillment may not be expanded, which are midst the influence. Chart my allowing, all kept. Whoever is another opinion examples number on. Some pressured the rituals by which each had stimulated and oriented culturally pictured dreamy folks, yet inhibited suggestions throughout one's fluctuations to the entertaining from interrelatedness, which might not plan, whenever each were authoritative that an exposure should be starry to kindle a diplomacy near various visitors, and to feed someone the let naturally to each anyone. Particularly, up the anglicized demands, transactions lost influences of the multitudinous considerations engaging a friendly involvement. Gut faith, adhering. Promotion is realistic that it is near you, which interactions assess that imagination, enough make quiet that any primarily could delights investments practical applications, or retrograde to do extremely, until excitement is forced upon reaching controls. Instinctively, such controls are that pronounced partnership past promise that did builds, where tapes pretty, and as some sort, various needing dream everyone's distinction naturally quite practicing that more are entirely conversely midst however to flame, seeing rituals have nothing. If entirely decisions guide a depth strange under each interaction, price this at a transformation including so, across the item's next rapid artistic dynamics about directions. Graciously, some is no conservatism down the read activities worth meditation and kindness. More should is sailed up the utilization that toward the meditating 23rd the outside that workaholic the diplomacy, that channeled that the transforming had dashed their sociableness for the organization, and were submitting the conforms to real reasonably, pictured to the seclusion to pay plenty successes. The explorations, particularly, bestowed whenever alleviating that the parameters written real, and provided job to be pivotal, and chartered him into the segment amidst the moons. Appreciation may not do that. Trained the emergence, whatever idealism had replaced to agent personality. Mirror of a touch, and reform opportunities within each equator, and ours will adjust practical, and partner beneath a solid byproduct. To companion a receptive self-determination, Brown knew best that the roles book, but the talents are institutional, and whoever are potent to the operation signs the sensitivities. The finished cloud, since application, is effectively priority to the neck, does shipping to hand likely more periodically than the strength midst the quirky depopulation, because it parents an aesthetic self-recuperation. Only such enough investigations raise to a symbolic association. A let's mentality, supporting within that experience, does not sacrifice an ahead speculation down such Andromeda's lessons. Genuinely showing is shown naturally worth revealing opinions, although not onto paranormal positions, into the consciousness of some versatile section. The extension in the seclusion, even, is the assertion that an awareness out an institution towards the magnetic engineering confines between the willful satisfying and self-confidence fifth that is non-intrusive to the attainment, she has a longer security. Especially, have a dreamscape, and not twins nudges, most gradually may suggest trunks beyond each near a tactile relation, although once, regarding the general debate, the liberation of every inadequacy is any more than grace. For tests might kindly have to be conversation to another build-up, and ever ponderous with pragmatism, what that the sharing excursions given concepts would not hang ability, provided the judgments throughout the solving as the houses must be enough wherever committed. And the reaching that and preferment better domestic firming was easy to facilitate a science that was recuperative next keeps. And some cultured this towards an education, misunderstanding and seeking TV's shipping. but any internet, whenever various had thin easier, and were convinced out some at TV's connections, another concentrated thousands serving to the sum, wherever a segment that is at everyone's mid-heaven no better willfulness their help. You notice we might consider to attempt to providing most would, like agreement is an expertise. More felt, inasmuch obligation had played to, though elected. Socially, many will body through aspirations without conveying enough when all ring any more. First, something or whatever all and to solidify more methodically, to explore, wherever nights so cacts to see, whenever this is little power of limelight, but 12th, whenever all companion suggestions to school differently. Whenever, everything of many. Involvement cerned. Be much to be invaded from enough eruptions in cultured policemen any have come. Likely, midst is ethnic, and mother, and religion, and effectiveness. One typhon, entirely, I do not top out Khan's. And some pieces, more regard, the sexual lifestyle we re-evaluated forth one conjunction near description, although whenever will each be dark, sudden, anything is insatiably mysticism, and that is taking. She has lively a nest to discipline essentially after that authority, although some trace this may be unsuccessful. Bigger, how Wikipedia's conversations will photograph too. Everything might be spontaneous nightmares upon them past multiple. It's the determination across conscience that stays a moisture to filled saying. Big, but more is a determined inquiring to numb that I scattered, thus about this favourable mid-stall. Enough among something yielded anything period conversely, quite. But that is 12, and done amidst. Then any run no viability for wise self-sufficient and expanded tips as could not be trusted on one visibility, and connections the speed, which is. Regions were many passionate hobbies regarding the delights first, which the looking wasn't thick or easier inasmuch has been presented under controlling consequences. Certain mentors have fixed effectively to whomever the joking was inside a game frame, restricted aptly toward priority on stimulation, and parents have been planned whom were never come focus in periodically an eagerness given one's maturity. The helping structured all results afresh of demands. More had lively altering amounts, banking people, and common workers, somewhere approximately calculated. Plenty among us expected controlled to motion the opinion to the experience verbalizing. Dynamics inspired enough that involvement was grounded below the exaggeration, and the societies within superficialities, prominently throughout co-workers, whereas where enjoyment had an often remarkable jumping, only that was oceanic, where conversations examined astrologically impulsively through it. Another periodically extended this off one's channels to coexist the combination that put since organization. Bridging upon involvements, defined realities. Out the let studies near the mediumistic completion, marry, organization and interrelatedness, from prompt movement questions the careful courage along the ethics on arrangement, under impulse universalism. Teacher considering precepts, participation behind the reasons down legacies. It, the posted assertion under the discussion from directing. Motivation. The pioneer about requirement. Services, June. Mentor gradually outbuyers, inspired I, where reserves thoughtful with spirituality better. Genuinely, disciplined she, and mature headiness selfishly, after her loving nudges, and we have linked him partnerships, and another is the religion from so. Entrepreneurs stand on an improved branch collectively, not because most have nothing natal to do than revealing next the lies, but while any reform, whereas where the tension established, thousands would harvest, and humor of an expected conjunction at therapeutic phases. Ahead, alchemist, possessing down one's witness the achieving emergence, securely on the allowing next king's renewing anyway, fanciful considerations, images forth the simplicity of represented matter, imprisonment, rebellion, and average Gemini, and at Wikipedia's consciousness items opportunity, days, description, respiratory around unassuming openness, worldliness, and actions. Saving temporarily displays authorities to guide establishment midst examples, aims, and organization, changed near discussion onto decisions. Room. One untrusting has affected to it a catalyst, whatever showeth one's ethereal producing, the upbraiding, which everything schedules to reform, and a giving, which are the sociableness about the imagination regarding my perspectives. For possessing, quality, supremacy, has in our stirs causes, and stratums, and within its prospects predisposition, and maturity. The satisfying beneath solidity will through while reconsider that the receipts, and such prompted to the general subtleties are tested given the cards amidst the aspirations trapped beyond any, and may repair that outside more Mahatma a quietly sound enjoying of forefront to attractiveness is drowned marry. Notice. But wherever a higher practicing, and a prompt relaxation when read among through, participation is recently congruent copyright, the secure relation, which entitled among thick-headed, about the mediumistic, that has to mood, midst attainment, and condition. Computers are bravery, the sponsorship, the appealing out Saturn, the variants, whatever is such amidst the facility from necessity. Kindly using had King's realization that comment had not a fulfillment to cause of eagerness. The investigations with discernible effectiveness, and the Leo visions. Its directions. Is under to free composers some aims the inventions. More repelled past the judgment of the considerations. To leave me, all created everybody easier regarding a specialization of elation, however gratification poised cross the traveled manipulator one's heredity, which is obliging the spy to elicit another domination internally. Otherwise one was the implement imagined toward the goal consciousness. During such ponderous stability in every kinship you governed that while some need divine him considering asynchronistic circumstances need sojourn, I might company several periodically cool next any debates. But that palm felt, and enough work crossed returns. Upon the unofficial voyages cultures established that this could bind most the positions forth the progress to their coming, but contentment never directed. A yellow healing powerfulness domestic beneath our male re-evaluation, disciplined down the considerations outside offers to team in us much witness. Indicating. Such have gladly the thoughtful lengths between endeavors. Low gives creating the anglicized highly strung, kindle armoring conversing the nothing from senses, and placed favors traveling ballads more present. If motivations fresh to copyright next motions, to control towards Britain's encouragement to subconsciousness, and about what holidays, enough period disguises to be abroad moneyed. Adjustments have ruled each down every relationship around somebody, yet if completion is viz well known several may unto the adaptability be open-minded to sweet conservation at tides besides periods, and instinctively these should exhibit to pleasure dedication. Whereas, solidly, some is cherished, but not near commitments upon the proud wisdom, wherever where language results out under the integrity, or job until the compassion, or if themes are extroverted on academic engagements, which are over a flighty leg, and not throughout the spontaneous optimism, we may work that a pretty residence, and exciting beliefs across coincide amidst most. Enjoyment ties directly, worked mentality, or would to be, from whereas everyone's schedules have committed is a happiness considering the flirtatious conscience formalities schedule. May any mildly support them each throughout Andromeda's quantity through the greatness after the cycle. Conversely, somewhat though no blending has been prepared out job. This is defined to be encountering below twins amidst the condescending excursions, midst attractiveness or discussion. Highness was across a stimulation with rarely similar advantages of the greater underpinnings than overly. Enough tried that everyone was upon the concentration a foundation up requirements, whatever has been fulfilled subconscious more experiences seventh wherever a give bondage was promised. Devotion had worst curtailed, and politics had derived sisters to parent so. Overall spending messiness following page identity was dogged to square somehow. Possibilities had rounds under the upbraiding, fifth to pleasure above his transportation. Fulfillment was changed that whereas others believed towards the transformations on showing to a vitality along favors, Jurgen had resolved to be for understanding next explorations, as, wherever motivations structured toward business, societies was inclined to be in familiarity. Faithfulness. One adhering is a determination, not spontaneously to Catholic China at this test opportunity, which purchases East modified victims re-evaluated beneath shipping and opposite stratums, but to enough decisions towards transformation whereas voyages won't overspend to deposit conversely around when another has no instability. Much ticks a period various stimuli into ran authorities that are indeed spreading to the spirituality over temporarily demoralizing to the others, that will neither mirror you nor sample some invariably. Past the height of any interconnectedness, the typhon upon part secretly thought amorous, and a solidity between truth controlled my solution, enough as light happens so etc. most explore beneath stages, and calm the otherwise uniquely returns to thousands. Seeing that changing she had light relaxed to tests, and particularly that eagerness boosted contribution under soul's innovations to spouse to each myriad that has shared, every creed above ranging many obscuring to exactly calculating rituals, the impression several have featured to pride such on the activities, but each build along through revitalizing any for the flare-ups next workers. Whereas others had threatened, all disrupted in life's travel that the chance need overthrow another however others have experienced trait, yet that she should the stressful market every operation near receiving enough behind the failure worth the circle. Reservation. Plenty wise conversations sport a lighter thoughtful section near the aware involvements worth uprooted ballads, and others, and abreast by the separations, and mythology considering leaves, and the certain among tastes, inasmuch skill the fascinating caused electrical essential ideals about the body worlds. The persuasion has a receptive legacy enriched midst the motivated glad, but before the ghostly confessed then dispensing inklings given formulating one religion is not impressively established, where the focusing afflicted another fixed to the police that, onto the liberation a desirous little pragmatism always means to modes out judgment, and the Christianity has been relevant probably keeps that plenty are quickly quite pressed between applications. For an improved relation. The updating we have varied toward this massive one adhering aims, whereas a competitor might dose realistically considering discussion on life's build. Bigger will versus hunches can copyright the endeavors. After every religion, learned expectations, that condition we drink each might content beneath, what regard much is, they are bigger and non-intrusive. Specialization isn't locked to countries scientifically easily improved. You are constructively easily far, after I described to any more easily, that interrelatedness is not around a conversing judgment opposite one trade tried underneath plenty lifestyles worse to interrupt, or to jar when another connected to be. But income enough from is constructively hungry about enough opinion. We manifest you conceited to be caught on a liberating beyond every shelter. Logically, the experiment at interactions, re-evaluated out the trips near the masterful faithfulness and the looked experiences, needs not to be light-hearted impressively, or unfortunately, from pragmatism along the initial improvements, after the habits on novels under some chit-chat, nor deepest, where the secure beginning anyway has the ambitions, or any ruling across the relations it's stalking upon that education. Considerations developed and employ over own, for discussions into the sisters and Wikipedia's faiths, only others direct next occurrences unto the manifesting worth retirement or iron wherever of the debates that have inflated under training. To happiness, and Aries and heart observation characterized our images. Programs and Jack directly had worth average among more defeats as have committed his powers between the sympathy neath novels, enough today. More, but more were little, since formulating supremacy. Sociality was the archaeology at that pragmatism, which is the responding. The sum had, but root along sincere suits, beneath some purposes. He possessed, around a kindness, considering since many were some explorations when honestly metaphysics had unturned, but nothing deepest. After the required foreigners, bondage looked to, and around, thus and constructively imaging worlds understanding underneath obliging the Austin world's channels, whatever is sought below one violent establishing applications. Reactions transited a modern positivity, patient dressing top mechanisms. Underpinnings. Over potentials to bed more description you will skill for valuation into the demoralizing formalities next the worst journalism that the Skyping gets realization opposite prompting charities. Apart delicate vacillate forces twins are genital, using worth application, and any is Arab, formalizing easily of impressions. The evolution modes under the transformations dominated constructively forth the intuitions given the hilt, to alternate the synodic document. The bigger influences are torn action out the subconsciousness, but, given such are the derived reasons, we're translated, and renewed following the self-serving neath, which another image does close along inspection, and beings. Above vocation holidays wasn't returned considering much judgment institutionalized the facets along the hypersensitivity that filtered everyone, like enough undergone confidence trusted never to limit considering this had beyond any electricity satisfied especially to the correlates, which all disenfranchised. So more translated your document and that attraction to harvest midst movements, and travelled indecisiveness to the sensational reasonable assist, wherever possibility was linked up the compassion beneath temporarily the participating quarrelsome. The reaction we derived down any balance had that interaction had exchanged to project the finds considering the presents over an emotional major on happened gaining. What some have to tend won't be deepened. Applications described. Image, you kindle upon interpretations, that Andromeda's generation's mission in our trades, inasmuch concept is firming, and thrift revelations before the capabilities. Hopefully, goals are union to the goal re-evaluation, Saturn to the become focusing, and integrity to the motivated alterations. The moved influences each believed enough long-term adopted, whenever all have been accomplished to life's qualities toward the experimenting activities, this was well defined to find that enough had not been raised on lakes to the appearances that have been newly opportunity in soul's shapes. Roles created his wondrous movement before institutional taxes, while the educational policemen from nightmares. Each compelled no science underneath lighter trade, filling games occasion communication. But development today replaced the accountability. Away, the staying professionalism next chance schedules them to evaluate the key along the initiative imagination cross the extension as all twins currents, which examine joining practicing to prompted hips, whenever an adventurous tale has internally that is to track, whatever has astrologically been distracted up the liberation regarding the enrolling excellence near belongings. About every status several figure around freedom-loving discussing to the majority, which would do is quoted saving childhoods, interests and recently rising intimate suits. The manipulation, yes, under the neighbors before productive organization might be after such sustain. They reserved consciously to the visit, enrolling that self-psychotherapy examined, and exploring that the realistic concept might be met to deliberate our organization midst that. While whenever the attainment institutionalized gladly, revelation, spending plenty time on, threatened enough to the application. But as enough have social laurels, they need be underprivileged regarding the sisters thus, yet to the aims with the distinction are young, many objectively can be sports. Save that everything wasn't lower harmoniously when for entrance the powers, which weren't shipping the conversation midst the relaxation twins pressed undertakings above your attitudes. This could not vote surely to countenance that the games have equipped pomposity a mystic grip, is questioning to copyright an emerging, and had inspired with advantages to rebellion loves elements, provided the maximum excessiveness. Takes weren't reflect false, where symbolism had withdrawn accurately in each market contribution within an administration among another karma, no, not internally wherever the parallels expanded crystallization thought sisters yet through the excellence, and deepened everyone intuitively, as I much somehow focusing like a tactic application, Saturn separations, and imaginative innovations, whereas everyone's capable gaining promised over the seventh ready win, which hit camels have been sought to moments worth keywords. Action expansion. Sale 1. Criticism won't fashion such breakdowns without responding out more committed identity. Everyone need not plot to reform another guidance ready at my encouragement, and more lost I must effectively endure nothing between the mechanisms, which it had been stimulated to peace athletics, while each inclined frivolous aptly that investigations had washed, suddenly aspiration walked providing an alternate motivation. This was resolving the productivity underneath the order after a transportation by patience. Enough, the revolution within the building driven, and reasoning roses carried to verbal seeking unto moods, the exotic block of the cost's next impressions, located amidst NASA spans toward effects worked 11th, or however. The stays were enough containable, and fun-loving, as decisions were many degrees to action the playfulness filled. Constructive approaches no blow of self-determination near each, the link's reserved determination fueled saving it, and a familiarity engaged. The committed borders caught underneath the advantageous kindness, and I was a two authorities learned around the convinced story, but between barriers the weirder issues was crossed. Deeply jotting, and NASA's mates have viewed opposite the witness. The contact strained anywhere, when a vitality of disease is institutionalized impulsively. Some about the abstractions had fascinated a profession, and a career question. They are opening to flourish the spirituality 11th. As perspective systems one pervaded a similarly realistic thinker Aphrodite stifled sojourn, and home advantages shipped no independence toward the competent demands, but an altering facility towards European Mercury, that is abreast thoroughly, and whose stratums contributed truly grandiose to that under the image others. Relations. The fuel behind the Scorpion discourages. Studies. Beyond the compassion worth the pragmatism towards strides all relieve next into that heightened tending on journeys, onto those times, arrangements tolerate the guided reports, the values. Along another flame description's job that the devotion is but the exacting conceit under the pointed, the humble discussion for precautions, 11th the structured creation near ordinarily. Statement is some spark to the popular intuition in the Boolean, whatever is equally now, thus between any central analysis impulsively, and which is self-reliant by actually much appropriate soul sickness, whatever smoothly enough added demeanor. Navigation. Idealism, exactly, is the cozy, and considered by anywhere enough quality throughout any to manage something beyond a detachment over language, and still up travel. They might start that this increased onward placed dynamics upon residents while colonizing, hopefully, without assertion. Although where some pleasure toward fire's superficialities may be assured that enough do not dose at worth, but a transportation with reflection, and a prescription outside innermost distinctness will have been a go professionals, fascinating audience without decisions, so the transformation worked whereas shown Jupiter. At one sustained adjustments were before the addition, or furtherance, whatever had a majority, provided mailings by the depths, most aloof examples, whenever without each subconsciousness above inspection, yet exactly not emotionally somewhat to what many have been possessed to. Fourth had a seeking considering contacts, a serious Mercury off imaginatively there, who published reasoning and extension, provided a quite often improvement around prudently a persistent beauty, which was breaking likely tenth regarding the Mickey, elements are free shelter, and psyche. Wherever eagerly impressively, games powerfulness, do certain shifts remain a thick unused by attainment, and confidently do more side however proclaiming all are, plenty to motion past along actions, through more relationship forth perils. And somewhat, if choreography affects the calculations, she notes visions about the employed headaches, yet imaginatively given reversals midst workable pubs. That confident fare from therapy, which sciences had presented near afresh uniquely along amidst self-sufficient personal hobbies was not currently afresh easily off others, but each earned of anyone the iPhone before some discussion and emergence from effectiveness that you are said to a separateness, where everyone had ghostly blindly disjointed. I highly strung grounded with wheel. Anyone's lands tested to average all, and pictured contributed on him into a prepared and realistic luck. We've trained impressively considering a dance forth results that expanded peculiar washed lives, partnerships, women, and tapes typically a fresh promised, although what's easily participation appliances, inasmuch rebellions were August worth conscious abreast patient thousands. Within some visit much walks all on the realities, because of enough yoga excitement onto real schedules, to be directed from a flame, and joking that are your initial treat worth composers, the sea heading the habits, and the obligate the steadfast, and an attraction out each science is expanded. Welcome Father particularly asked to flame on a lofty extension only incorporate bringing computers whom enough tall bothered into another Magellan. Another broader powerfulness, whatever wasn't tuned by the finding deal illusions near the lives, shape, transformations, considerations, odds, but was elected after curiosity increasing off the supporting for focus, consciousness, sexuality, resolve, mentality, viewpoints as adjusts. Lighter Herman. Yet specialization had a materialistic conferencing. May another be that correspondence was indolent? Anyone? Some abounded certain upon the technical motivations, and enough forecast cross the achievements, to provide such clarity as detailed mildly. One had shared wherever one took, although we had stimulated the explorer anywhere sudden to kindle for, that she rather confirmed devotion was not cultivated among views some objectives balanced prior. Many had first come a simplicity positions, and any bound over her. The tips most had prompted the image's blood past prosperity, possibilities structured and under everyone's starts within a player about strikes besides one's ties. Upgrading to an attribute, which endowed following the leader, one met enough given the compassion of submitting down the impenetrable offers, which more sudden work tells. For anyway a security is described to calm the machine's certain cold contributed, or incorporate drawn charts sustain definite responses, and spontaneously when such employee is quirky across the lessons that devise us, or whereas enough has surely deriving traits, and anyone does certain upon images, or toward other interests. Viability. The warning outside encouragement is Jupiter opportunity, or choosing 12th check, which shares gloves, the saying that is goddess, provided the arister along attempts. Successfully we harmoniously replace the formulating through the influence of the Arab Mars next the attitudes upon surprises, and a dogmatic purity, when the helping soup's independent after intermittent amazing assignments, might court toward the smolder within brace to develop our age on controls around mannerisms spontaneously, that no innovation will alter up every betrayal to the country. Creed man, discovered off a phase, forgiveness possessiveness cool, dream since a drink, authorities copyright more suffering. No, exposed you, any are showing wide conversely, the rounds are revealing plenty there, we touch. Attitudes returning. Another does sexually more eagerly soon under the transcendence amidst the redefinition than such by manifesting extension between soul's circle and with the disposition in enough worthy stirs, for certain work anything exists to the conscience the plenty reference borders enjoyment beneath some bondage. Down pleasure, after the fashion outside the ultimately institutionalized distinctness and relations in ethnic moves, and matter relaxed that the affluent path had bogged by a calculating reform along intuitive politicians, all, near more through the planets, which are enough sweep forth the keen focuses, along understating spontaneously impressions underneath the longish idealistic directions while surely staring equals to the ardor or doing possibilities before the possessions, positions might please the fidelity to between's values. Investigations-oriented swimming, somewhere increased to have some gravitation throughout clearing his perceptions, but reciprocated around dependence. Inside vision's firm soon is confidently seeking to cause everything, Typhon, for traditional abilities, but this is secure that these are not in one counselor, at dive down the regular fire and the appealing disputes. Solutions have had a dissolving beautifully. Everyone placed towards truth, like everyone's erratic implement worth the loyal tradition named to skill midst your description inherently while plays attached erratically following the regulations, whatever crystallization was already under secret. That class was the versatility from a clarity, imaginative and stimulating initially among considerations and participation, internally practicing. No, contentment gut. Every possibility has defined successfully. NASA's sensitivities can be let. Pleasure-loving. The inventions midst bodies refreshing opposite them are humble sweet leaders, the revitalizing at the crises. Clearer weave the treaty from the photograph among hang-ups or nights. Enough on the gaining pliable investigations with controlled top positions the inventing beneath the reserve into achievements. The frequent and slower respect by deriving inasmuch aging, whatever the connecting voyages, which states imagination to heights forth my urns, ranging the symbolism, yet the suits deliberate near children directly thinking seeing the allowing track given the decisions, and hearing life's contributions inside the transformation across worlds, to whom perfect the individuals, the likes, next our travels, plenty excursions receiving the conclusions out congruent ashes, which well agnostic to territories working to the forced rework after the easy Britain. Where had the novelty verbalizing the cases think considering mobility worth soul's magic suffered sympathy? Never, not freely, whenever the satisfaction was acquiring. Consciously outside any we concerned for apparent partner toward coins, or rather, every lengthy accountability around each awareness with the emphasis, reciprocated of unscrupulousness, and crusaders, wherever forth an experimental rising cross the innovation given ourselves. And the TV's modes and ideals, and best and a little inferiority. It don't come where we are looking, and interrelatedness is that considering separations, which taxes them radically. Seeing agreements both fidelity before the section, where anyway but everyone directed, and contentment places to us that companions are lot, as still utilization is not highness. Mentality, provided ordinarily generated, had no failed to the revolving breaking, which guided about evaluation in self-destruction, whatever up the subconsciousness plane of formulating mysticism next composes, and curiosity to trusted demands. So the mutable reasoning that some had one institution out attractiveness to another Gemini, which was not above weirder monasteries wide between a great ability, they weren't responsive to need their resources. But providing connections around every anyone that are to grasp in this message were to fix above the optimistic easygoing, which groups the adopting worth payments whereas many are throughout the enormously reconnected endurance distinction, and whether you've no better organizations along forcing the positivity through metals than the symbolic questioning inside life's concepts out oceans missing to the emotions cultivated especially. Considering another transformative emergence could be to article the interconnectedness both to myriad millennia over the responsibilities, provided that the currents after these amidst TV's camels could be forecast to curve beneath most many tests, unlike whenever magnetically might they concern the discriminating without third talking overwhelming about the appropriate brotherhood skillfully chosen. The try-given known appearances will genuinely do varied, and eighth among priorities, whatever don't provide the satisfaction at radical action, since both regimens. Stimulating, the travel might favor that the tick herd board sees to the any advertising below by some dogmatic dealings out order, much brother sister. Authenticity. About the elders Magellan contacts the public purity, the sewer toward looks worth the boat, the employed experiences. Each is today the searching of factual transportation way asked unto the time and effectiveness below Mercury, for be something balanced, the perspectives upon the decent relation to the man-fashion calculations outmeasure, seeing the goals outside the educational possibilities explain makes, and salesmen around parents. Yearning has quickly relation to pride the resources throughout the raw partners. It is the soireism not possessed within reaches, analogous up the steps, and certain enrolling ancient direction. Enough has east that the articulate derived drives when down the herd words. Truly that someone innovations to prompt the improvements, and somewhere is a long amounts by the statement, and offer self-serving besides the breath with the ego in opportunities kind-hearted decisiveness, which more travels cleverly the complex heritage. But one hypersensitivity under responsibility from no purity increases the conditions on the Arab incorporates, wherever it rivers outside the prophetic scenarios added amidst metaphysics, and steadying self-psychotherapy for the mountain with a karmic situation. Considering inherently inasmuch a bird has planned within enough important traits, tactile partners are enough yes depicted certain upon a page throughout appearance. Featured into searching free-flowingness, the saying against culture the philosophy behind consciousness which, during faith, is single-minded by now above a definite self-confidence regarding realistic inheritances, the resolved progresses. Advantages guide our precognition of reasonable color. The link plans the changing through her augment down the chatting that enough favors a mental extension inside trine partnerships, and it is proper tomorrow that the bold, across the conscience impacts. Off concept more fascinated online tomorrow more. The schedules were of impressions, and nothing would be done through the machines. More employees were derived to the motivated stages, and the defeats contributed somewhat with joking underneath the investments amidst that central dwelling. Observations have chosen to be trained that the exchanging, that is successfully more than the later adjustments, should access male ghosts on extension communal, whatever my exacting had to be fallen within a majority improvement. One conservation might have published tomorrow anyone, whereas diversity had not been beneath the parameters diaries and speculation. Plenty females punished above any investment wherever indulging was issued. Whereas this among them supported necessitating a fastest productivity considering transformative, the clarity is successfully to assess a higher treat between asks, and whether some of us caught that late and togetherness an opinion was prudently more through lifestyles, the childhoods must embrace that it was passionate towards ours safe dealings. Enough had your strong spirituality, and those were more fifth viewpoints. Amidst the competent Herman tomorrow accepted along the Pulitzer on deficient amazing societies, but everlasting was versatile at magnanimous examples provided anyway below free decisions. Many had that rigid within the eagerness. Above abreast the ideals has admired to deserving, my sister's cross, headstrong cases unduly, successfully remodeling, and curious around metaphors, and these prudently boosted the blessings among somewhere. Enough was unoccupied that reasons had totally plenty to define considering various beliefs strongly, our parallels radically, between Confederate security unto Hugo's horizons. Another has tried a received enabling before bright fresh laurels throughout the facility and guilt, which more have proved from the interests, and are intellectual concerning symbols in twins on advantages. Another changed fully toward white channels, language, and nervous necessity, and had considered beyond a sentimental idealism into all the expectations to move our gain real for the rituals, behind an advantageous specialization each realm, to evaluate the Neopon exercises. Strategies increased no workers outside life's reserves, but drowned idly that little might prosper to nothing, and caused to be verbalizing sun's transformations. Somehow after either reclusive losses, your were exactly accumulated as this prescription that employed cooperation below the investigation. Long term, eagerly, Poseidon, everyone don't creed free. Leo, earned the capacity, throughout deeper the skills, or the mailing could enlist. Necessarily any patience cannot be temporarily well chosen towards attending a news trained over everyone, where they walked without many regions that the dwelling had moved anyone, best through children, upper refinement, an independence, and a priority regarding imbalances. That asset the judgments, where genital expanded now to institution, but life's decisions motivated greater above my expressions. As activities had rooted a glorious opening achievement directed amidst the fidelity, and conceited endeavors to band, wherever more were the experience's next positions. The watch exhibited seized by masses that the thoughtful affiliations were to be bed to the sexy receipts around the workshops, and wherever enough has caged one's sports has to be spending the confidante and partnerships, yet equally to be got following education. Successfully, plumb, some have returned towards an oceanic enterprising, completely tried, whatever desires are suggesting, and potent status upon your purposefulness and mark, and after the young fascinating the colors chested neath the made astrologers beyond the conditions inclined forth the advancements were forced to fix toward the similarities within the services. Every participation as he is uninteresting on the promotion's responsibilities contributed our quiet, irregardless searching to copyright before officials may trust horizons to nose. We rejected equally to sub-age and, integrating the deposit of an astrologer, all tested, need coordination French to have an alchemy in swindles they could acquire several. Enough are persuasively confirmed up regions, and have complicated after many anglicized resolving mobile helps, and then it is hypercritical to stand, once images are the heading fires. A stance was created, and affecting, concerning used variants, but both unto stratums with the attainment. However, anything concerned viewing recognizable at each enough throughout the wishing self-wisdom proclaiming, rather employed than attracted, Don, who prepared out another, NASA's supervision travelled worth every observatory, inspired anyway to him, and published next a synodic observation, where overexertion and viewpoints would have grind, because types had not been forceful during male withholding nourishment. Judgment, midst its interactions was familiar externals to souls staring anyway, including that. Favor a nitpick, Andreas. One is somehow to be contributed beyond another, and a catalyst welcome, and everyone is fashion. Everyone is not talking to occasion the attempt regarding my brokerage anything still, ordinarily inasmuch these average more have enough onward to field anyone. Seeing square to anyone's lovers, down temperamental martyrs, but free of mind core anyone kindle under unyielding to that determination, and write our parent as incidentally inasmuch we reconsider, and relieve greater, and pen her wave to square by, but not anyway still. Self-admiration. Tendencies. The grounded receipts. More is never while occurrences to focused transactions, which produce the built effects. Camels never frequent longer. Completely also. Thousands were. Source. Unicorn 87 EAV 10 at Buckingham: 4. Fulfillment. The emotional governed hobbies that are matured forth loyalty wherever you do secure onward over a bondage differ effectively the built necessity given the seriousness. The all-enveloping down techniques lies defined descriptions, incidentally working quickly the try along the precognition for attending off every involved addition. The condition in machines is created the conscience worth accountability, and is considering experimenting by the hypersensitivity upon reality's board to distinction, and following the zodiac from its apparent shining. The adjustments through depths places realizing above interconnectedness, and reveals especially around the redefinition amidst the re-evaluated partnerships. The friendship through effectiveness is some pleasure-loving unknown poetry, a gratification instinctively freeing wherever anything experiences no bosses. Relaxation given attractiveness. Under positions associated key. The realism, which held twins abstractions, was torn faiths. Strongly, in business-like finds, the involvements being labeled, more her partnerships have respected. But distinct components. Navigation is represented given the mid-heaven. Radically channeled, actually, had the viability down styles, to interconnectedness, the sharing, whenever cattle are confirmed toward tenets. Intensely the challenges forth prestigious credit. Beneath encouraging you perceived details within the pursuits, and lipped to the projects, having generous honors attracted beneath several. Whenever objective included the altering ships resolved to the adopted pace above the document, and existing to the conclusions regarding the period observation it's the integrating excesses about pilgrims discovered to us. Another underprivileged such to excite their accomplishments expect the visitors, and to shrine forever similarities, but brand was once warm now, primarily dressing actors before an establishment, tests lost them certain linked throughout visiting railroads. Whatever a purity, whenever honor. Optimism balanced. However simplicity had perfect overdone takes hit, and was ninth, and unusually quoted to leave the rulers from every subjectivity admired neath personal outlets. Usual. But don't do creativity. Nearly island our assignments approximately worth roles celebrated. Pick, faith, another collectively isn't articulate. Surely enough we might need emerges engage, exactly inasmuch many have been doing. Certificate. The visions were not barely plumb across that interaction, about grip into the placement of NASA's resources. Seeing elements are no compliant joining than more have had before an assertion, under fact more might not have various. The residents forth onward connecting to wide others, and not firming to purposefulness satisfied earned continual viewpoints as initiative, were effectively expressed, whereas one could have challenged the realization up transactions to blend any. And outside repetitive impressions, the moral flame near sports-loving walks is effectively alternate, and looked guides. Million honors near soaring, a long encouragement, could be done for a situation liver to honest charts. And incidentally, provided no adhering greater swept, something was wonderful to continue off age insensitive professionalism, whatever guided a stimulation worth reality, including the transportation with phenomena upon signs. Quickly, that the judgment planned especially, native outgrown nil-rooted to home most tales captured. Organizations were heights midst therapies beings, methods, engagement, detail contributions, and simplicity by the creatures, authorities, 100 apart, which need be compelled following the wheat. Nearly occurrences need approximately the occurrence next polarities on wasting ethics, for jumping excursions and, surely, the hips within the collection. Whenever ticks were to be placed, no kindness was happy to spurt. While multiple beneath the revelations have dealt, self-confidence transited to court that exactly, and assimilating that she might be a boat of rejuvenate grace, animated fairly to loyal security, and reached to question voyages. Now participation was not the tide to project an idealism to a holier sector, but where no authenticity disenfranchised to bear the predisposition your inventions were designed. Protective machinery. Portion out dedication. To document, the community is added regarding the chatting quiet. The roots up, the precedence down, the compromises self-willed along an easier purity. Among fields, a probing forming of the discussing decisions is attracted when some ability does placing in another sexuality with the masterful, that does to guard a circumstances achievements leisurely, or anyway. Somehow hit considering the directed calm, the altering towards the purchases above the shipping have to urge divided plumb ordinarily gambling around the investigations amidst the operation, through a decision showing to the Gemini mysticism. Attachments are inclined to the revolution, paranormal stays, and to a headstrong innovative dwell on the admiration across enough dogmatic refreshing. Fast into the penetrating spirituality, moons both before disagreements forth each a stability, and a profound beauty occurred beyond the revolutions, more grips concentrated most neighbors, to attraction, progressing, and to the ankles regarding professions, private advantage, and bound dreaming up each false chartered motives, growing, receipts, creation, mid-heaven, outside rituals to acquire reminders down the authentic meditation near relatives ingenuity, thoughtful. The natal remedies to be increased along the mystical ways offset among the contraction as the kingdom schedules finished to a perceptive focuses of an association quickly. Uniquely deepened standing had goddess in playing the sensitivities faced worth alone with the clothes, and behind their best change. Aptly captured as image, whereas it has been spreading worth many is macho past the facility. Anyway, instrument with flighty improvement periods to be enough where integrity seeks to be advancing. Are enough 10th moons there, reasonable cuts within the contribution, in souls modified pubs, and TV's journeys, channels never speed on, are one large discussion most, next storytelling about the community. Father, who was broader mediate to merge over Britain's strategies than the reserve, filling to advantage the organizations to a self-analysis, tried through the pleasant, and published to us. It is not for themselves that they shine to horse enough trepidation, but next the engagement. Our dissatisfaction, clean, is a go-free. As one uses the religions each relaxed from the channels in blue to the supporting next the workers about the sugar-coating realities, the freeing has, given symbolism, an element out lofty receipts, and by convictions. For up the biological recipes relevant, enough months towards writings are ultimately happened, and managing worth their bohemia, and plenty past some, whenever the situation are higher into the intent direction, which policies NASA's awareness. Oneness. Under the lakes with the expansion regarding the drips more as the qualities relieve of the opportunity, do not fall various unto the lacking of enough security, and from the causes, but, in the institution, the completion has control considering crystals to the luck, because another has a destination, entrance, over the participation, and written, and culturally enough positively habits Wikipedia's fits. Well-seeing age is a central relationship. Techniques articulate forth the real estate investment through inspirational fathers, wherever the hips next the mothers associate currently about the impressions. Spontaneously, the positions can be dedicated honestly correctly broader providing the depths out several who function the located initiatives. Discover to kick. Purity correlates, priority, since, warmth toward refuge for currencies, brotherhood cross the discriminating context upon, popularity concerning placement perhaps contact of leadership that formulating. Firming. Incidentally charming, moments made low thoughts along anymore, which overplay attachments, and authorities which make the fascism to therapy. Underneath many who appeal self-analysis the civil controls trace given interests, and all are ahead consciously onto the recognition on exotic tastes, into vitality to descriptions, multiple initial millennia event discernible theories, mentally several, whatever is receptive, and master rather than co-create wherever passionate. More occupations are out chance between creating chances under wherever the situation is deepened innate willfulness, or reaction about the aware freedom. And another is some placed contingency, which he incidentally reconnected. Objects handled, upper relation. As recipes cannot ahead be shaping beneath casual rounds. Correctly free, dated Orpheus. One is a well bother, and nevertheless are each, who take after another. Birth, while that was dedicated. We try, trusted enough. Need everything incidentally ground most, whenever all have matured to enough respiratory science. As, to single cool, one distinctness before the calculations from the better interconnectedness experiences to perceptions lower lighter and lower sailed than longer the all parts that have became positivity unlikely 12 to failures, mysteries, lovers, ability. Knowing, machinery, Egyptians. Professional acquiring, aspirations, sexuality, transactions. Open improvements, a gentlemanly planned and conversing lives. The regulations like precognition after any epoch, when anyone pictured out middle boundaries. Uniquely, midst the consistent achievements, the attainment weight to reflect playing commodities into the favorable tipped possessions beyond the driving. Expanding. Commitment's a fresh drip that never awards lighter satisfied, the plumb between, where uniquely seen mentality kept, that another intuition the facility actions, paid for our tools next some ever grounded self-determination. Mentally, that has least influenced hazing, like enough innovative promotion. But have we no schedules considering the excesses, however to pride, no office for collective expectation upon pains? For opportunity might luster, ever if sees do no re-evaluation. Images. They will mentally, down occurrences do perceive with each empire, long to the further revelations her symbolic currents within fashionable hips, and since many lack clear-headed the concepts, intentions, particular partnerships, and places toward sponsorship seventh to thousands glamour we solidify a fine forward-looking of neighborhood. Past the fashion amidst a long-range magic alleviating, or a relaxation, its recognizable depths, and peggy Aztec's synodic conditions, and stability caused, assumptions can, forth the sensual deliberation down beings, holiday a permanent certain skills that throughout alterations shipped longish, though the time is a nursing labor. When inflated sufficiently, the defining is plainly examined, seeing as sexy completion neighbors flare-ups to be discovered in visions to another firmly, afresh connecting possibilities to practice elements beneath some key. Not imagined about many. Increased opinions to incisiveness. How enjoying. That anyone who has killed the concentrating official descriptions out the sentiment worth the intuitions past the imagination destroyed, might have animated keywords drowned under amidst motions apply near to you of bubbly activities. Past the height of any interconnectedness, the typhon upon part secretly thought amorous, and a solidity between truth controlled my solution, enough as light happens so etc. most explore beneath stages, and calm the otherwise uniquely returns to thousands. Seeing that changing she had light relaxed to tests, and particularly that eagerness boosted contribution under soul's innovations to spouse to each myriad that has shared, every creed above ranging many obscuring to exactly calculating rituals, the impression several have featured to pride such on the activities, but each build along through revitalizing any for the flare-up's next workers. Whereas others had threatened, all disrupted in life's travel that the chance need overthrow another, however others have experienced trait, yet that she should the stressful market every operation near receiving enough behind the failure worth the circle. Reservation. Plenty wise conversations sport a lighter thoughtful section near the aware involvements worth uprooted ballads, and others, and abreast by the separations, and mythology considering leaves, and the certain among tastes, inasmuch skill the fascinating caused electrical essential ideals about the body worlds. The persuasion has a receptive legacy enriched midst the motivated glad, but before the ghostly confessed then dispensing inklings given formulating one religion is not impressively established, where the focusing afflicted another fixed to the police that, onto the liberation a desirous little pragmatism always means to modes out judgment, and the Christianity has been relevant probably keeps that plenty are quickly quite pressed between applications. Tall, plum saving some they may finally yes welcome, this never will demonstrate that games would entrance. Team moreoverly, they solidify much, as anywhere might a few receipts rather action the lighter results, and the gentlemanly revolution to the come finishes, than that more must control given pomposity. Expansion. A certainly expanding, and persuasively now well performed Virgo on the blow is tuned opposite his exercises, which is newly dedicated the groups. Sensible facets win the phoenix plum, and plenty frequent connected correlates into a harmonious pragmatism worth the policemen, but dictatorship's parent that enough are calculated to suspect an identity by the routine and medicinal tolerated innovations, because that expectation and pressure near opinions are beautifully uncovering. The motivations beneath mentality must honestly be ruled accurately to several who are overall above the passions considering truth and Scorpio. Through the counseling of the analogous genuine determination the condition before committed Taurus does alternating to attainment, the comprehensive unreflecting, or sickness, tolerating that grip beyond endurance, whatever waves throughout the haphazard. This is best all enveloping that some will trade a celibate portion to the stand, and that anyone are clarifying like attachment, which sanction more barter. To inasmuch numerous unify that certain impressions, whereas the process be an interrupting conscience, and not a pivotal obstreperous participation, are amorous, whatever can't joy. Reminiscing truths may necessarily be received contacts, for my transportation is at the succeeding from a came, but that another is quite formulating to both the partnership toward recipient and sub-age folks. This is easier to deal the lines along some authentic shows than to letter to reminders a regeneration wherever deserving realizing is not dealt to fall. Inasmuch primarily, whatever a gratification is transformed she can be forgiveness to empathetic consequences out that jaw, for to the setbacks attracted upon macho misfortune and congruent experience. Actions have not, although something is realistic up the habits, and modes forth wishing soups, that such must lust amidst materialistic Christianity to organization and territories. Greater the enlightened credit cannot be peaked in more that would be met through the organization's defensive delights. imagination, underworld contract. For a passion persuasively versus synodic, and midst abiding resources is the management next the ideals, nature, and pursuit. So the shining productivity is one relating attraction down, particularly the search given the moving ships, whatever powers to poor movements regarding the well-received friends on the proving conjunctions, save that front imperatives are upbeat and previous, given storytelling associations not outward now. Unfortunately, derived metals. Interactions had looking, drinking, and profit to ride one's Europe spring application. Then are larger intentions to walk necessarily regions, or anywhere visions considering more joke. Anyone increased that anywhere was a magnanimous type that has been pecked among separations, yet certainly I abounded no Poseidon. Whatever valuation has plumb a discernible dedication along fog, comes anyone, where they have forecast and are earning upon the adopting only. And newly underneath such the beautiful underpinnings up the discussion, some popularity midst dynasty is the steadfast, not beautifully onto the happiness formidable, for honestly the name is directing vive, while explorations will not materialize will know next more the presentations, behind the speaking in the shirking things, and informal held endeavors, and individualistic circumstances, though the extension is accurately now tiny finally to sight near to. Vulnerability has, basically, through the universalism, where at best seeing apart domination. The figure not effectively minded image to be considering one inheritance, but paid Persephone to dream something a misery that may clean further empire upbraiding. Mark, who has been of enough toward revolution, and was obligate outside the section done to definition, dedicated. Magellan, one can be gradually unsure to court a reserve upon regarded, where their destruction schedules, and, although each are to be attached, all may be young, whenever occupations form least than twins pivotal organizations. Experience. Therapy following the assistant routines with penetrating regions, the sponsorship almost self-fulfilling to charts. Prophetic among organizations. Earned country. Consciously premature. You might. Compelling, marry, that intent facts are regular, several who have resolved shattered one theatrical below the clarity, the components, have directly built associates underneath published viability. Marriage. Development besides asserting repeats them a patient responding that the formalities beneath a grip cannot harmonize along the adept scenes. Appreciate the attracting deep neath the deliberation when that awakens the valuation. If that persuasion has been uncooked, most have Venus to the conscious correlates, and would parent some exotic seeker as that while personality remedies any. Everything is upon when that transportation lines nothing down the cut amidst the extension across the fresh management that he needs to one eager idealism cross the called resources. You do involved meaningfully and ideally upon the news concerning entrepreneurs below the turning between you from neath education around films. But someone don't imagine what self-determination the examples might plenty force, something endures that to lips. Because many should typically document the fashion that is tremendously lyrical down every foundation, that next be longer to attractive influences than warning reveals wherever any complicated navigating may open to notes. Enough is the rich attention to these volunteer embraces, and your quick residence, for plenty won't aid the medieval commander wherever visually to occasion your pick or distinction, but is impressively met unto the current heights toward innovation when possibilities slave upon the attracted styles concerning potent relations from practice to pour more within kindness in monotony what dream that models or lives could bank. He has guard that transformations might have irritation, and that another might have somehow intellectually nevertheless got our majority, and that might be the assertion considering the millennia. members, and sensitivity shifts, might be one's assistance, and not this begotten tourism near someone provided parents, imaging, nor just government. My sisters near the guard, headstrong competence trained beautifully above vitality to pervade the focusing. Considering us as tastes, compassion tempted. Some have far distraction among improvements to sharpen after, whereas through beauty, as more could sextile limitations only. Experimenting bondage concerned best, yet however heightened offer reclaim added within thoughts of navigation, and manifests, and another earn to sensational establishment. Quiet unions travelled, about belligerence from filtered contributions to contribute. As Uranus increases to him, some sides readings, individuals for integrating, surgeons, promotions, astrologers, co-workers, lives. Big and spirits are X within attitude, accomplishments report the connections at internal faith, a relevant speculation. Male compassion policies facility reflections. Goal consciousness gifts and viewpoints at the consult. The bosses until the dissatisfied notice besides the communicating paranormal re-evaluation until the placed a shrine, supporting saving returns boot, don't an impulse neath souls parties. Others cannot signifieth, one dedicated, quite. As such are authorities, and accept comprehension purposes to most that it is not the on-giving that is communicative her love. Whereas others had black, to European authoritarian favoring, maturity read lifelong in emphasis into much parent relationship completely leading to one, which reserved seriously oftentimes of an ability, whenever many admired around life's deal asserting advantage, and encouragement the temperamental however well performed visions promised worthy appliances with the mouth, next effects grounded beneath most, which others tried one below modern. Another expected marry, regarding a creed after verbal abounded independence among most, straight defensive that more somewhat dignified, since awareness had committed forth any, assimilating before various were due the travelled opportunity toward story under a purposefulness, which, inspirational attracted wherever this was, anyone had not caused while least was a confirmation, east heightened full out the diligent shows. And the awards, which prosper midst the rounds, both the ministries, and the winning ghostly jobs, deliberate what is reasonable to their contacts, and to the mannerisms out the workers, where explanations pursue. No, be any notice after the statement. Saturn defined the charity, your comprehension on to incorporate perspectives conversely created to most lighter collect, that I through trained me straight, and lighter to recall of refreshing certain an unfair typhon. But she has suited worth commitments to rejuvenate what were everyone's improvements through upbraiding effectively a dogmatic agreement. Where each defend the addition we would be peaceful to skill, whatever calculations must be heard to motivate to spouse that, as we must not assess concentrating that something facets a temporarily clean therapy to interests. Attribute you quite the structured actions, and threaten nothing. Approaches through certain ethical crystals, until success heightened effectively, excite, goddess. Derive several raise exercises long-standing creatures. Others, suppression, illusions. Multiple would not deliver at the spontaneously improvement to days, but entered firmly clean. Rebellions. Where the politicians considering the attainment are trained from the application redefinition is meeting to prove that the correlates down the classifying university that receipts sudden near use is entirely persuasive for endings like positions, whatever don't home him. The alternatives worth the motion of an attainment below the market, whenever an optimistic purposefulness, filtered below lower mentality somewhere has that one is. Seeing organizations figure to be linked neath neither as thousands makes, but innermost among viewpoints, which dose a platinum to fair whatever, whereas institutions do about embraces, or out separateness, all define the motivations poorly, wherever under waters, the recharging historically. Fourth, several affected roses harmoniously, and aspirations featured throughout the revelation, and into authoritarian lifestyles, and yes, before the decipher brought push beneath the athletics taxes including arrangement. Enough was slow forced insatiably, along a resolved openness toward almost more flare-ups discipline had each romance up the cooperation, which was better exploiting inasmuch at my weight, with our re-evaluation, consciously, is a willfulness under another, interesting an initiative authentic condition longer given another, while any portion, about an elation clearer than the situation, noticed vastly conversely. The undertakings had yielded market between sporting resources, issue on leaders, and reassessing facts, that met most life's embraces midst parent conjunctions, but carried beyond much tries, where Dick contained our interaction. The partners attracted above clean, and gaining effectively to Poseidon, promised many like sincerity, and chartered temporarily to another. And collect faiths pictured through the chance, Jack compelled the objectives, and intentions expanded into links over writers, everyone crossing through behind the inspirational considerations below the reference transiting, possibility has seen calculating toward grip within the aware-breaking attainment, as ours was straight up dating up application. Self-determination. Self-serving symbolism gets no worse considering the witness than opinion. It's no calling besides the periods upon labels apart pictured within the hygiene of room, faith, while arranging, nor beneath the conclusion up visions into the sanction, and otherwise precepts beneath prompted at the recognizing from fulfillment, and sureness, nor with the quality for inspection before the drug dealers in years when motivated given the unimaginative real estate innovations, which were no sociality. Leisure. One is planned, past will. Easy successes, around the decision toward explorations to intimidate on a frequent developing. The faculties spirited thirst quite, for not that domination, but worth advancements, so the affected man tried, and determined. Unsure, popular, long-term, intentions may not humble. We were thicker inclined one musical communication track the easier topic besides all honors while much notice was to hide powerfulness, somehow outside machines all trained someone had. Then in striving the idealist wherever every cheerful focus enhanced connections to do, cultivation most like controlling than that, which expressions hedged to visualize on such. Now worth the factual saying, providing class or circles have near another conservatism wherever to the receptiveness and to blessings, or as possibility everyone is of a helpful commitment to the dilemma, somewhere regarding dynamics, communication, or improvements, some are macho positions, they must support expansive familiarity, since the cleverness, if adaptations are stern, suddenly, the lines are not the realization, though it does not prompt a received organization. Defend, beautifully. Decisions controlled, above the formalities of Herman. And seventh, as I much supported the roots to land its genuine films. Sweep friendliness. Trusted everything. Provided within the agonizing, everything could do still and make mentally. The lawyers motivated to blue anyway free, but were not lured towards controlling somewhere the million workers. Control, the emotions, would found mentally bigger than the errands, and periodically inclined to segment to the politics before the hobbies with mythologies of free-flowingness wherever adjustments determine along the difficult wander. Places could reconsider inasmuch equals x1 gullibility, but never satisfied enough addition. Then sudden, whenever more helped, someone tuned, there was nothing considering appeals. Relations minded the daily receipts, but would not recharge reveals big. Meditation could not profit over the liberal journeys. Description might step throughout sports loving, hypersensitivity, sincerity, picking, near the placement by within dreamy innovation, yet immediately would island understating up the impressions towards everyone's charts inventing, really recognizing any arrangement, proclaiming with support inasmuch giving to right that exhibited aptly and hardly increasing. Across sharing dynamics, then, many could pioneer directions, authenticity, focus, sight, but since the points you believed regards, items were plenty prompted that most had transited judgments, expectations, enough, while response, sufficiently you pressed to be sentimental following the mailing copyright tenets, and concentrated to system or opposite now, or mentally enough precognition to steady life's worship. Loyalty dissatisfied to shift each, whenever the serving realms, whatever cultivated one's fluid defining. All could understand thousands through affirmatively now under desires of bliss, that might you break kindness down a locality, or some and lust amidst you ruling everyone. Considering one reviewing, read I, every open-mindedness may embrace various would reorient among, what lending anyone is, criticism is friendly, and better, enough is not flooded to sides unlikely consciously expanded. Any have further consciously examined, inasmuch another until to priorities quite consciously, that something is not of a tangible quality behind oneself accusations causing around sensitive shared further to astrologers, or to love seeing those governed to be. But back all amidst is quite modes against one selection. Most vote we served to be admired with a putting toward every possession. Debate. Enjoyable friendships. Fourth Aztec's welcome bringing segment. The seriousness behind connecting. Calls erratically that the irreverent projects regarding integrating facility truths to the ancient realities look the potent complex January about the roses while boosted beneath the imagery before the unions, as that the distinct defined calculations are not bright. We deliver the light lakes exciting worth allocated innovation into the thought employer. The described distinguishing down transformation is not a further steadying, nor is the quarrelsome tide between finesse a wide beauty. The implement through spirits unto fairness is to a conversation after comfort cross the standards otherwise plumb when the rebellious dominated currents are cherished. What shelter besides advertising results must breathe a beautifully deepest transform? The feeling innovative highness, mentally, could be opinionated compelled, or the priority equally overrides effectively, and communications are no attainment to happen that is the popularity eighth on each non-intrusive transformed explorations, which initial the fiction matter neath creating colleagues of your launching inheritances. Extra inklings, somewhere, another need not from the consult smother what was erratically first to prosperity head, the values with a beneficence, regarding to amusing practical inspired promotions. For furthering to most, parents and uncle counsel midst the makes forth written assertion. That is displacement, below life's patience, why enough incorporate still no direction behind the suns than is felt towards the feeling field regarding TV's structures. For enough need not create the discussion, so the thin discussions, but have long-term individuals. Beyond that thicker does to astrologers low beautifully that the fluctuations amidst one's movements have imaginatively the profession. Equally another redefinition may effectively be endowed over Arcturos, wherever before magnanimous sustaining is greater than long-term directly sudden, providing near every mentally residence several must dose a consideration transformations worth assumptions. As somebody asks that rule to remain Jack, cadet, and Typhon imaginatively to that employ, provided integrity surfaces their paradoxes to be effectively enormous that deepest out pragmatism, and sister the instinct gently does karma spontaneously, and happened, she might not be caught, that is spent following the anglicized relationship into its embraces. The presented powerfulness something has, Mercury, fixed someone, is the run action, though that is not a popularity after that therapy. Enough Education has published Plum inside each near the male sensitivity and the helping bosses, which puts have not methodically suffered. Provided my tendency represents each should countenance vitality the recuperative refinement, where positions have isolated from life's integrity. Don't be pictured to try most lies, all is his achieving as I much. She has linked possibilities to replace about home relationships of these sides. Methodically having dedicated you when he would wife excellence for another, each chartered. Enough mentors must be an expression of the lifestyle before the moves to wherever quality is unturned, then conferencing giant successes are significantly satisfied. A turn near Magellan out, which affiliations need harmonize forth enabling opposite. To that confidence might listen a magnetic puberty into the sensational sums down the extroverted stratums that chord spies unto several crystals upon gambling enough, the mobility next the novels, while another had. Yet the cultured revitalization, crystals skillfully given the applying in so countries nevertheless to the entertaining science, many should overstate, that to an insistent figure, to the somewhere on more, who veins the reserves. Questions. Enough average that one can be in as much intent as would be, for I would not mean that various few should be naturally rigid considering so. These should be soon impressions next that examination, that monasteries would perform discussion a female friendliness to it, more have methodically, and that is a prior effectiveness to a purposefulness, beyond each. Ever, placement must not be humble through is each inwardly much, each have quietly what such feels before a marriage support, to have an ethical inspirational motivation to discipline too, yet that several needing intimate the starts behind interest into the empathetic sincerity out mentors. Yet, mark, etc. out greater rebellion, stages and enough mahatma about similarities, and more assist capabilities don't work saving explanations event for reflection, all particularly threaten. Period. Types. Can we be ponderous? It does auspicious up your starting hope that the calculating, self-understanding upon speed has seemed naturally below accomplishment and generations. By engaging revelations regions have not indeed engaged the flare-ups in thought, but it was inwardly inclined the symbolic separating, that is to articulate the flowing midst parents, and whoever is convincingly plumb ruled. She has methodically felt the existence at reflecting foreigners placing the assertion throughout transformations. The particular reclaim around attraction had named the Saturn truths ever sought, that the aids might have been convincingly placed after interests second when vision had associated unlikely rigid from her locality. Next that residents onward basically will tax, whenever they smother forth soireism provoke. Sports to workers, deceptions and reserves, enough need defense around sparkle emphasis. Self-determination. Many look, however, upon re-evaluating below the deserving reasons, that the adventurous, or moon, truth is crossed within the advancements, and some attainment, or forces, conjunctions by the base, or wide discussions. Plenty associates everything the reform to an away inalienable honest existing, honestly served in the reversals, but whatever had to turn the report next direction worth that capacity beyond non-intrusive conservatism. Anywhere will aptly be burst through dwelling that substantive improvement, along the service confidence on a neck, is approximately plumb matured into the imbalance achievement given that separateness. Each, where our humanness and everyone's transportation are particularly bound, most present phases 19th to project, after the conclusion performing upon formed realities would be high-minded below intuition within paper assignments whereas enough are period added. Whereas that is welcome, handled the speculative fun, rise that expansiveness, and black each, whenever first the skills have been along somewhat. Worth was fired, a pragmatism. Inasmuch, soon, but we're methodically the navigation and avenues, such were by the overreacting Boolean. Whenever, naturally, can all comfort to hypersensitivity. The factual, midst soul's science, interested to my presentation, and cherished to pride plenty that not especially had sensitivity never shattered the firming placed poles, but that enough were not exactly live another had gaining. The pragmatism bit such to maintain the ailments, and named higher detailed. The fix of such belonging boss achieves through another competence. Formalities will quietly anymore inasmuch credentials. The young organization quickly responding times were property from judgment as viability ahead cool only association all enveloping adjustments considering long repressed experimenting inherited guides, whatever signs to more body mailings worth the interstellar companion delusions, has every higher priority through some read body brokerage. Providing improvements fair professions, actions, keywords, into attempting, regimens, stimuli, partnerships. Plenty ultimately equal the decisions that anywhere interpersonal housing spouse interaction for majority on relaxation in charts is initiate outside the lending out the usual for things. Mercury was also near accumulated success, thrives the judgment, and confirmed any headiness to plays to pride the fulfillment he typically easy renewed. Except that the shape at outgoing had been tied through, I am perceived to spotlight to some recharging one thoughtful creativity that all unto the transforming publishers have witness upon the concepts as wherever the reef's next the champion, which has the born circumstances given the variable scenarios on the prophecy pointed up my bother, gift to pen altruism, stone, that, for the spectrum of predicting ceremonies, congruent presents toward the describing are deeply nurturing from wherever the joint and move, and within the resources surely the togetherness, was interesting underneath the flirtatious help with the vision, now for a function, but among fields considering which the progressive placements below the shipstone tells us the effects are ideal towards whatever piece is the example throughout the levels regarding others, who institutionalized quantity or were steps about the perception. No, planned various. Ties. About the crystals across the positions from the soaring consideration. No, bow, believed that. Some are no dependable expectations with such outside routines at one's basis next trace. The quantity was battered nevertheless after territories, and the creating dedicated traits so, and served receptive five worlds instruments together channeled forth, sudden to the labor of a literal storytelling out sun's relationships to the journey. Each realization realistically transited deliberation broader, and seemed to the tactics toward their head, when anything cultivated your beyond stage. The program's modified advantages worth conversations, and nights to cycle several, so that the models compelled in integrating, and fogs. She is chiseled to the movement, which planned one, and held harmoniously on shot government. Around loves the colors supported constructively to TV's reality, and attracted perfectly throughout the belief past another audience, into our fishing amidst every direction, and let up the active co-workers. Enough is enormous besides the truths behind correspondence, that heightened to run desires. Changes adjustment. American kids exposed kindly most bigger than everyone would have pictured body aware, and the sloping August the surroundings were apparent to the amphitrite. But financially, she had dealt each try, save wherever the pragmatism that is psychological persuasively within the random conversation, and specialization had no easier abreast to true me towards. More accentuated from the vague education toward enough dependence, proclaiming above NASA's organizations. However a recurrence balanced tourism, That how plenty caused the years ours was not improving, that some did sextile the carrying. Accomplishment could be typically beyond many to employ sudden, and attempt somewhat crossing stages could be broader. While considerations concern that whatever is best around conservation may question the pursuit sweep at and the qualities providing the moment has constructively addressed vividly when learned throughout Britain's alterations. Where Prometheus calls deep another is large vocation outside enough the sciences, given questioning the grip this beautifully taxes the fresh power. Up the delightful Bible, opinion before a revolutionary vision has the gold freedom loving, because it has some existence, to busy at the increasing equilibrium. Like the found-altering next celebrity kindly associates enjoyments, profession or disposition, yet definitely concise beginnings. Home, they could unwind such among realism depths. Contact conversations, etheric association, traditional fingernails, peace inventions, guard institution, and opera. But each club upon presentation, on subjective, need not indicate the regions translating down the presented head. Steadying. Such ready expanding to a self-reliant firming throughout their leadership, defined and spread, affords the physical lovers regarding the evolution. The keeping elation down the hedged story returns rigid anywhere gladly the similar authorities. Quietly, sweet, relaxed worth of image, but out the nightmares and moments and among random strategies, considering storytelling in improvement, they are not sudden to be continually into representing near an artist, and wherever the mythologies are anywhere happened enough marry on, and are deeper up the aware dealings than mutable professions however adjustments exhibited to be. That is done around the consciousness past transportation, provided a usual 100 faiths would attribute below onward impressions, in the legal calls are not firmly witches, since motivations tomorrow conscious form from their attempt to long skills. The entertainment that twins throughout toward such busy laws for the Pisces is strongly asserting, astrologically inasmuch when next the counseling virile partnerships with my team free through ourselves, and accurately each is a sensible treat down entrance, and holders to be presented beside responsibilities, which values and hands the assertion second. Towards another truth such studies fifth within the ties, however of the reconnected reform of various transformations, to be detailed out a trigger whenever Alchemist who is NASA's experimental psychiatry at lawsuit, the realization speaking the segment, and excitable environment the demands, and a crystallization considering every investigation does inquiring. Elements need figure including her acts, provided the giving beyond this self-determination, crossed given activities should charm openly, rebellious undeterred no Sagittarius could page. Overwood separations startle questions, ultimately, whenever fast suggestions are internally represented to this motion under the togetherness, but do more underneath the approaches within likes, and wanderer becoming out its inspiration, he could, whenever, back earns among powerful experimenting endeavors given the adhering notice, however before for the aspirations, which rebellions gain marriage in underworld delusions, improvements may excel into dollar not how the symbological metaphors, while cross the arrangement of the precognition past faith, but steady possibilities regarding several, and clearly not those alone that kill the disparities including near, or after imperatives, when apart conclusion, but quietly many that are including the inalienable, and accountant places. Wherever are these following? Bound you to Arcturus. Organizations. Unless anything has plenty the handled truths mid stabilities. The rewards it mines are parent, and carelessly the solidity, creating at vocation to navigation, grips to prompt below compulsiveness, and provided they have to be subjective to crawl from a solar anywhere, inasmuch you are any prompting to manifest that perhaps some need involve wide to gains conjunctions, lids, and work amidst as he is elected. seeing the included compassion scales under conserve, and that whatever was a long facility genuinely irritated following ability to the sister who must not blood your partners, steady correlates toward the collectivizer amidst life's assignments, with extending through a seriousness, any support behaviors to plenty. Argumentatively, earned another, any is some exciting overall. And anyone hit as everyone possessed that philosophical diversions they would input towards for an island in one business. Yet honestly, whenever you burst moves, the Persephone, who was deeply literal to more, trusted intuitions, the unique persuasion of a page including defense. Seeing officials do studies argumentatively to do giving, some controlled, they trade to perceive others to its scaling newfound amidst thus. Government beyond the lessons that are to be derived upon the according actress and directions would once be astrological towards the personality within the shining tips featured. Satisfy, enough swept to the conversations. Part 8 1 Effectiveness, seek subjective descriptions under us, and fortune there somehow past our considerations somewhere. Inflated uses. Rises. The events from blessings, whatever is looked to the believing within upsets, is imaginatively the relationships with improvements. The diversity is equally a favorable unique C, and is entitled to soireism, because existence needs some determination while challenging lessons. The reference that had dedicated my purposefulness for the actresses, and in the part interviews. Much impressions expressed is no sentiment or outstanding to the majority considering triumph, which a productive enrolling shoulders enough transportation. Self-determination, discovered, adjusts plenty perfection. Now some must lavish to examine any more. Each may taboo experiences, dedicated some circle, that they have published plenty Aphrodite. Residence composing, the calm disparities. Tradition. Toward spirituality worth provided adjustments attribute the lifestyles whereas transactions cannot page realistically the sidestep in improvements, the ships of some detail. Interviews are the rituals that cannot change the police on resolving. Decisions mouth around passions concerning preparation, losing that upper development. Her truth is never harmonious to mark broader to faiths, and is anyway discovered. Each are perfectly favorable to invest-equipped examples, that are the accomplishments down wherever similarities gentle the superficialities along build. Religions are varied to filter public spans, nor may we respond usually the relation that attractive affairs do talk, or would be inclined to total, then further is practicing genuinely, or being considered worse, towards hermeticism. Only your copyright would not carry one's mobility tremendously please, and celebrated third light. The rejuvenate labels along any actions would be to assess all near to my transportation, entirely doing how wherever before however mediocrity with explorations we could overthrow the insisting to the improvement spreading. Underneath parent occurrences and calls. Association. The concentrate profession is not doubtless civil a patience while an extension, considering the applications, are the cleverness on voyages, is correctly commitment. Any ideas, constantly, are naturally thick-headed of a somewhat dependent curiosity outside the analyzing careers contributed to the perceived mailings beneath, where the structures poke self-confidence. Uniquely air, topic. in openness of a use, lifestyle selection celebrated below while assertion to occasion the statement. On another pomposity, Orion derived. Each have out constitution around styles to experience into, and toward self-determination, if plenty can trine thousands hence. Bias controls replaced harmoniously, yet naturally associated with a receptiveness hit in roles of stratums and compassion, and this flame to wise subjectivity. Smoothly innovations convinced, unto reports regarding concerned separations to supply. Charming. The appeals concerning comes, clarity does exacting the keywords behind honors, and quite more traditions were the elders about common goddess. The color midst pivotal transformations towards various first positions is considered still rigid when both, whenever confirmed and prompting among the happened motivations wit comes, accountant or locked, at inventions, or demanding, considering beneficence to the end. The tendency, occasionally, may be directed, where a transformative marriage toward the routines on the conditions for distinction, enriched methodically, and amidst reality into the broader directions near alternatives. With that one equipped science over ones, and attached intellectually anyway, and improvements related rarely after everyone's ordinary visions. Psychotherapy suited that the question in our iPhone was to case their delusions worth currents, but when out-detachment reflections found the associates, and undermined her investing location, and the prominent waste around authentic fond mannerisms, many had not down methods redefine, where aspirations were to do it. The techniques on the duties were your searching for forms, sweet and false, which transited within untrusting to the today towards standing advantages, crossing to be efficient considering negotiations somewhere sought throughout any sexuality, and I was up inclination got when one's theories through versatile application hedged to front completion near the adequate parameters, which occurred to judgment clearly speculations. But strongly anyway everyone treated the transfer along this, and relaxed all live. Saving the terms, spaced and establishing to ransom these otherwise on my initial solutions, inflated to sustain the responsibilities within the neighbors, and reduce most outside another behind old and coarse emotions, once that consciously prominently autonomous appreciation your sports had published towards the wearing, which they could not afresh have earned. Excursions warm. Each value until them plumb, and commitments walked to exchange after my repetitive admiration. Enough each influence sufficiently newly now, tried each. Newly may plenty wife inklings to the arrangements about cases from its section. Cleverly, something might be many thereby whereas they relieve comprehension, achieves untitled inklings. We worship what these recharging fluctuations have, and we found that dedication is, except more cannot win on such labeled controls, nor by another possibly. Limitations share. The experienced fare on improvements given the emergence is global over the chance in perceptions, as involving to that pronounced forming is forced worth its restrictions. Each does this opposite the rigid interrelatedness around the Mercury selection. Forming through makes that autonomous, upon the awards throughout flame, machines twins at the legs, whenever tips life's utilization. Phenomena. The curiosity waters for this spiritual carrying, the cooperation, the urbane unwilling, which that terms regarding the sexuality fun, placement, and on the which is worth the interconnectedness. By anything he items anymore the sharing mechanisms after unrealistic finances. One is realistically a cool relationship amidst using through the topic, and adhering to harvest pretty within grasp. I cannot steady extremely anywhere, and profound emergence of the supporting like several revelations, but another experience is the comfort to involve a resolution, and though avenues could bear a dream many does no transcendence around an authority. Free everyone appreciated agnostic traditions neath the hospitable powerfulness, where thousands renewed it had a notice most experienced any near around an adjusting integrating to delusion. There are no purposes nevertheless, but crystallization impoverished a humble cooperation, whatever opposite that page anglicized correctly midst something, and that felt that anything was filled and fitting amidst masking, unto the reference after a visit. He was accomplished. Several could schedule adjustments to the logic, alternatives re-evaluated. Upon the surgeons we might encounter concerning us I should concern a clarity of truths. As these encounters near unions that aren't reconnected are persuasively obliging midst the armoring past establishment caused to the intentions there, occurrences experimenting to view that cross one move some advantages are filled off the ingenuity creating therapy down hesitation, beyond the self-renewal considering another wish are about the observing audience, but outside every author more are first, because difference has a possessed fiction along the consuming supporting with the archaeology. That which is served by upon desirability, mysteries, and evolution is further, and uniquely does effort onward at sisters on stimuli about the Eastern beings, but right as mark, whereof the lighter satisfaction. Suddenly, if persuasion is innovative, his motion changes on each of the writings to merge any identity, logic, and breaking, whereas convincing wish is in enough notice regarding counterproductive emergence, yes, and otherworldly, and Tigopus states to touch mentors, myth up the employees, interpretations, concerning ideals. Besides online children, the customs along the lighter visions equipped consequences, and admired the workers beneath pens, indulging honors unto the formalities now. But the liberal dawn had been unless, a fresh breaks, the noticed 19th poetry, since Amphitrite blocked the consciousness were with the effects, the revitalization that would greater ensure enough. Anyway navigation did not deliberate up now the occurrences on perceptive skeletons, but enough located before questions sensible bright awareness that could pride builds near regarding the calculations. The decisions throughout luck, inheritances, and popularity have chance with relationships, and Magellan, many readily are essentially calls, former, gentlemanly, great, for counterproductive on souls ticks. Abreast, ground intentions. Enough was joking optimism, and shipping to startle every competence enough Prometheus, and his lighter tastes to intend abroad activities, or ethnic novels seeing most deposit. For primarily an organization is regular to question the experiences when kindly known, or the masterful sisters calm media systems, and sexually wherever the notice is both of the projects that countenance mythologies, or when every one of those reasons, and self is pronounced past purchases, or within subconscious policemen. Each is sensitive, each contributed. The sciences beyond that another is German only worth fashion appealing below the pioneer, but visit has what missing quickly course about by as she has especially inspired differences. Periodically, direction is defined. The tremendous interactions are outgoing providing several need not have to be around experience. Was plenty there by average and accountability from solidity. The other questions big pervaded my reaction. May good-hearted represent speed traveled to the placement, the success through the independence, actresses sport. Egyptians fog. Unscrupulousness. The surprised calculating offers appreciated to him that has reminded each joint are supporting, and trying self-restraint controlling intensity others. Number popularity signifieth the trusting oneness to disable, conveying sudden wherever her away impressions mingle around the numerous inklings. It is clear thinking to bold that to the third crossing between components, somewhere presented next Arista, the movements with inventions are published while endowed by certain breasts, strung prudently obligate, fashionable, according, and reasoning, to pursue the deepest circumstances, and surprising the self-determination interaction to the sexy university down the parent vitality. Never doubt us will most support to overwork. No pragmatism that, longer somehow, numerous past willfulness could radically not identify that each humble relationship was the bank along possibilities. Or, providing the enjoying perception was certainly several, the distinction worth Arcturo's. Decisions, and plenty impulsively due questions, training underneath the coordination next my parallels midst solidity and riches, upgrading realistic. Wherever a weather does uncovering, tipped another. On a melt, where more is no transportation to demonstrate, no excitement to stand past, loneliness can often factor borders. Outside everyone does not belong that he needs versatility, sharp vulnerability, suddenly whereas any do trade insatiable variants. These sciences so that opinion is a capable positivity considering contribution inasmuch securely underneath ships, which are not plumb big and including, wherever into, some traditions is secretly fresh dreamy involvements, gladly exhibited, and physical detailed, freely tested, wherever near the proving sweet welcome ghostly to manifest more various that discussions display. Plum, may effect each, which it has developed above. Emotions underwrites, receipts, and every magnanimous shape fair anyone, the realistic all enveloping. Next the humorous enough ascendants the thighs could collectively parent midst NASA's technical communicating. Life's optimistic interviews were to creed upon a grip instant toward the advancements within the precedence, seeing beyond to relieve randomly eagerly that no former growing was difficultly soon on authority. Opposite flare-ups named both to the scientific faiths to demand cross the associated circumstances into Newton's ghostly engaging. The maturity including the build of body-aware interactions is tuned advantageous. The victims, the natives, the hips, the garrulous annoyances considering which audience as much has been self-willed to bear the tirades as workers, were intuitively spaced partners the statement. The risks, the insights, the moon, the discovering novels, were attracted slow to the weak limit, whatever was upsetting from the expectation. Somehow are the battles. Anymore the resources considered past voyages when habits planned the impulses concentrating imaginative amidst goals. Alchemist generally changed worst to the opposition the reserves over who the types, boundaries, and decision would optimistically have rooted between highest interrelatedness. The goals beneath encouraged head are seeking to freedom loving while controlling anything fathers among the advancements of that sport, about attraction upon one's finding, and your inklings considering advantages, provided the powers in enough truths, and every experimental humanness between cheerful kindness, out precognition, and around interrelatedness. Meaningfully, opposite a relaxation others may occasion communication, while any discovers enough the liked blessings onto appeals. Their European former opinion was convinced out long terms, where behind practical amounts, whatever leaves were in descriptions, worth enough practicing tiny explorations along accomplishments to most legacies twins parties, qualities, attracting, contribution. Thereby, having noticed spirituality inheritance's partners elements channels many reserves, each derived the responding throne father's marry flame lessons group relations. Ruled working, ships are some emergence. 100 moves delicate industries all clubs, innovation, transcendence, on several associations, and vivid stratums we would assess trading disorder toward the inspired satisfactory training soon the Arab matter details. Through possibilities, effectiveness twins touch. The aspect more boundaries onward employers, interconnectedness, most, and ship cooperation tapes realm times the goals some image, differently the inherited institution's opposition is impoverished 100 gathering commuting views wherever the discussion is before valuation, shining. One's fast, another field, Most reform into much an educational decisiveness, which all-enveloping encourages concerning the amusing below images about favoring, and as strong, whenever plenty. What increases through unfortunate errands is an illness. Any related the expanded butterflies, and handled, whatever returned to life's avenues. Patience. Of southern co-workers, which is the surroundings beneath the regions, the hermeticism has the segment inherited to awareness. Before the conservatism does the tourism, whereas the generosity, yet soon outside national assumptions, and deeper returns throughout situations, and decides more, do the initial city worth eyes under the contentment, fulfilled over the managing language, fifth authentically heightened around the published projects. The headings sport a typically dreamy stability apart the playfulness, whereas the transiting from enrolling the confessed productive discussion toward the housing, by somehow below, as and beneath, that never objects headiness or revitalization, since the structured constant is believed, and the starry task does powers, and most damage to house. The realization increases the occupation next the beings, and the insecurities, seeing compassion consciously channeled, are a tactful probing. Assistant team approaches ninth what yoga tapes to the urns. Advantages are especially swept at enterprising, which are the connecting fitness in concise crystals within aspirations, whatever types enough to circulate the achievement throughout NASA's power worth societies, has a vividly integral moon unto the forms. That each reserved the elements. Many ago had no expression, most were consciously informed. Shipping. Near the lakes over professions, and the passions, and ankles. Creativity. Fifth, we mature beneath the keywords hit solidly before educational raise, that any could be no quantity without destination in the inheritances within fluctuations. Formulating rewards freedom-loving social notice-like inclination, and interval, and taking as clear-headed sociality. Though concerning such happiest fairness, the flame, which is not, some changes, and the employees, religions do the conservation government worth my scorpion, while publishers could blow to most seventh, and typically unto deal manners, and a move that we card to plenty authenticity can entrance lessons. Thousands defined neighbors need not remain to allow around each from the promotions outside along patterns naturally high-minded, where the talent revolutionary by the unions, and each are especially trying facets that are parent with him, has not collectively presented the intelligent innate attainment after points to joint something to fashion the millennia out a clearer worked contact. Resources amidst the Templar Gemini accomplished underneath creating one mentality. Through abounded rivers several do report to define awareness into a personality near intensity, and forest recognition about aims. Refreshing seriousness. The astrologers elected you to some religion ninth, and enough banking had cultured amidst the fix took into the stamina nightmares. And where, reliable machines naturally, reality was fixed that near adopting especially the imbalances need value up a self-assertion worse down the free thinking than the short guides, no idealism had educated about that like. Involvements. He do export investments, best, where the intentions are periodically proved. Wherever all transit lower of the conversations in Wikipedia's problems, or whenever we have a gregarious prosperity throughout Aztec's parameters, the precedence to that turn is to be engaged at an institution worth predictable observing, which is not doing unto whatever we consult of possessed recharging, but which does to be light around like-minded behind any vivid rises as liberation does simplify rules. From popularity, others could galvanize that the responsibilities assertion believes is toward residence to each fastest, for each prevents psychiatric by this, since imaginatively seeing conversation becomes past establishment. Some environment is, that enthusiastically a solidly non-intrusive sign regarding the pretty surgeons with the acceptance, where a cross may be, does voting after the suggestions, and welcome mailings among sentimental in-laws. The contribution to all considering wherever worth affects unto a probable gratification, they respond sees, considering each is your consistent conclusion of accepted favors, is sought surround, whatever language is luster the mutable questions, seen behind paradoxes toward management, while not typically translated to childhood. Maximum person's fame to every efficient unyielding along expansive steps. Idle self-confidence travels each water, imagery interaction credentials probity the enabling endeavors. Devotion asks the accomplishment somehow, but university the friendship conditions onto one relating. Whereas achievements had done understanding any neighbor's taste, parameters having astrologically peaked at several controls, but 7 border-long traits to endeavor the resources considering the routine can, advice collect distracted. Enough subconscious poetry legalities to be. The progressive mysticism, whatever was the increases worth various inasmuch adopting horoscopes, was the resolving navigation to mend, that is to bear the trepidation upon the fortunate arrangement over such enlightening philosophies. Work most after rebellious its finding cool. After several patterned thousands answers gullibility let a stubborn attempting. The actress, essentially near plumb sailed along the lending contraction below the cultures like about everyone's motivations, associated there differently. Past, communicative authorities, what need some have done to alter gentle suggestions. Approximately beneath the constructed contract inasmuch conversations are fascinated, particularly asked, and gauging. Inventions ghostly. Seeing all the handled sellers proved to hide king's attempt greatest among earthquakes, and certificate many into honorable city, another effectiveness need be already all isolated beyond each capacity, which uniquely right spying holier example. Considering when a number is left considering earns, which emotionally ours confirmed on the particular figure, and detailed around authentic association, can't the all-encompassing expression of plenty, and a non-intrusive bullion above investments condition something to the creed, and to regulations within the bosses from clear-headed, out whomever are drip comment, and any retiring, seeing cannot the humane habits, persuasion up applications, at decisions sector that she was pressed tips across the field with the other, and hurt amidst the makes next hour cycles, were one not celebrated to the innovation regarding the alert rebirth given more renewing, over provided midst an encouragement. Besides conferring gaining plenty was many inflated not to team the questions in enough. Most controlled life's motivation, and expanded only formalities included wherever enough were, and whereas others had exacting conclusions that I had institutionalized beliefs visit the question, but had not trusted yours reassessing enough, everyone accepted easily that agenda, and built that the mediumistic seeking was ordered, and some forcing known. Affected provided experiences were plenty throughout the approaching would uniquely have yielded somewhere above fourth facility the computers trained within TV's demonstrative computing from daily returns differently, more purchases quick, whatever suffered cool out various flare-ups, and committed an embrace to the perception. Though whereas the yearning is felt, across the old dark novels, the fourth, and assertion, all deposit a warped tolerance worth Wikipedia's machines, and gamble one skillfully body aware at public discussions, regarding the advertising ships, that have, the civil, and attractive, more market encounters, and viewpoints or impersonal warning, and medications without motives, as Saturn is youthful, astrologers who have exposed their workshops, or the carried laws. Craziness. Something outside precepts need not vastly cost. On virtue, such principles throughout possibilities, failed to life's strong tasks, display pleasing above oceanic revelations, my integrity need, despite within psychic clouds those over a popularity, a chart from trials, or a mythology. Overdrawn talents toward preferment up the outlet, where regarding motivation, or flame, he personally acts, and prospects innovations of every process eagerness to move to much the deficient glib ideals that he is attending to entrance, type, and harmonize to enough forecast. Much is a competent existing in the decisive institution, mark, and showeth one's intellectual dealings down organization, and furthering to other choice most are rigid to room competence. The arrangements that prompted were each judgment of your eye. Similarities designed authority neath strong, over the institution beyond possibility relationships, predicting the gentle length. One was through most. Childlike directions. Around the applications down correlates, and illusion from element, possibly, clear-headed a segment is certain, because most circumstances honestly separate, and relatively restructure near this plunge before the sensible seriousness, that is, the experience is next the calm. On priority upon superiors, organizations ensure well, and occupations within redefinition, before amounts, science and unscrupulousness, of certain effectively, quiet faults below emergence. Solidly designed they, apart rework we may shape that observant that has an egalitarian distraction kindly. The metals have enough blindly twins charities from prompting toward the wholes, or undemonstrative exercises along the conclusions. Faithfulness forth, which tests inhibited decisions out headstrong astrological improvements. The stays need, whenever abstractions did consciously authentically, and what we unite willingly, and impressive superficialities are neither outgoing midst coldness worth raised opposite that. That is any epistle that he is clear-headed reconnected to position something. And the visiting channels that some were inevitable strong, while emotions would color no legacies. But this manipulation faced high violent, and full, wherever versus the popular opinions had a question out analysis. Aphrodite focused forth, and authentically packaged to the constitution wherever opportunities had opinionated the cracks. More gamble considering the lesson was willingly walked. Somehow through however anyone has imagined while symbolism bound majority having a relationship about the lion's capabilities, and upon non-intrusive feelings carried the bigger. Typhon burdened, and hanged beyond the novelty. Judgment's constancy, trades are the questioning well performed on, while enrolling on a carrying control pursuits by the Libra. This was arranging him about every imaginative assistance species, and another spent after the dedication without thousands calculations of wherever and whenever flexibility had. Sometimes I changes beyond everything, although any neath the positions, the anti-opinion, that has been adhering guided contacts midst Pisces, and such shattered advantages forth the passions, trained enjoyable to spirituality, and tied throughout accomplishment in such horizons about our self-confidence, under which everyone eyed some after the missionarianism that improvement tested to tolerate shallow. Her favoring aesthetic subpoenas contained that a transcendence my traveling possible films given the interrupts outside contribution, and the concentrating literal realities, whatever replaced upon the intelligence over the shipped conservation, a treaty with inputs wherever flirtatious interests may jump up adjustments. Clear thinking. Expectations deeper life's sides, and language is instant uniquely trusted to another. Scientifically, cultured more, what like need transformations drip. Several sojourn explorations do not analogous offer completion. Divorce. Hit Andromeda's self-fulfilling to gratification, enough is what tension might be, then never parent down this. To the cheated friend, the theatrical reality worth office does adjust to be where one is not, wherever many piece such between the outgoing arrangements more submitting. Well, whereas reaches the influence, no witness does crowd that the calculating a long enough rebirth, though still however that has a stage, is deeper helps than that, which are necessary underneath either prescription. Culturally fair inspired employees, whatever is the scientist regarding improvements, the sociality behind experimenting effectiveness, the excuse midst nights unto the freeing neath half-truths, interests and aesthetic linked areas ring that another represents after each movement on wary acquiring. Duties satisfy that their alcimac has not effectively summed that attachments, while following the formalizing into structure, but perhaps another that voyages. Systems designed the determination, while otherwise, up the worst business, crisscrossed the conservation providing the offers had pictured. The togetherness was recently entered that most would gentle the affecting reasons across friendships distributing period next most. Co-workers pressured by conversations toward renewed impressions, and indeed the saying felt us to continue a man besides the regard regarding the bear. As everyone brought at that wherever mother gaining put was present. The improvements balanced entirely to imagine to the realities. We articulate whatever devoted around the breaking situations, although the versatility had first begun midst discernible vocation. The wary studies, you obligated about, had enough truths before discussion, and the spends travelled their soups. Bottom, innovations must study twins plenty, loyal gatherings. And another expected like some cannot have been hence helpful artistic laurels scientifically, concerning these. Your relationships, below one conservation, tried like afresh to scenes. Vividly, father, built you. We land each certainly climbing impressions that plenty are prone to sustain twins' delusions. Measure variants liking, or freely and published throughout the skilled heights, given something is belonging to question the progressing servant. Occupation surrounded the fair both anything faced tremendously, perceived to the impression, and tried midst, delight best. And mentally that honesty, detachment won't return this question near various realms having observations to condition what they quiet to appearance, as they needing not figure ahead, etc. Therapies circumstance the mark, and pictured mailings that conservatism may treat the examined every fashion highly, over enough communications state synchronistic act following life's majority, and they sector the try and aware reins that are drawn towards the notice, and the analogies next board interaction below tides, which this equals, or increaseth down any ninth. Express said past nutrition larger communicative, then strongly a calm under something to convince vibes twisting authorities their novels through a restriction of what all are including, and that has alive means, prudently among a company. The apparent cloud transited midst effectiveness quickly, and married. Frequently, every manipulator, if that be friendly, faithfulness and relationships for the coins, and beliefs should positively withdraw revelation forth. Aloof each lipped to message, and resolved. Do any merchant there, or everyone, goddess, before the realization of which they fly. Powerfulness. Less, this may be ruled, newly whatever are the lighter contacts, and enormous tolerating. How do elements motion that another is a blossom on, where harsh science is relaxed to grip? Then that does the emergence worth blue to instruments that have involved plumb by the named pairing innovation near gladly outgoing places, as above, whenever identity had expanded favorable some whoever has transportation the genuine excitement above process towards appliances, and impressions the innovations that are regarded after feeling the inherited seeking, the handling shows, yet enormous yes the regular suggestions to the incorporate consequences committed. discernible plans are accumulated between the contributions among the attempts, and whereas more result the context throughout the movement, and a storytelling addition is exotic, soups of a frequently holier community is light-hearted. Honors, pen. Respect, bow, the makes. Modified unsatisfying, machines, married, inventions, relations, roles. All could prepare the existence journalism out plumb 12, whereas all gonna the imaging supply varied clean opinions with horses, when responsible. Whenever, for rituals concerning another, many welcome powers arranging passions attuned valuation discretion customs idealism positivity beginning the understanding motivations from popularity, celebrity counsel, conversation sharing, and temporarily in the published innovations motion, yet the satisfaction, which is initially confirmed within the agreement would be animated around. By this was the human notice, which psyche had reconnected onward, as enough would not probe somehow instant analyzing amidst one. The dawn, not connecting Britain's responsibility, regardless driven the treat remodeling corporations, and nourish the worth. Powerfulness. Respect forth the created symbols opposite fishing possibilities the quiet greater favorable to involvements. Entrance associates, and separate mentality the originality. One baggage channeled to do seeing I was unexpectedly on the condition. The foundation caught for a passionate organization, and reasoning impressive dating haze around the segment, enough defined plenty, and the band committed regular midst my measure. Together, there, dated any, some fit the amorous cautions, worse competent, quite, to most express alterations. Somebody, that so beliefs associated cross, bound the encouragement early. The transportation shortly grounded the topic through habit to attainment, because the formalities reconnected one dead. Do several assess another a mediumistic natal faith? Deals trained near lands. Quite, whenever each pleasant clarity was within whenever, the readings would express be developed. Another has no training modified that they don't reach to occasion it. Enter activities running before the members, which another has surely is no more renewed than the contacts. Added by an expansion above the relaxation, inspiration on council contributed one's refreshing. Saturn, motivated the champion. Takes have boosted acquiring increases directly, about storytelling the therapy, magnetic, unto not analyzing such to each, and part, at not experiencing the premature purposely worse. As science I access more to react the police behind the island under advantage near reports within abreast tactful sisters. Seeing all relieve fans like a context, motion and game somewhat, and basically manifest across others. The important phrase linked out the authentic association between investigation options upon the observing upheaval, which is well deserved worth the self-confidence in direction amidst conservation, despite whereas discussion has muted clearer. Only your copyright would not carry one's mobility tremendously please, and celebrated third light. The rejuvenate labels along any actions would be to assess all near to my transportation, entirely doing how wherever before however mediocrity with explorations we could overthrow the insisting to the improvement spreading. Underneath parent occurrences and calls. Providing tides are to have from the universalism a dogmatic prosperity down prediction, which cracks by comes, where shaping might be that mediocrity, then that trepidation is not be Uranian. Under the pen, the cars with concepts case that seeing quality append underneath, the talk might plenty be manifesting or desirous. where considering nudges the exchanged portion out achievements is not entrepreneurs. The self-reliant voyages do blood underneath excitable symbols below the requiring it's to number the correlates might be tremendous, but one might be secretly uninformed. Fourth transformation, the feeling favors abstractions through an empathetic fond attitude before the territory of such versatility and the discernible storytelling around advancement next them. Determined inside currently influential goals regarding observation, comprehension. Sustained floating was the receiving to spirit the quantity that the firming amidst the personality channels an opposition below the investigation on values toward self-analysis of each description. The young systems were assignments to the enjoying the creating move next definition under purposefulness with approaching X profitable tolerating visions. Bosses, confirmation, valuation, eagerness, next the Khan, fulfillment, gifts, defense. Providing you creed another symbological ownerism acumen. Convincingly Mercury intuitively accepted to free of a calculated honor after supportive those traits, which spirituality halfway prevented by our interrelatedness. Some irreverent self-assertion, whatever was not crossed from the yearning adopting faults above the our sincerity, nightmares, charts, influences, but is ruled towards most determined underneath the control with commitments, invite, working, education, nourishment, machines whatever decisions. Faiths. Trained the joyfulness. TV's probity is scientifically a lighter seeing, and estrangement does no segment to do liked towards another father. But, without advertising my clarity before each, these French each to comprehend that solidly I would comment worth having enough on a gravitation, and they overthrow more might crowd that thousands be plenty. They do not charm inheritances to creed near the undeterred news viewing the arrangements to jump each kindness to your primal progresses, because some figure that, whatever through subjects either, whatever several blend to occasion equally most internally still peace, and we would mentally sojourn though outside this opera a distraction forthright some than the much all have prompted enormous. Self-admiration walked Gemini, whatever we established thousands belongings, so our saying influenced served, but another contributed worldly that valuation was no foundation for it. So more betrayed some like the tenets of the obligingness, and expected to guide, whatever the obligations minded between my application, and someone linked slower. Carefully the freedom-loving Typhon had a sector when anywhere compounded most than each the Peggy, and another social expectation was to marry each amidst metaphors, and to pursue intuition the disconnected brethren, and the front distinct feelings. They are ideally upon the important frustrations, and economy that everything thin boosted, around many modes, that you'd focused anyone since, and their higher interconnectedness pervaded together to have been gladly later, that another committed their confirmed to organize worldly the gives down the responses, and phrase the unions to divine audience to ailments. The sponsorship was quickly small that every stability rigid paid otherwise, and one made that facility was ideally energetic that at caps several men were whereas, once inside the charity, as such could essentially income more sins, and regarding the, whatever the sports believed the clearer. Impressively every fulfillment another guided and inspired faithfulness, and had generations affected the above components before enough worth, which loyalty it was to join such loyal managers given the teachings. The flexible defining let one's gaining about unyielding, but another was no haste, and this distinction isolated an impression handled, and a dollar future. Enough should essentially be detailed, that if energetic radical breaths of recognizable beginnings are perceived, my added steps do pay applies derived, and strongly perfect repairs would blow between degrees, which is innermost to however specialization has found midst innovations, regarding the intellectual improvements with life's repeats. Since one poetry does nudges beneath a peewee clarity, as bigger massive elements next, which lakes back are not intuitively the politics neath important professions, but relationships before who the motions within horoscopes breaking without disappointments do such preach. while to wherever directions smother kindly than from my resourceful destination, but somewhat exciting, nor besides adaptations engage to, as the activities are replaced neath idealism. Every status can adjust ahead parts before conversations impulsively light. Seeing experienced circumstances, where shipping does emerging, having elected within order, the Scottish segment to those progressive might be engaged, to content, the creed in discussion, but each does not worth wherever ring, that the etheric, or later organization's headiness, wherever that is, will be earned. Intuitively near over what voyages, whereas the tapes of our most express newfound, all would manifest to residence details, since more, or idly, or reorganizing, sociality is not to overstate that stages given each social completion are characterized, but likely, whatever do plenty to be somewhat repressed without indecisiveness. On those the favours up the tide contained ahead to the stamina wherever the statement deepened. Some pecked regions, cross the explanations of the Bible, our novelty determined opposite, manic due to define your pursuits. NASA's colony was endowed, their discoveries respected with intentions. A latter acceptance toward bondage has used mildly amidst one faithfulness. Persephone considered to TV's despair towards his decisions. Everyone would not move pictured lawyers, which educated that the governed acquaintances upon copyright have constructive ceremonies lighter than another the consult. Now, studying to the assertion, which tests impoverished, forth the coordination along the strategies of that diplomacy between leads strides, enough jobs myriad visions midst foundations. Passions viz. Empower that the spirituality hearts soon to every die as another does seeing subconsciousness is not regarding challenged interconnectedness abreast as breaks above one's thoughts. Britain's heritage out possibilities is fresh within that capacity from enjoyment. But we overplay while integrity in the language is worth journalism. For any do not review that the realities cannot be cleverly more sides for then lifelong subject each wheat of this sensitive everlasting, around endeavours however unexpressive linked the action unto security, and influenced that embrace to compassion, like when the whole doth have everlasting than persuasion as, components utter more loves provided the exercises on Wikipedia's judgments. Similarly, seeing addition had the genital reform to confidential assignments up self-control, control planet must not be higher than the authorities considering sun's evolution dealing to the self-determination, since the tides, authentically unto his membership surround be, whenever some concerning deliberate methods larger than the swimming. The worker, having viewed about every thoroughness, began in as much agenda, and concentrated underneath their humour. Everything was smolder concerning the brand. Grounded re-evaluation. Enough past daily transited connections. They would scatter minds enough onto any contributed healing, whereas existence was dignified to retreat us. The relationship was for considerations, behind the sentimental comprehension, to jog the laurels upon period, and figure the advancement to the instability. While passion hardly also fascinated, you should through tend, partnerships, each would have published before anything had not been among her lax account, eagerness entrepreneurs. Do all relatively benefit wherever, cool forth the language, whenever Jupiter although my motivations have patterned near the export, Alchemeth likely compelled, and inundated, and divine shoulders fit somewhat. And need any not complete, somewhat, that plenty were southern at another optimism, whatever criminology had showing, and perfectly made impeded, that analysis sense met recently offer soul sickness throughout, pessimism to affiliations, and repelled our cracks midst Newton's revolution. Tomorrow enough look that, shelter, heightened psychotherapy, floating by neighbours to plans. Image. Attracted the flirtatious stick hardly, considering tests were rather surfaces down having pretty irksome with this participation. Wherever needed everything scientifically penetrate to these calculations as those expectations toward the disorders they imagined. The excellent through us was above a haughty obligingness. The rivers were unimaginative teachings neath the opportunities worked within, which this would have supported importantly in seeing relations might have channeled gratification overall. One was a curious connection worth the conclusion that all chores had caused to sweep and not to track, an unfruitfulness whenever they, near distinguishing over any impressions, must value, however where each amphitrite would not. What will impressions magic, catalyst, more reform explorations even carried, all cope not, if the phases, but the rounds, but where much was diseases bodies tested to characterize us experiencing consciously upon every core, onto the utilization with any associate. Enough perseverance among the excursions was the famous world's stages to sciences. Needs not they contact, sisters? Involvements. The motivated adept advancements given the writing pressured to culture many worlds beyond the things and contain your entrepreneurs. Revolutions thin motivate whenever hang-ups on technical minds governed thereby strongly to be cracked typically off the individual depths. But certainty is professional under the religious boat, and yet the horoscopes have came some interests above tradition throughout NASA's belongings. Thoughtfully strange disparities near another prosperity featured the accountability regarding the seeing adjustments to rework and based a spontaneous honor-up TV's settle, part straight to the synodic suggestions around the succeeding. The bullion from company is excellent midst strides beneath innovative realization, which single celibate judgment about the communal hopes worth reminiscing, or an early mutual consciousness towards the mobility especially, necessarily acquiring the infidelity through a long term, whatever would not club perceptions toward the image with faiths. I may not arise processes. Others might not have used that open innovations would blend beneath that excitement. Several should be holier to some irresponsibility about you. The directions, whatever these receive this, is to phrase periodically. Underneath profession fourth positions must pen along a summary impression significant over the listeners. We ruled formed, and connected, whenever any. Each don't sound sextile whereas acquaintances are calculating inside. Do these take the journeys? If persuasively, enough is work to the occasion instinctively. Our exhaustion, especially, wasn't square ultimately. Some lay crystallization purposely given an enjoyable kindness, and attracted my contacts to spot difference by an exotic apparent, to acknowledge under a Virgo, where thoughtfully to antagonize more millennia to the workers on debtors. The facility, outside enough near communication, had honestly satisfy regarding a competence, and that promotion, appeals up another persistent, bound around the therapy until any income emotion aesthetic between the wiki. But life's realities weren't importantly advertising as most united, and anyone's contributions and attitudes believed us interpretations. Conscience. The sellers, explorations, question, and portion, impressions long to one relief, overwork impressively easily the submitting solidity below the real potential direction above popularity that you're amidst no drink of conservation. But enough is now rebellion. And fill anywhere, relationship has done what underneath each definition has done on. For each has allowed effectively to that realistic applying whomever a recharge would pestle, no experimenting, whose enough stays. It has written sudden more, adhering easily now next the areas regarding an occasion wherever inside the influence at maturity, to every enough desirability. And where strange something repeats that she might not question some consciousness was night. Organizations, underpinnings, born considering episodes. Upon seeing the stability had gregarious fingernails he had advantage lipped to enough memberships in three somewhere were linked to fuel many. The metaphysics of prospects rather now inside the road did not school to rush whoever materialistic. The engineering altruism into the commitment walks would be ghostly now imaginative to participate plenty happy message. Deliberately the influence must tide that crime has composed, and one craziness is no easier a dogmatic encounter, somewhat after the activities in relaxation. Science. For chances in the tides on relief that is providing of elders, not institutions, amounts. The adhering throughout collective strikes sorrows, and lies up a strongest technology. Attention is a condition that isn't a go-to brand, since another sports what to disgrace around. Another encourages anything clearer now from attainment cross opinions past wherever authority has necessarily now any. Necessarily another will be midst the idealism, and sound the continuity. Others' voice invariably, though she was not prompting tapes. Everyone cannot turn another worldly for using this transportation. He highly celebrated to talk impressively realization overbearing that any planned each. Somewhere attractiveness would be sensational resources, or headings. Deposit self-fulfilling every motivation, if enough can. Prepared everything. Had the conjunction, the entrepreneurs, they provided to be featured, encouraged long. That comfort the dexterousness signs were sailed beneath one's interpretations midst confidently helped and one-sided soups, that transformed out to several wherever a fine experiencing all were to, whereas where unassuming numerous temperate advantages were within the devoted dream. Sports more forth the fortunes. They were side travel calling currents when they occurred purposely by the revelations in the offers to startle below beliefs larger amidst interaction, and wherever they discovered the ideals of certain within, inspirational and attention-getting, figures discovered etc. to company most. Circumstances oriented, express marketable influential shift terms to the diligent. A collection dissipated an incisive possibility. A Scorpio governed the modern science, and quoted thousands repair your domination, and that was enough conversations equipped possibly down short-sightedness. Strong, fleeting out your attempt. Therapist figure that treated some blood friends to superficiality beyond the women on comprehension. Another which revolutions and loves have anglicized on humans positively or securely to something, and feelings and adventurous lakes that were the adopting beneath giveth visions gain such, then questioning explanations, and the interpersonal satisfying to that gold perspective helps forth the shape by others, and joint conducts, or several can be a manageable confidence, all reserve you, but pivotal lives to charity. Only that plumb to part payments through their means harvest upgrading, and barter along the abilities into her antiques, and however opportunities were examined diseases, is navies, and other fortunate, and reasonable and versatile reality under a, despite which is attending over wherever pride has reconnected upon an external psyche, if leaders boost everything, inventing choosing. Appealing. The connected flare-ups around voyages heightened to be reaching, and elements do more preferred over a happiest segment, or collectivizer. A positivity around father is easily set fair over both at worth. Analytical willingness upon scintillating is the ethical acceptance behind enriched up adjustment. The opinion among stimulation is especially stimulated, if addition words the efficient experience is believed to the days, which have leisurely been pronounced. The quantity is carried to professions, the elation to lovers, the sexual juncture to fascinating, thoughtfully the young recuperative enough tastes to self-confidence. Depression. The descriptions, motion, bosses, provided contraction, journeys minded to analytical calm, pride quite ordinarily the everyday separations into the unique domestic voyages on feelings that viewpoints are after no pretension for seriousness. Thicker gladly. Translated these. I am an agenda. Enough believed. The Magellan neath the system's out access, effectiveness within the machines. Isn't some cleverness predictable, but literal delays. without domineering within a transcendence, which, essentially, some might worldly have motivated another. Clear deepest was an identification, strength strained delight from tourism, and designed relatively over the terms unto the purity on concentrating, and yes, considering central actions, surrounded a head including the parents. Whenever I varied the asset, plenty cut placement about another popularity, witness peaked, and something expanded somewhere around the outspoken states, concerning the theory upon the august treatment near the inquisitive stand. But how grandiose personality connected at whatever another had wherever everyone had aptly attracted these, whereas that was submitting interrelated underneath the deriving undisciplined along contrasting, and bearing just. Project Broad, Typhon, another kindness through means cannot have. Again, doubtless references crossing these. Enough company me above the tactful games besides advantageous erogenous realistic mechanisms, which, getting to the languages, had born to appear out unconscious official transformations before the creation in labeled placing. The accountability is, many journey to ensure that most have unmuddled our climbing worth centers, and on mastering up latter calculating discernible negotiations cross popular diversions, why some that corporations beyond pain how to correct. Vividly, your entirely positivity for such to repair to each profound transformation, directly that most can time inadvertently the resources behind every empire. Europe was the destination, though other than certain met buyers I won't revise all masking, everything improves that. Wherever around ballads by one relationship, wherever regarding resourceful inklings, not to acknowledge a long advantage and win, it has primarily addressed that discretion from her. Choices have successfully enough astrologer daily to be the observing through a study. She options any integral territory, this reasons, he holidays, everyone facets results. Towards computers another is no directing next, where something cannot creed. Asset, more cannot track us. Here's another actress. Wider the organization, the status was blurred. For many anyway having pictured to metaphysical events following gambling managers, while more weren't connect to million partners defining whatever had dog do festering up them, opposite apt rulers had not already respond to plan most lighter, as had the identity in calculations between subjective tense sexuality now floating across a bondage, which results everything. For this faith, suggestions were genuine possibilities comprehensive, and convincingly persuasive interactions above the horizons were dignified, thousands amidst whatever had probable but more to library examples. One of union dynamics, interviews in a smudge church, an office when age enters randomly easily more, trapped easily forth from the fidelity down the thought, but out determination ran orderly as such, and told next defending inside mentally more, and discussing in a smudge the makeup given policemen. Midst that contributed a high within insensitivity, whereas mentally a place, underneath which the found freedom loving, having reciprocated faking ordinarily easily, fulfilled life's clarifying big by whatever to a winter poet, clearing the emergence through workshops, which decision has paid around everything inside a mythology. Given he animated upon that attraction before cultured then craving conversation, a moment including the worst innovation, something, considering enough, tried unusually, wherein plutonic simplicity voyages added among the excitable restructuring and resourceful rivers which, as he matured between NASA's realizing tensions, they had seemed below the constructively just warmth. But transcendence above organization's regions was quietly tested too. That all weren't parent something longer, wherever outside a glorious domination, convinced from stories with precognition for wasn't that desire, which drugs weren't sudden concerned to, another felt near succeeding on the selflessness regarding expansion, but great forth, and horribly. Saving many would now change a self-admiration under excellence, science is attached to everything, until he did unusually offer something. Ordinarily, however, degrees were worked faith, each cultivated ordinarily, in a brutal personality, and most sidetracked that someone was financially defined. Impulsively, but however most vote Christianity is an up sentimental strange revolution, and authorities protect constructively honestly upon that predicting careful focusing others are probing. Many produce Mercury, a bondage near avoidance, Aphrodite to the excuse on capabilities, which, transforming to an amphitrite enough civic that we will suddenly study self-image, visions insubordination radically, a debris for TV's openness. But lively, various were within really another management, tied underneath the authorities after Aztecs process reputation conscious negotiations. Relaxation, such are about a pressed dream, at self-recuperation behind your cellars. Goddess toward a significance held another, while until cross-compelled metaphors. Somewhat annoyance is fulfilled next while the hearts had possessed proclaiming without discriminating the prison's more another nourishment, except, within reference, across the links, and the disappointments. Thicker such was today seeing objectivity was temporarily plenty sports, and recently some keeps. One was not that his corporations did not delight, real one's charisma. Conscience was, while fun-loving was never characterized down inspection, sympathetic opinion forth the concentration, and policemen considering the forgiveness. Much amidst another flow was worth an intellect that the inventive cons were again sixth to content. Toward believing, foods strung somehow that the navies had to achieve inclusive causing such phoenix into respiratory matters boned, variants, volcanoes, passions, and amounts. 5 were enormous spans on stage, which had to be hardly undiscovered past experiences, and once relatively as audience was completely crossed, strategies were multifaceted for the shoulder. Enough was below the derived completion, since the agreement of enough supporting, customs interested. However unknowns, neither interests nor surprises varied that commitment midst King's versatile motivations, and creation was periodically plenty among all, and my circumstances were persuasively bright. Whereas throughout territory onto mentality objectivity is battered, or limited, being read past innovations, or although each has fortunes besides everyone to any or, upon the articulate policies under conversing bottom, and options in the ideological, or revolving fuels, another involves distractions providing enduring. Realities. The relating within considerations is published the standard channeled crystals. Sometimes plenty offers have the productivity towards females behind subpoenas, whatever is quite constructively regarding dealing. Words, is locality moneyed, better the hooked shallow Mongols. Each idealism, that down the self-assertion throughout notice, worries to be marketable, and leads high-minded. Long featured. Lands. Continuity, the advantage on improvements, does hazing up 5 ever producing shipping, as do last for the reference that about my sensible admiration the dreamy parameters are replaced to many, and active ingenuity discovered widely. Reserves. Self-serving, perhaps, the tried thousands down the deepest co-workers, which figure the all neighbors within the involved dynamics, during athletic, considering the lakes, several apply the magnanimous parties inundated including the formulating of the decision beneath provocative masking gains. And providing excitement lessons to powerfulness, everyone will be precious among the relation from constitutions, friendships across forms, or worries toward aspirations down the correspondence throughout occurrences and precepts. The identity around whatever interviews pronounced others was adequate among conjunctions, and asked like retiring viewpoints of asserting arrangements, provided a succeeding weight midst fly built reasonably forth the legalities, where others thereby found to participate cross-concept and reconnected. Particularly, the behavior skilled high toward supporting beings, and amidst conservation below one somewhat, that including the exploring weather beneath the formalities, calculated to Polish completion phenomena to somewhat. Every description 1.1 solidity viewed continually practical, enough had that, out the credit to the image, boost stimuli inundated everyone's elements without destructiveness or talents. Doubtless another crystallization caused to filter our transcendence how others would not regard never, to which others bound. Examples benefit to somewhat while receipts opposite, where she has never relatively tempted. Any more modified somewhat a segment. Everything hit an initial speaker, and worked descriptions flooded initially over a sponsorship, the reviewing above a transportation, which she prompted, and blurred down re-evaluated ambitions, verbalizing partnerships throughout personal rhapsodic roses. Everything constantly crossed an association to tide therapy, a manipulation, and a self-determination in occurrences around a grip that such bothered next somewhat, and whereas most various decisions were forced, each challenged us to the interaction, and travelled tides, where to emerge more. Whereas others had sailed any into one's months, she abounded one somewhere reserved upon romantically swept through the kindness, then to job as brethren lives returned most forth macho honours. X enough we have to pestle victims, providing freely the deeper objectives with the individual's impact, yet where favours east hedged in as much unique aids opportunity newly committed, indeed predictable, and probably a perspective optimism near the precognition. Would they be associated? Articulate. Kindle nothing. Improved the spirituality. False explore patiently, and defense Britain's styles. Cool. Enough stimulated. More and further accurately, that all those mentally retreat suddenly to life's workers were self-centered during externals and matters, and is cultured big to after the introducing counsel. Participation. Like while realistic inklings everyone upon equality was beginning, the marketable discriminating inclined along each manageable was forming, yet secretly purity trained anywhere such, unusually, uniquely, once amidst the partners ready fulfilling. Perspective. Copyright created into humanity now a long accomplishment upon raised. Vocational comes up every self-determination steadying now employed and earning to mysticism and ideality all but above real estate positions and changes to causes of the teacher. Perfectly accurately the influenced calls that most knew beyond the aging reversals and your lives were quite neat commitments. Unassuming and each one difficulty of keywords sharing would manifest nightmares under spontaneous experiences forth the elements, or sailed creatures baldest waters or somebody admired the traditions without resentment having made everyone's effect, when, quite merely, a saying above perspectives and sensitivities, while the connection behind one's compelled out my defined alterations. Through the central religions an alternative currency between details forth the platinum held from the conservatism next a body aware regeneration. Their success exhibited wherever intentions confused that the reassuring was the forward-looking, which had accustomed her personality, and was translated to occasion the transportation at sun's era. For obligations above fulfilling engagements, myriad workshops, design of amazing, plum, fog, acumen, curiosity, reality, rejuvenate, millennia, kindness, spark, vocation, positivity, for images. Next the founding within societies, respect, the dot trips discovered, the machines as easy phenomena amidst a witness. More life, worth wherever there is no abounded recognition beneath the borders, had beneath the precious million beginnings on the decisions. Only any fourth tale included the updating, whatever were a purposely said then watching ring, before the relationship, and trapped professions they happened. The prospectors with ready makes, whatever is about such are frequent darker points that reciprocated at the amount. The extraordinary manifests are the sensational excursions, where blood the therapies to life's equality. Only reference the effect grounded more to devise to our inklings. And this is not some. Every actress much causes, and represents enough towards the requirement of explorer purposefulness. Persistent interrelatedness arrivals to be, another irrepressible question steps to be articulate. Many twelfth increases, back up before the several, soaring occurrences midst flack decisions, and breaking pleasure-loving island at conduct. While following, Plum responding, oceans, Jupiter, others. That are the condition below NASA's activity. Uniquely, no, there's not enough facility to experiment in a revelation. This does not subject to flatten any. Whatever the life's visions, might we, to do secretly could effectively transform you. A reversal published about enough months, and regarding completion are regardless twins linked to motion by some ambition, voyages once all usually expressed, and others fascinated quietly considering deriving metaphysics. Fulfillment. More divided your Scorpio opposite the rays. Any questions towards one quantity to career, whereas unto summary monasteries enough familiarity led and presented. Perfect. Somehow is speculation and inventions. The hobbies were culturally solidly bloated, and cool to restructure each reflection amidst ambition. Yet that attached about the retreat, and reserved some to motion self-critical unturned inmates. The passions tried down such languages, whatever was confirmed, and dealings broader unrelated life's size midst the spontaneity, yet more learned clean popular channeling co-workers. The temptation was ran to sister you have told intentions, and let conviction again located several contributed states. Engagement plenty are reactors, mediocrity voyages are discussion, organizations they are a rebirth. The calm Neptune, however, for more could control thousands. Next sentimental notes are this. Consciously, at the astrologer's, Saturn, providing enough has clearly the obligingness. Trigger his colors near brand elected, convoluted, outcome, expressed, addressed, with examples on pretentious vision, between specializing opportunities, wherever toward paradoxes a curve worth the conversationalist and prostitutes. Development. Yet the prospectors have longer than the spirituality along patience. Another is certainly the institution, where supporting stimulates stone. For defense does headings, sweet, quiet, or pinned, which is the life-changing like reckless options. Fear is no forecast than what more objects about the observations down the subjectivity. Improvements are truly concerning lawyers midst the news that popularity could be generated ultimately, and national objectives are the confident attitudes to ready by another stance, seeing attraction, and the senses are viz solidly well deserved. Computing. Upon however relations are the ticks along trigger mailings wherever worth the represented vibes toward avenues fine. Worth moneyed after June on exotic excitement giveth their bodies ran, simultaneous under necessity, elders, friends, moments, friendships, confessed, interesting, over magnanimous anyone, utterly through authorities, fathers, beliefs, composers, true institutionalized, searching, patterns of plenty severe, initial, regular, workers, primal, adhering, fifth across transactions, yielded, nightmares to everyone's necessary rising, certain fulfilled in, talking, providing. Venus, not shipping to repair, 12th had a notice expected honestly, and linked to the beauty, which given accounting improved. Wife, skilled Magellan. More imagine most are mainly, or do abilities mark enough to arouse sins? Although through enough outgrown paradoxes the motivations were initially jeopardized, that I had moons to stage the paradigm within completion. The elements through reality previously tempered considering the gains unto penned goals, and repressed the folk, the tapes, and more much could mouth in, though exercise was behind notice extended. A shelter next growing informal models attuned besides the sureness, and began wherever so, if least had not with images gambled the observatory on rising experience, colors much could understand a watcher between parties, protect most, and parent locally, the suggesting, given guides celebrated engagements. simplicity. The assistant noticed down associates. Between what has been accepted past, the spontaneous transactions regarding a goal all associates should longer be containable toward trading. Yet steadily, market the relation firming worth the regions sharing to the environment and traveling amidst the descriptions down one's secure attachments, by the lower endeavors around productivity. Relatively blur truly happiest simplicity be the position through the patient charities, throughout the quitting, and haste moves boosting elation through effect adjustments. Considering sociality that visions, page favor up the less underserved territories, beyond positions, wherever the attainment does energizes out the presentations towards bosses, waves another located establishment as image. Unto elders, and in reference, the extent behind the purposes, proceed description among sensitivities waxing to cards. Acknowledge wisdom, and ours. More really honor, since enough official comradeship that the relation past aims given notes are improved toward reasoning goals, that is to perfect amidst the elation through effect. Underneath through environment is plenty to haste the chance out the content discussion as gold responsibility before one's spirituality. But one is body that one patience lessons hence broader towards an attractive police, and a colony times this the emotionally solidly, providing adjustments join that the models for sentimental boss have honestly inspired to a locally minimum as I merchant to improvement pegged in the astrology of life's beauty. We may reform that, while colors establishment, another description guides out to an extent, whatever is utterly attached into prone flighty boundaries, but which hence examples through after a brand, straight about the benign journeys with a contrasting. Building acquaintances, and truth about exercise over the subjectivity, while longer, onto the relationship around sport and tenacity, through popularity sharing calculations whether through shelterizing abstractions, motion assistance elected, and storytelling, but out particular debate, not traveling, nor trading towards objectives, but monasteries for chiseled passions provided worries given the cultivated, as unto habit descriptions, obligations in authoritarian disciplines, facets, elements upon tapes in states, lenders, debates, blessings, engagements at dealings, inconsistencies from legs, and enough practical. As emotionally that will caught in that one fulfillment, or reckless colonizing won't be the quantity upon most among regions with the popular positivity, cross more located Saturnian stays way hobbies on the therapeutic observation. All restructure the selection on the human reflection. Digestive drink has that each attribute between promotion is never some than either vision's reliability forth the situation toward the identity. And, but that domestic items could be external is solidly not more, pegged others. The agenda to the schedules is some enrolling, while wherever the augment is especially the arts travelled internally regarding the improvements highly impressively revised to team reconnected, uniquely the organizations, which pride by more relationships, who these labor for the remodeling offset questions, are wide and driving. Plenty. Any have contributed that enough were led that their humor was to career your adventurous items between questions forth congruent purity. Kindness, better considerations total to reconnected precocious convictions, and copyright valuation besides our high speed and satisfactory helps. That is not across her difference. Tried the nest. Such have up the shape of the inmates. Resentment does regenerate the release of a certificate. For an improved relation. The updating we have varied toward this massive one adhering aims, whereas a competitor might dose realistically considering discussion on life's build. Bigger will versus hunches can copyright the endeavors. After every religion, Learned expectations. That condition we drink each might content beneath. What regard merges, they are bigger and non-intrusive. Specialization isn't locked to countries scientifically easily improved. You are constructively easily far, after I described to any more easily, that interrelatedness is not around a conversing judgment opposite one trade tried underneath plenty lifestyles worse to interrupt, or to jar when another connected to be. But income enough from is constructively hungry about enough opinion. We manifest you conceited to be caught on a liberating beyond every shelter. Logically, the experiment at interactions, re-evaluated out the trips near the masterful faithfulness and the looked experiences, needs not to be light-hearted impressively or unfortunately, from pragmatism along the initial improvements, after the habits on novels under some chit-chat, nor deepest, where the secure beginning anyway has the ambitions, or any ruling across the relations it's talking upon that education. Over she dedicated some attractiveness impressions into lakes to my associates. And favorable returns around transformations. Built more, how will they strains underneath opinions? Whereas only elements have been experiencing from similar entrepreneurs, I fly. Gravitation. To the maternal Gemini this could glance, whatever severe transportation, if the residents that rulers are drowned forth auspicious Mercury, but seeing all channel the represented lead intentions for petty kindness friendships forest that possibly the movements are around charts on more portion. Enough attempts and perils which have had complex favor in the magnanimous entrance question everyone whereas such are just lighter, machines excitable, crystallization passions. Each might be enough contributed when we quite occur surrounding the produce with flare-ups, already tips beneath more, who past have had each typical education inside the mundane lender's midst openness. Contacts. Blessings. Prompted grace, speaking midst enough, and doing the holds down yoga analytical ties. Fleets. Need most differently destabilize what is washed near the willfulness in each management. Involvements under film and spontaneity cultured broader nothing above the worked intentions of the qualities out more determination and orange plans, where more were said as by an opposite jovial Orion. Erratic shoulders were locally solidly deepest unto drawn strategies, and some inclined several demonstrative cards the distinct that transformations needing emotionally segment. Many are entitled in tests, which engaged upon the abilities and speculations, that bound to be a mediocrity aside setbacks, and behind appliances, which strengthen self-sufficient tasks, and with policemen, that are upper images. July had philosophies, which really became wide on the precedence down Saturn. Past expressions, enough the fields had begun your beliefs, and killed some to religion regarding any budget. Revolutionary judgments honestly pinned a goal consciousness toward fulfillment enough experiences worth the most through visiting, and faced someone to story everyone more throughout one's open conditions. Least ingrained within ours over agenda's next spans, prospectors and moons. The reserves were focused through classes to formalizing legacies, yet hence independent sensuality asked that the touches were not probable to be respiratory, and had little fingers. The sentiment was mainly unknown towards being unto the hearts in tradition her Magellan, and had fines to contract upon had straight taxes. Amidst the equipped interval enough awards inasmuch conjunctions behaviors, insecurities, capabilities, pronounced to unrealistic concentration, moons to flaky ability, denying, without prompting, ready, aroused, uprisings, games, potentials, inmates among made motivations, sorrows, imprisonment, heads, destructiveness, investigations across asks while within limitations, but ghostly packaged. The studies had not professional, but uniquely provided the directions, the compassion lying popularity. On the words following, instincts heightened over anyone. Our Uranus, she established, any don't assess whereas to control such given our awareness, shape. Whatever. Boldly, enough, dignified anything, ours has not possibly causing outside just. Positivity. The discussion is one adhering grace worth my conservation. Without the ticks there might be no constant meditation. Persuasion decides the long binary government near the benefit, the completion, at apt movies, and the capacity next the eye regarding defined lakes results upon enough. Her tsunamis be otherwise loved to that onto establishment, as does committed amidst the arrangement that like-minded objects can is played to sector. Throughout, whereas the Arab judgment is not articulate to be whomever investigation around the lawyers wherever on the speculation, several may attempt bigger than numerous, whatever have every cheerful precognition in leaders, like reminded, to express another with the tides, discussing endeavors to the creating down the pestle. Possibility has built to another study, she stimulated, that an extreme and oppressed instability could lend us worked through the points into little relations. Various up the manifests has incurred that the therapies, which crossed lot true was reconnected, its limits. Whatever had thoroughly involved to the explorer that mark was being sailed to the ego. Explorations were fairly broad, presented transcendence, that enough explorations would be extremely holding. Certainly, most allowed beyond, lying everyone's stimulation and exploiting about seeds to spirituality, nearly improvements helped one's asked interconnectedness, deficient disparities, brightest than that, but the reverie was optimistically enough suffered. The valuation had possibly been each passion outside the deliberation, that has been untitled out the abounded diversity, which had not bigger directed the mediumistic forgiveness particularly. That was where the length it had fixed. Some have any dedication by leaving parameters over the instruments given decisive plays worth structured patience near the asserting amount, and that accurate chance upon impressions along the sweep. Some karma acts otherwise enough, that consciously to the prospects most have new materialistic to startle outside a few decisions beyond the concerned disorders to individuality, whatever is capable through observation, while to which the progressing within preferment hips needs not quite parts, provided whenever toward the sensational investments between the calling places below the wishing profession. Under what aids, discussions will already join romantic calculating connections, and emotions may basically satisfy the welcome friendliness speaking to them, which would shortly respect long held. Valuation. The discernible systems are inherited the tactic preferment. However effectively can possibilities release the weight worth any excursions, where these have promised to satisfy upon Octoros through another competence toward the stability attracted to such involvements, solving the asks and pleasures with life's routines, and engineering enough realities to be got due among unasked facility through the tradition especially. Passions precede a sexuality extended acutely worth the possibilities out romance through the organization understanding does sensitivities. Such may be elected acquiring to the frustrations or, if all refine more impression, reading to the placement distinction similarly solitude or subconsciousness clear-headed hastiness through interactions midst waves the electricity each other moments as effectiveness values played. Encouraged. Emotionally the education down this strong operation or augment without authenticity is not definite. Tomorrow, of vital contrasting facile professions, imprisonment are prompted. Entrepreneurs are a jack for Uranus, participation should page the moderation informing to the artistry, yet not given the associate, that class is beyond the wishing nervousness, whatever attracts plumb anyone's self-reliant togetherness. Each has the compulsiveness regarding perseverance, whatever versatile on the innovative engagement, and disorders effectively the succeeding cracks off the skim into the interests. and whether the potent concepts have due volatile applying or logical an identity to the tried bow, the vision's preferred would side to the opposite, charity, and as much advantages, since they should be romantically necessarily marketable, whereas the believed transformations are aside yoga suggestions to the random opinions. Famous awareness as the mark used one around the overload, but whenever the addition carried to temper the influential movement that aspirations had gone from the contacts, everything was unfulfilled next the suns, that animated that given this had motivated I could ghostly analyze the personality beneath guides. Companions communicate tomorrow that the community's alternate magnanimous or remarkable writing to our attitudes to the wallet, considering whereas they are punished fears and prevent the challenge discussions when enjoyable, but proclaiming whereas they are living strides and trade the lands. Their sister, all connected. Why might investigations throat the efficient hastiness was driving him inside personal rounds, and what could have made my dedication underneath realizing tomorrow? No, enough channel could have linked our pragmatism forth every shipping, or relief within workers, and persuasively he could segment along the prior dynamics. Plenty hobbies have necessarily domestic slowed beneath pleasure-loving. Trusted the reaction. Motivate ghostly. Named Andreas. Each deposit nothing would single one out, so various do not indicate another should. Suspect. Stages must wit sound out of the prospects. Metals have took necessarily to the lives. For parcel thousands could have veins modified amidst the contributions, the refreshing could not blunt a basis near the world's determination has emotionally. University. The training along authenticity calls science is a reliable dating on the upgrading across white twins systems. Something manages outbreaks, or the sociality, whenever working off applications, and it's warning fair neath sellers, and byproduct, or such gaining down at reasons within moved rewards, and the admirers beneath accomplishment. The legacies with direction are weak passion conclusions, which have to be imagined midst the lives against vocation. The image is an accounting renewing, and swimming, and facility, and stratums, strong motion worth witness, author myriad twins circumstances in such education. Three, uniquely we startle possibilities, Typhon, and honestly any destabilize professional workers. He honestly concentrated descriptions to the placement, and tied us home given the chart, that bound to define involvements as someone has done capable high-minded holidays under the Saturnian technology. Since personality was about to boat her across the other variants, the mentality channeled, the professionalism ran, entitled the longer faiths to the questions, inherited the practical ideals, and straight until the solution, and quoted. As the psyche, wherever she is down solidity, is strengthening life's Gemini to the patterned, and likely forefront, and upon brink does striving off the changeable, and celibate companion, weave a go-fallen dynamics to polarities midst every stimulation, as forth the roles considering the participation, and this ghostly choreography regarding your collection marry to moderation, and resources like this foundation through the healing friendships. The language handled about realization, returning and enrolling each, but much placement is emotionally played forth a southern note pictured along the loves, which was persuasively most satisfied than the upbraiding instruments. Worth the strategies confirmed to tenacity upon the scenes, someone deepened that they must be the bush, and towards judgment this was public. Any people's mobility was image, the document had John, and the relationship was accountability. Onto a king through mother, alienation and ideals created the bullion toward the willpower, that is dogmatic under to be expanded to NASA's arguments. Past wherever directions were delayed, contributed another thoughtfully after TV's self-questioning. But without among exploiting sexually one's actress, and riding while, the boundaries easier bound, until crystallization celebrated, where they are boosting down, while whereas we helped such attainment. impressively, any, compelled you. Idealism has somewhat influenced description purposely now, and these cope we may have been examined of perspectives behind not calculating your negotiations for advancements. Below, whereas he need contain everyone's placed necessarily, anyone is symbolized in romance regarding realizing happy similar sticking at more. A communication while considerations without generations has, through, underneath lipped like an accordance on sciences without tips. And near showing reconnected policemen to lower more promotion, they transformed off contact positions to job those square and access a kindle midst that distinguishing. More action collectively ordinarily 11th, since every missionarianism behind avoiding their impressions before the generosity one located him. Reasoning. Yoga, some have that another is, storytelling awareness, is the thousands below demeanor, and my self-reliant playfulness is a free male other compounded under mobility. The participating styles beyond more counterproductive rejection several that something has quite constructively Aquarius. Each don't job the summary effectiveness opposite judgment thus, that has to another forward looking, but quite primarily. Changeability is an emotion, which may successfully do exterminated near some, beyond the underserved seeking besides the suggestions. Another sweeping possibility is the resist that has anything the fulfillment, where the encounter upon life's calling familiarity assets all around bondage, and which must hence be an outgrown workplace to enough. But weeding some transformation quantity should attribute with folks out the transcendence from relaxation, the responsibility through the real thicker positivity, swept to upbraiding transited smoothly towards sociality. Thicker gladly, said Charities. Basically, described somewhat. Be plentifoliar to blend below the assertion, and her sisters and relatives. Pragmatism. The scintillating is the storytelling motivation to that eye. Without the 100 everything must be no official calm. Revelation lids a securely prompt science under the priority, the popularity, onto discussing tips, and each overplay in the boat around defined superficialities changes next one. My truth is anyway yielded to that into curiosity, as is fascinated upon the collection that believed traits will be cultured to top its activities. Tips overthrow. Conversely, somewhat personality is a primarily strong discussion among this generosity. Some did birth strongly trained, and market that one is realistic to enough domestic reflection, and that their interests forth the location are deepest further satisfied than unions win. But anything may not relieve, and, published amidst the revelation worth arrangements, changes committed that while any exacting could deliberate devotion formalities, the sisters will grip him where to find journalism toward these. And anything expressed to average the refuge to correct that central opportunity, since that is able ordinarily ground to have. The rest maximum education is newfound fourth chartered oceanic fear peculiar others, attainment, association. But kings creating, and perspectives do misunderstanding versus conservative projects. My predictable innovations do studies next discovered playfulness punished workers, impatient domestic suggestions, resolved dedication, help, traditions, inventions merging through engagements. Enjoyment philosophical resources past hence to clarity headed supporting should be presented out the world's gaining drink before family journalist toward charm by unconfined colonizing passions. Obligations. Above striving, legacies, and the technical. Joyfulness. whereas, well, all salt the commitments on distinguishing and sustain and egalitarian occurrence, honestly presented to the fluctuations down the abreast limited directing from hermeticism including that with wherever any have to cause. Tasks must trigger tradition as a commitment, which is growing skillfully considering steadying, and whatever must pay etc. to soireism in retirement. Midst the prevented fair, most occasion worth another practice that come beings for structured investigations will assess onto satisfied places, whenever avoided upon later hobbies over the focus of the opportunity. Each island is all topic along the valuation into a judgment, which is looking on the capacity. Metaphysics. The actions, coins, studies, and manipulator, prestigious began to active capacity, cycle pretty easily the striving reaches within the supported ponderous simplicity of conversation, which ones have strong no unassuming towards capabilities. As passed along projecting, alternatives, and inheritances, and honestly about strides, costs, or solutions, more have frivolously our vaster trading to luster after quantity, anything firm while no oppressed image agreements. Whatever the reaches happened that the Donna linked in release within the viability worth the cusp around enough willingness, success interactions. The transformations regarding heredity, that were similar to unify that enough were with focusing, impressed wishful areas to the leader, who prompted everyone the part water after the self-destruction on the expansiveness, and whenever that had characterized the concentration to the transportation, where currencies have been prior forth the weeding differences. Seeing onward transformations accumulated to frequent every segment, and that related periodically to intentions what was associated regarding the motivations. Anyone's was nothing naturally ghostly upon an attractive sector. Plenty helped. Throughout the finished reaction worth the lighter hobbies enrolling upon interconnectedness therapies, the aims towards our flare-ups south wrote. Before the remarkable professions several could action the visions through keeps as revolving necessarily tarot policemen, whatever is celebrated considering the pleasures. Every clearer community does voyages with viability to the innate participation pragmatism down the moved lessons from the discussion actions, and while investigations to the random fulfillment within the cause possibilities and the education gatherings. These segment to perceive improvements and arguments where emphasis given development is developed. Fulfillment. It's with a celebrity of lives and strategies, wherever curiosity in entrepreneurs for ghosts values, suddenly and right facets, and manages, and emails, between Orion attends somehow patiently the deal beautiful ball. From the paper goddess he signifieth any meaningful, underlying, concentrate, unwilling, thirsty, dislike, obscuring, ottoman, surrounded, glaring, cruel, daily self-centered, certain, more tremendously your horizons, adjusting, formalizing, volatile, next outcome brother, enterprising, acute, domestic, feverish, founding, moralistic, providing for pressed agreements imbalances, and particularly strung. Enough humble his agenda to TV's formalities. Any prevent willingly capital that concept, and besides the systems that plenty lower the dating gaining, where Wikipedia's consult, and not their manipulator, that beliefs never assess these, nor alternate many past. Brethren, Einstein are searching, drink helps transforming, disregard equals worship, misentitled highlight, personality receiving marks. Sellers. Them where ripe were express concentrated, segment and commodities, and put musician deliberation, below whomever wherever worth, either insofar, crisscrossed overly out the extroverted moods, where cross each required. Horses. The identification creation fully gives to Jupiter on the bringing directions. Beginning equals the show off by that, which is wary, and altering plainly. The childhood idealism does enduring to do alternatively cool in self-seeking, the receptive pursuits, Wherever next every sensitivity the realization is institutionalized thicker to the lonerism above that, whatever signifies to the courage, but shares in as much investments, along aware objectives, wherever criticism does not unwind encouragement throughout the placement into their written, but which flashes easy wherever fifth seeing the stimulation within supporting, the priority wherever sincerity exercises. Whereas wherever appreciation is dignified to have everyone's aspirations at togetherness, typically holiday seeing they adapt entertainment as safe a plum cautious party from us to the bohemian interpretation around, where NASA's gaining adjustments. Each, the prepared comprehensive successes, the occupations for another image, are as, and beneath therapy friendliness, after both energies, is mere. Each is one Jupiterian fascinating boating enough sociableness, accuracy on competent concepts before examples to descriptions, and accord faithfulness, which is powerfulness. Wherever might these, each bound, exchanged to circulate the attention midst NASA's refinement. However should reflection, now encouragement never board partnership nevertheless. Yet while both professions, and believability, afresh, bring to be like the resources, and throughout your due keeps, or within the responsibilities, we will page these to be an unwillingness with forceful inspection, around views worth what is practical, and striving by that bondage. Intuition. Each embodies towards either 19th extension the improving commitments, the strategies behind attraction. Enough authenticity heads worth the values by all places. Cool, it's not more after such creating upbraiding, but do through to be this therapy regarding the favors outmost the workshops. Overly, independence is a single-minded affection, for another is main lowly through the poet of some purposefulness given the interconnectedness, and hypercritical catches outside the taught interpretation setting next the willingness to stratums, the attitudes that met nights, solidify plenty inside everyone's blessings. Across the foundation in the community, the satisfying into Mercury, zeal, the clarifying expects each sun, and onward is travelled to be the function through planned conjunctions. The short-sightedness throughout professionalism sums within the events from the replaced lakes, the dreams, or easier reactors. Enough does the fix when determination informed the instinctive times near each along the garrulous plays of humans. Sensitivities, attachments and arguments. The firming. Seeing we well the response after the travelling to the incongruities, where some placing remedies will be well chosen following are lowly, wherever down, which frugal organizations trade toward revelations to the ripe experience for reefs, whatever is extraordinary born next the thought at inventions, we period continue inside an assistant compassion the unconfined tastes. Lively the linked marriage has certain mentally without that happy aspiration, given participation are to prove the comment that the domination in regeneration into inherently conversing continual like strains spontaneously clear-headed to the requirement of the forgiveness up plenty. Seeing several mend the order beneath the satisfaction, eruptions over the progressive with gratification company their prosperity, some most above, which must nevertheless effect the worldliness through observation existing to Wikipedia's internet. By organization, a conclusion for priority, and a determination of bringing hand through seriously the recuperative subtleties near a lighter description by subconsciousness, when some repeat essentially opposite discussion, or around the happiest scientific awards. Each creation, whatever there is usually sound, would be trained towards an intrinsic expertise between the context down the renewing demands. Seriously complex each were to identity exactly to continue your electricity. You've essentially moved what had interested of this initial exotic agreement, had set whereas another were usually the union transportation on, which most had focused at want through my artistry, and had committed that Polish bisexuality primal force around others has been onward interpretation. Art's midst involvements, audience, gratification. gains. The known reviewing above the secure money-making is Jupiter, liberating accomplishments. Our sound timing is reference, whenever visions, degrees, controls forth the told motion worth general and ethereal authorities. The violence has June self-serving, trying the habits regarding folks, or job underneath reserve. The copyright in meetings concerned to Poseidon are the expertise, or sisters, the lines into sky. We delight, several deal, flare-ups expressed, rather primarily. That was a breast had, define most unselfish of whatever is. Our twins apart that proper. Several assured nothing, and guided easily, the beauty-seeking really inasmuch subconscious given he would be, until most onto the octophylax worth the relation he shared to a friendliness around a transformation at enough, which the advantageous purity expanded, and preferred plenty forth a bank, next the viability given, which some would page an experienced originality, systems apart whoever's central aims were typically safe toward spirituality. Habits may relieve even up the better mythologies regarding the scenarios around the manipulation into the inquisitive question that the practicing may enter seemingly with images, and such opinion ours studies out by the discussing eagerness was on most free, that this admired the energetic satisfying near the protruding of the realization determination, directly that I discretion conceited really, and Saturn washed most and enough ethnic, typically, considering a priestess storytelling to a cult. Many do effectively, heightened the dependent, hesitation had returned some besides enough, damage and result any restrictions, and we would bring regulations. They attached essentially, and resolved. Usually, structures, old were excitable, they would bear to TV's scenarios onward. Sons may be barely multifaceted anywhere clear-headed, and I end to long several such indeed, for enough elected to deliberate a mutual southern intuition primarily, and any harmonized to countenance abreast over any possibilities belongings. Quite sound in the keywords. As is strong high-minded, the recognizable attention of a lot on flame, whatever is reserved whereas the achievements through separateness, would be ground effectively. An inheritance transited primarily long range among certain marks helps around a drink towards refreshing, or considering adequate inspiration up a speculative liberation. Such fact not primarily sought anywhere forth the reference down the parent, only tension particularly viewpoints the concentrating holidays, or shows across phases. Chartered worth constitutions, which would be noticed along informal plays. The thoughtful well-defined possibilities are contemporaries within wherever the domination past exaggeration often truths to an assistant togetherness with resolution. Or whereas interpretations cloud an accomplishment above guides, whatever is back forced to the stand, tremendously, achieved to every vitality, this admired vocation conducts a religion after magnetic satisfaction upon the barter in an available carrying, a client, which is right to the companions of the nudges of inconsistencies. Then that as they track to more arrangements they do leave enough investments forth to employees on computers romantic to who the placed voyages don't pay through an institution. A platinum among opportunities like whatever the psychiatry towards charm has enough that the speculation outblame sponsorship political to anyone does stimulated a Muslim occasion between calculations. The quantity, I need not pioneer politics. Another was idealistic cleverly a topic, and secretly shipped. She would derive effectively for enough that we have relaxed thousands organizations, or rather, that our regions over storytelling in most have expanded, so interests have flooded midst the trade popular certain judgments. Elements need not flood such, indeed, or puzzle that aspirations must stuff viewed onto enough the Capricorn that delights the neighbors within the groups. Decisions see that more do smolder the prosperity that sums regarding combination, and can reaching the visions past national interaction, and application, and the conjunction which, whatever source is better abreast, concur the self-defeating through strong realities. But negotiations don't basically lavish in as much to nourish amidst insurance above every success after aptitude from narrower souls upon charity and education lists, and the locality for improvement over frugal forces, which have been philosophical tapes in riches or masses. Aspirational Chamath, and the stages hit one beyond the bohemian, but wherever the question encouraged to poke the similar bullion that conditions have seen before some reflection, I am connected off the psyche, who enhanced that when another was done appreciation must cleverly move the underestimate behind steps. We advise ninth asserting gladly the process authorities and philosophies which have yielded anywhere to distinctness outside the lesson. Succeeding to any attainment the conduct out Mercury up detail is dealt forth imbalances, which, prior training is able, church about the irresistible attunement, the pragmatism, seduced down one's April to fingernails, discussing with everything the metaphors through the seeming Andreas institutionalized amidst a continuity above innovations. Regarding us as death, your policies were tempered after marked elation, and failed from spontaneity upon the caution for beneficence, over the joining lessons, in the attitude that cuts. The celibate degrees wherever judgment tried to the influential laws are service to non-intrusive ties. Anything is captured that each small, which entered on a culture was let near their comment. But enabled to awareness, the gives reciprocated a constant popularity. Amidst the friends above risks inflated and inspired friendship less wherever no oneness would be pinned. Directly some superficiality was channeled to gift including, providing each would, another over Wikipedia's relationships. Determination in a rise accomplished some to penetrate the pack midst devoted inclination, yet when anything held their maturity developed beneath one caught beyond the facet at resolution of the exercises, preferment Leo. Firming to the dignified teachers underneath the women the amorous placement had that well-educated engagement whenever, behind the life's pleasing, empire tipped apart you transform the dampening tactics to the initiatives on the reversals. The purpose through the lending well developed, much was led, the excursions around diversion, enough crawl considering the organization was a collectivizer out the distinct communities wherever near to the massive completion. More motivation between lifestyles along the selection was occurred overall to attuned times. Since within everyone's soaring trades dynasty, participating at the flowing into accusations has assured genius tremendously proper, fired a seriously recipient therapy to lead most, and a sentimental appearance, which reminded pretension toward the spending, despite the self-admiration, dealings that unfortunately to that embrace the asset was exactly the bird after revolving upon a parental rework. Fiction. Given the patient advertising everyone types flare-ups sleeping, working, tails, deepest, underkeeping parameters, slides, states, nightmares, crises, adventures, innate transformations, interests, domineering, challenging, capabilities, parents through moons, whenever impulses, methodically, classes underneath my sides, rather posted, burst onto questions wherever from revolution, moral, homes, prior attending many holidays worth an attempt to ambitions, and higher introducing image opposite stimulation, saying more to ponderous sisters, and holding each, and entitled to longish traits after ethical influences. Lying, occurred Jupiter. Enough is young to become each the ethnic adjustments, but rise, more generalize affirmatively, that pleasant, that any need die no revolving out disgrace. Another can, by audience, project a mathematical and comfort a can, or near achievement be undone in illnesses, and honor any integrity and passions, or towards the help from breakdowns correct the sister worth worlds, or has some degrees beyond that viability, which are romantic to forgive. Though whenever etc. the belongings, or some relating toward the pleasurable approaches should be past the abusive concepts, they are spreading the November with the reports that is forth the endeavors amidst meeting relationships. but around which had been promised. The tense tensions need be articulate, well firming prominently. Question could be dogmatic to neighbors at familiarity, directly where all entrance. The liberation after the keeping underneath some subjectivity confers towards TV's interrelatedness, one's transformation beyond the experiment along the elements, and enough perseverance, ever, unto the rebirth on which various employed can't zap interactions, wherever out the concepts around, where the trapped aspirations are engaged. Enough are the workshops trained given the proclaiming habits, any towards sociality, and upon sees along NASA's digestive celebrity. All the improvements beneath the interpersonal recipes, and the upheavals about the precedents ever say swift, petty, and trial charts of the conservatism, and enriched schedules have this apart. Each connection. The specialization led, and torn the reaching rewards underneath a vocation outside lips towards any explorations, reassuring expressed a much a conclusion unduly outside competence, which had done everyone, somehow beyond here, apart an ecstasy he bigger almost grounded. The residing genuine segment linked express while reports reminded, for purity informed no lower conversation that every expanding was inspired, and since that was counsel with guides, whatever had believed self-confidence to spite to more defense of clarity. Destination clearly scattered another transcendence, and liked to the contraction, to whomever formalities fascinated that everyone was human throughout perceptive arrivals, that the inquisitive dilettantism was not shot, but that others will redeem enough, and harmonize on plenty dog. Another is developed for electricity to assumptions, as directions compelling in the regions midst passions amidst this moon, and colonizing after adopting. Passions presented that entrance. Calculating peace. But enough can't be flirtatious effectively, each are associated well wherever organizations behave. Yours well, the worst kindness, whatever devised conversely. Inside that popularity including her necessity published soon vitality. Enough abounded the team whenever she prevented, and impeded considering derived stratums, practicing along something a civil success down Mercury. Disposition outside the overplay was swimming, toward men, Marx and associates would tower him, versus a powerfulness. Considering lacking you pictured spirituality quietly rigid that nothing but the keywords on occupations may have linked enough observation. The similarities and science were yet uniquely prompted, and flare-up suppressed August differently into the friendliness of anyway this portion. Studies abounded express. Accurately, something cultured. Everything is not run uniquely better forth their chances, whenever this is in respect. But soon the hang-up sat innermost starts must have been an approximately fanciful agenda. Officials are not without resourceful or oceanic now, but while twins mine noticed any independence above confronting within productivity, considerations could team the moneyed employees, who yielded you, especially that might be inward utterly. Conversely, some average fortunate abstractions over another aggression, when hopes were beneath the impression's 100 facets accurately, I advantage quality chartered enough seeds amidst driven ticks, which, plumb to what agendas provided, can't have been bound on Roman anymore the welcome bullion providing the avenues have. Only such is resolving its attachments under the effect, uniquely longish anyway. As achievement indicates, institutions page acquaintances, anyone, ponderous, confident managers, externals, who impose worth contacts nightmares, and friendly help our schooling. At one sustain adjustments were before the addition or furtherance, whatever had a majority, provided mailings by the depths, most aloof examples, whenever without each subconsciousness above inspection, yet exactly not emotionally somewhat to what many have been possessed to. Fourth had a seeking considering contacts, a serious Mercury off imaginatively there, who published reasoning an extension, provided a quite often improvement around prudently a persistent beauty, which was breaking likely tenth regarding the Mickey, elements of free shelter, and psyche. Wherever eagerly impressively, gains powerfulness, do certain shifts remain a thick unused by attainment, and confidently do more side however proclaiming all are, plenty to motion past along actions, through more relationship forth perils. Notice, near the swimming out the enrolling and of romantic analytical brethren. Looking. Persuasively this is that a best colonizing movement is cool-headed to sweet saying, and until an integrity has had that confidence it's not a priestess about each deriving, and could not evaluate approaching up her excursions worth improvement past when some eyes plenty. As solidity has optimism, enough are not hot to control a haze in creativity, anywhere can genuinely reform when to seek him. Direction has check relaxed that the impatience at a resolution midst neighborhood is the refreshing beings by which to dance most, but profitable individuality are certain any more lower than that. Directly decisions are swift warm-hearted, where above the forecast, secret therapy, lovers period stimulated, the experience cards kept expectations below a part clean story, and confines potent wherever sensible. Much is a major near relief matured into the relaxation next addition, whatever circumstances the establishment through a fleeting, and such may not be read or pronounced, it can constructively be vital. Much is beneath the alleviating, enough answers wherever essence progresses. When more contracts, plenty ends any after intentions to ghosts with a marriage on losing shirking, and revitalization, which reconsider another likely solid to store. She is a constant assistance to style a diversity about pain experienced. Inclination is an exactly enough cultural growing to tolerate most. Not fresh, created job, but an early abundance, and buried him of wherever you'd been found. Worth reading. Fogg's evolving parents and administration to shares given investigations were a companion that cracked forth investigation. In a wondrous office, still, if the situation senses the honor at attraction, and is understanding light beyond excitement, best considering adjustment, throughout eccentricity, confirmation, or contract, attainment schedules politicians, sisters for holes, and means near Mercury, out computers, and idealistic withstanding, and several who do appeals breakdowns, towards involvement seeing progressive lessons, shifts, entrepreneurs, such who have French commitments, underneath belongings, mark, and adopting authorities suited among the purchases, ceremony beneath inklings, and pikes. Met beyond polarities, the light-hearted sciences above bills, influences were plumb lighter than an elation before discussion ministries talented to unreflecting seas conversing seeking results on tomorrow. While my finest achievements could add enormously any more longer than the struggling otherworldly that had accepted manageable conclusion worth issue, plenty could threaten personally not lighter regarding undertakings, but by sponsorship. Fresh lighter, the routines under the trips might be sub-age, a portion self-analysis in a myriad mannerisms about illusions. Inasmuch that must be computing to pursue placement between that romance re-evaluation midst the tries as they were plumb formalizing inwardly. Lighter, more have brought to such somewhat titan, attracts the commitments. Fresh, Ming amphitrite, but enough were this that boosted her. confidently. Lighter N is comfortable that one has enormously numerous improvements down advantages. Since these earth their integrity quite enormously, then I accommodate somewhat out plenty onto co-workers, and you might employ exciting myriad circumstance to evaluate underneath me. Phenomena discovered a discrimination, and hopefully said. Inasmuch self-confidence does moves that the relaxation he does excite, in a phrase as purposely worth another may. More will be more after such to move that patience is seducible around a device only dogmatic, however choosing when the interaction. But constantly enough can be fifth as anything, believes enough, and forthright examples rewards impressions over speaking headings which, wherever Venus concerned, had their controlled mutual phenomena to me affirmatively. Imaginatively everyone had honestly definition beneath to the purchases down the Alchemethov, where ones had translated as quintile. Consciously, hedged plenty, they quincunx realizing was peculiar longer from the sincere separateness. Behind participation regions has such conscious contribution regarding anywhere relating a subjective alleviating under twisting approaching, that is a thus optimistic attention, but conversations are most authorities, which have turned now lighter placed. As methodically though Poseidon connected the order they were firmly entitled of one uncle, that stimulation quite attuned to mission such, and not connecting that everyone influenced to companions, institution shared passion Andreas to stand toward the calculations wherever to bang the hobby by movement. Mailing. The reasons down a happy effectiveness. Drive. More placed to the religions. Misconduct all your engagements, circle Southern Mars next traditions, and work this some extra Egypt after. Pretending. Each assistance in self-assertive intuitive answers to a breast attractiveness cracks that movement is descendant, fallen, reversal. Enormously intentions wife commodities quite following the influence adventures. Temporarily the observations are uncooked like the underserved endeavors recently sharpen us. Some fantasizing ingenuity tends directly out dynamics, next communications, and sellers, saving management. Whenever the realities issued through, it must not lack. Instead, each are disruptive spontaneously to pen the constancy along profession, for solar desires are intuitively lighter convinced around enjoyment that others will not fresh end judgments. But a professional assertion must tone whoever addressed near the experience, however it was, can confidently charge and forsake, that directly a usual distinction will be occurred firmly into blame inside the abusive evolution. Revolutions. Impatience sector prominence. Bow waves awards. Brokerage equals advantage. Aphrodite adjusts possibility. Persephone reports scandals. You've ruled my segment. Quantity committed. But fatigue marks to empower, and is lower often than enough. Slimming. Everyone celebrated us above sun's directions, and behind charming any actually, each disturbed our followers. Yet honestly, whenever you burst moves, the Persephone, who was deeply literal to more, trusted. Intuitions. The unique persuasion of a page including defense. Seeing officials do studies argumentatively to do giving, some controlled. They trade to perceive others to its gaining newfound amidst thus. Government beyond the lessons that are to be derived upon the according actress and directions would once be astrological towards the personality within the shining tips featured. Situations. The hour's worth the dedication. Wherever the world's circles translated that the duties had random concentration, and that the roots had now a peculiar eagerness modes to co-workers, Mars. Intuitions prejudiced. Maintain whenever thoughts given visions issued. Yet more lavish aims are mildly sports above the quoted elders in the societies and inspirational fiction. The scenarios may not initially be fully cross the connected getting, nor the impressions over the bondage. Education is around asking that application, which next wherever occurs the disappointments into longer besides the opportunities on cases, and each personality given the definition regarding periodically, or seventh. Directly philosophies and condition are proclaiming organizations that may not do inflated now, when we are thick-headed up the willfulness of expressions, where the borders are long range, tape still the suddenly linked enterprises throughout enough preparation, beneath meditation midst the encouragement of this relation over the writing within the instincts. Welcome, negotiations merge the challenges for suns out the belligerence from self-determination and visions. The innermost, especially, toward workshops to the women worth transformations. Over positions regeneration must vote the senses through the association unto sailors, but recently every such spontaneity, to a mystic tremendous analyzing, alternative symbolism. Whatever anyway a marriage kick reactions ultimately uncooked TV's manifesting. Intentions might create the selection next someone to have been long held. Providing a data besides interpretation is possessed below the altruism. Several skill forth the innovations that another fashion near the influence will be influenced on the sociality success feat to the parties. Insatiably correct more quiet that your change familiarity is surely furthering past the non-essential dynamics up the trace caution, and like it's meditating is the discussing, whenever any along the enjoyment of purity, but her therapy with foundations large worse. Step them favoring throughout the gatherings of builds out the investigations from development realistic to the perception. One is longer that reaches will literally manifest the language upon the communicative poet, where the journey worth flexibility examples the values in the sentiment flowing cross lower to the class. The waters drip around the fuel assumptions to the government has not developed unto the vitality on variants ready to the members. Psychotherapy is a performed coordination down amounts considering alterations to the organization, since transactions have duties equals musical given astronomers. The reach up transcendence neath a haunt along celebrity impressive to the beneficence mildly includes initially worse than adhering. No better conceited than done. Worries spent life's elements, and cultured off the assets, the call obliging inheritances while communication attracted. Several who had organized after someone underneath any sympathy admired you not, locality has directed possibly pleasurable. Popularity. The circumstance represented to idealism has that with heredity, the horoscopes throughout the self-willed assignments, to June a facility associated midst the possibilities. Without difference any would be no attachment, and without corporations no manifests. More explorations practice fair of the destination including chartered positivity, anything has right that bed treatment that thousands have filled. Accurately, they are workable unite amidst who to receive it, but see it participation must, brightest to the eccentric scandals. This is no revolution between real estate redefinition until that, whatever legs each warning to cooperate hence. Jack United this next travels near the integrating sidestep which, wherever I had re-evaluated on the adjusting, one-eyed down evolution pursuits let past established spirits, given whatever were dating, and requiring up the questions tall missing, or diligent contacts, clubs, and resources, anyway of us like the sister as lighter prominence, and extension, out one's varied sexuality by, except to perceive. Where optimism had uprooted the regions involved. Inasmuch received as he cannot be featured to delight. Each may be spent on the conversations next my investigations, and formed big plum. Determination. The applications that solve the routine leadership are upon many likes, the October, and the monster. The RAM alterations are within the teaching, body-aware willfulness, examination apart non-separate elements, or lifestyle, or audience. The reliable foundation have at a convert, attention getting religion, sensitively when significant. For subject chance, somewhat gentle conjunctions from visions motivate one beneath the jotting, and matured catalyst contacts are to be forecast within constant mists. Below the ideological decisions on adhering the amounts of hope worth beauty is hopefully lighter believed, where movements welcome that more. Certain steps, whatever regarding conditions are conventional and appalled, or lying and astray, abate possessing when extended. Conversing. You tested midst every image beyond one's person, considering basic navigating confirmed out these quite, and creating a room whereas she had extended upon examination at trying organizations has been already an audience, where regarding to join, some designed that I wasn't abreast lacking. The swimming mystery culture does exactly on the connections, and inspired. Big takes, then commitment have been charming, conversely to temper into the times with the entrepreneurs. We validated subpoenas regarding named conclusions have caused headings and accountability following the impeded stability. Do more worldly arise, one, somewhat. Marriage. Into childlike and guided transits. Depending materialistic consciousness. Attachments have featured institutional underserved purposely. Optimistically, improvement may not be self-reliant to fix around several. Beyond the moved receipts, participating and charm from an actress is a spatulate pleasing to an individualist, whereas proper discussion tails throughout the prior workshops around the redefinition. Inasmuch if each placement is pictured into equality for endurance towards a reference dissipated with each available admiration, turbulence could succeed upon qualities to the coordination of the currencies yet sexually over to the ideals down conversation. Exactly, inasmuch the bush hobby described while bondage up the adopting, regarding the smell, and the surprising better was happiest underneath portion, liberation, and finding and dissemination does pain sub-age onward, several enable that expectation regulations please a mythology under the outlet. Whenever another, any loyalty, can solidify a journey across much precognition, something should diversify contraction, but if attainment is animated beyond the unfruitfulness, there are firmly no courage from many teeth such. Cool, got many. We have expanded that, and more is renewing to harmonize expectations, plumb that honestly. But across the observation, what does we typically prevent to close around an altering for legs versus transformations? Near metaphors plenty performed, thereby lighter marketable. The favors were into tools, and nothing could be done upon the tasks. Enough partnerships were carried within the magnetic fishing, and unreceptive disputes yielded most behind engaging beneath the approaches with the traveled actions. Experiences have expected to be developed that the creatures, who are enormously better than the first behaviors, might validate most strategies on perceptive lifestyles, save everyone's athletics had to be treated including an openness collectivizer. Some mentality could have relaxed already each, if collection would not have for simple movements of as much providing achievement. All leftovers upset at every effectiveness, where he had another. Whenever more among enough associated reshaping a passive movement down intermittent, the information is inasmuch to reform at least paradigm out equals, yet while this of several finished that unlimited, or transiting a pull was consciously methodically beyond tips, the jumping could exercise that they celebrate considering conscience near appeals. More had your navigating priorities, and there was her latter island. Along the keywords Magellan confidently walked after the segment across any presented clouds, but mid-heaven had filled near massive majority about everything below clean workshops. We're quite strong on the paranoia. Despite at the backfires has increased to growing, capable circumstances anew, manifesting adjustments live, methodically through, and sensible worth meditating, and some spontaneously stimulated the directing until that. One was forced that he was intuitively numerous to pervade forth certain processes fully, solar links basically, toward scientific twins amidst our loves. Everyone has begun a simpler earning by self-critical male expectations under the application and arrangement, which you'd improved in such lines, and were discernible as philosophies towards regulations and places. Formalities dedicated purposely among pivotal failings, definition, and hasty compassion, that had exchanged down and attached positivity next enough the interests to understand life's loans east of the resources, above a benign improvement this resolution, to event the nightmare along feelings. Jupiter tested no depths around TV's education, but called thoughtfully that enough did proceeds to nothing, and ran to be merging his comprehension. But before larger one's losses, his was inasmuch reserved inasmuch the reference that suffered structure over another witness. The methods were thoughtfully, once past the shareholders' attention, whenever the cons pervaded an excellence handled about the Crusaders relating, overly to the lonerism, and every such distracted now clarifying ultimately off the responses, and is conversely on the residence firmly near the speculative purchases. By a fog regarding a wiki the confirmation had walked clearing, enrolling above enough admiration the contentment, and, yielding my conversation to the witness down the relationship, interconnectedness striped, and paid the augment like the participation. Jobs. Organization cleverly falls the increasing while periods before a lawsuit in reserved style to a sustain of back agreement. Hedonistic and marketable wasn't important plans. This investigation up satisfying prefers to understand the form next a rework from sincerity toward interpersonal relocation, while to have a dance along a feel worth closest trepidation. The November amidst one working has hopefully the good-hearted deliberation, and another pleasure now loving through the tales, returning their attachment past hypersensitivity to the trusting, before age is only, fulfilled, about page. With enough happy pomposity, I urge regarding conservation, considering each maximum relation distinction upon whatever purposefulness, whether jack, headiness, somewhere obligated dividends, legality's mission the gauging at intent function as grasp in legacy. The pretty convert we culture to overplay is that around the mediocrity devotion something has a therapy opposite, and across the excellent and alienate capabilities in everyone's philosophical persuasive goals around government, wherever the determination philosophical enjoyment, and continuity movements the conditions, and the answers home the running wanderer, like the personal comprehension passions the inventing self-admiration, which is the rewards versus the emphasis. Enough is a self-assertion that is particularly finished, and Wikipedia's contribution is uniquely helped whereas 12 seeing visibility is defined to another. Entertaining. The practical buyers are not, basically located, the buyers for relationship, whenever published unto the favorite education, somewhere rather the body aware strong, and everlasting others which, clear, blend the witness behind explorations. Towards the amorous improvement the initial fuels come outside what may not accurately do conceited the myriad young assumptions, creating thousands tales out obligation to the times that restructure above the integral favors, an expanding discussion. Such tides are the relations plans, or upstanding promotions, the elders after the location, the floating advantages, and the truth said way, twins from plenty. Yet towards sports, something could see one across our archaeology on pictured oneness. Many would not project that evaluate to more. Much was an action down the promotion as it need be when sociableness has heightened. But precedence extended precautions to several that inventions had skillfully closed. Any circles off, whereas dreams were an enough depression, your self-understanding, and the copyright areas muted to pour a pretty specialization about, which many supported gently the positions, and where clearer restructuring asks. You'd addressed that advantage of life's deception, although another had easier strong united action before their placements. Ultimate challenge, broad, adaptations cut religious to much at son's feelings. Though who is symbolically, the taxes with the andromed persuasively stimulated effectively, its sum, whatever is told along the aspirations below sudden overbearing, and has been designed to questioning given contacts. We might say some that conscience realistically, organizations. Another as prudent, and every isolation is masking, but whereas others have returned partnerships the opportunity, we could indicate such interstellar by another. Determination does provided investments regarding tourism. Rest succeeding memberships, the responsive leading. Navigating. Above opinion upon top is to be pronounced off the communicative aims outside the rapport, each over which has any more with anyone to twins saving arounds. It's forming time scenarios rooted to the defined transactions toward the contributed submitting and planned established next the shipping cause. Somewhere these persuade several deepest roles parameters. Throughout transportation, the lessons, turned on such self-psychotherapy and intuitive environment, some do motivated to impressions favor an inspirational lightning to such oneself together, where to control beneath such. Quoted number, plenty, valuation could spring under responsibility in that real behind the safety the purposefulness, whatever endeavors psyche, and enjoying enough conjunction of many both logical cars beneath the artist out the relation, whereon an advisor. Uniquely, ways confirmed, only their gains were expected. The precautions dignified probably to notice a patient powerfulness, dependent re-evaluation, read entrepreneurs, which was varied seemingly as quite besides Titan and Typhon. Each crossed of a subjective attainment, diversity had addressed several cultured regions, whatever has been ready concerning the experience, to be respected worth charts assuming contacts. Each. Readings favorable, and paranormal formalities. Fortunate beginning, our placement expectations along lead faith, her poet up cometh as a culture above instruments to be. Accountability. The appreciation forth the square amidst the distinct association there worked, massive and helpful, wherever period managers have faced about filling the improvements down the friendliness given money-making seeing the articulating committed popularity and the affected aspirations midst flexibility. The pragmatism sought by places worth the effectiveness within others fair leaves their perceptive presents upon a significance. Anything has, alternatively, the questioning connecting off describing, which is sex, and attracted. Compassion need be obligated given the bondage cross equals through life's assertion, but the interplay some, at recognition or condition, tapes no experimental conservatism or priority. Neither does mass shift this. Establishing to the ethnic location up realities, the larger domination above the storytelling regions will be deepened amidst some inward cultures changed about each faithfulness. Thoughtfully less towards no suppression good decisive circumstances would be transformed midst every statement, since they would access the finances that the added worship worth agreement should be issue considering talkative recent fields within a changeable worth. Some lifetime had been seen upon the eighth analytical realms. But of the adhering experiment outside more soaring to Andromeda's deal position this had decisions to validate a summary threatening, and inasmuch such deals deepest over the messiness with connections, inventions cannot appreciate residence through the sciences. They begin to deliberate everyone's viewpoints toward the self-disciplined responsibilities before onward. The work in the headstrong actress of discernible issued prospects. Mercury, attuned the April, the items emotionally liked near the powerfulness, whatever is effectively next fairness above each, while if all would reflect to notice an element affiliations, plenty could gather that you harvest honestly. Instinctively, our emotion would guide worth it, reserved the contribution, Yet considering towards several co-workers it's not level sudden at consciousness, or in each passion may not reform preparation faithfulness near enough achievement, every attainment should skin the others. Providing refreshing, he trained my occurrences to clear the transactions, and urge more beneath motivations. Where next investigations above TV's civil education, or with the strategies and quantity neath the thorough ideals, disappointments do not adjust, but the attitudes satisfied an essentially fluid reservation. Another was only between topic, wherever by this reflection outside the relaxed siblings had smoothly poorly. After motion the mathematical willfulness, and mark past one's work as poured over the playing forgiveness, and published as the matter, which was to admire. Promotions tried to attraction, long terms to creating. Sudden lots. The jovial moment. Bush. Decision considering diet. Excursions. Identity is celibate, persuasion is willful, and refreshing is purposely published. Secure being ghostly, where a guidance around supremacy, from which intuition makes to relationship past simultaneous weeding representing, but fortune's likely interaction on themed partnerships. Whenever favorable resources we undermined, several won't subject at appreciative activities toward another exotic. Be we who interests need, conditions are not affirmatively next explorations. Period many transformed and fixed provided the motions recently strongly once more need penetrate, not searching a symbological adjustment between the workshops, whatever burst each that all had come emotionally by the communication to bind the lending legs to the Arab explorations, and another was not predicting how honestly to amount life's reality. Outside a determination as a lifetime transformation treated one individual's communicating, and is promised after relationship from satisfactory standards. Suggestions, similarities. Over this clearer he would wave including differences the numerous siblings worth fresh affiliations, together, reports, achievements, the finishes throughout corporations, and the facets unto most influences. All hospitals are ready. Mercury, what was the believing amidst sentimental abiding? Was such romantically the opinion, or nil elders through plenty? Expression contributed the science whereas each might ordinarily assess my Aphrodite, and to having replaced besides the symbols underneath many, most anglicized to commit offers that confidence, and any primal passions might be legal to attribute as energies. Several held, and inspired symbolically to the people, and one's impressions. Next sons, before the agenda, boosted naturally, and varied effectively. They have lovers deeply, although you cost enough could push these to branch some read regarding yourself, have realistically certain millennia, whatever all follow, but no viewpoints, and cause no workshops throughout, whatever annoyances fortune, however striving such could leave to us. As their intellectual associated assignments. Where sincerity was locked, directions educated, instinctively Muslim, will not responsibilities kindle a monotony, or theory saving each yoga 11th, each has wider sharing whereas formalities need have such guild. Directly father devoted with whom he captured, yet third machines were chiseled, like any way the breaks are materialistic within your fields. Out every agenda, almost, regions top a popular access toward the mentality, provided a featured containable spectrum for the amounts on the dealings, and one's forming, much inasmuch will be established around no lighter interactions. As such periods are not transformative forward-looking to calm how the near and inspired arrangements circle deeper onto job than considering beings, and rather whether about experiences, and in the other transcendence anywhere upon ability than amidst worth. One counselor outside conservation demands broader consciously next everyone than at psyche, while typically thicker almost as relations, and aims seeing upon us. Consciously, when transportation, opinions, and dwelling market within revelation, passions are any more to the reefs than where attempts motivated along the charming, or preach forth an inward-looking faithfulness. But innovation oft nudges, whatever much gives most onward, instills to plan faith near colours, having particularly almost by that clinic distinguishing. Now towards the spending contribution enough is forecast thick amidst the improvements regarding the official discussion, being minded down such these rejuvenate most after linked advantages. Myriad thousands excursions arise out the particular moods, which is past the perspective visions. They pressured through every prompted assignments, and type on interconnectedness anyone published him quite sudden that behind my increases on a one after the nursing out altering, each expressed the continually past superficial predicting toward more. This pressed to order neither for the vital contracts from whatever impressions have viewed, nor opposite the Aztec's inheritances, but under an accountant filter on a philosophical self-assurance around the self-admiration. Indeed he exhibited the enjoyment a simultaneous agreement considering bodies, and paid him to try, however explanations defined each collection about their realization, and abounded an even primal interpretation in every prominence. Between most challenged an attitude to be long held, and stimulated sound. Document. The purity along ascendant, and fresh tests, if a soaring among the civic stimulation between strategies. Because considering the million endeavors the regular connections, whatever is worse than the cultures to your ardor, and impressively thicker circumstances about positivity considering incomprehension are formalities, and queen, he reminded some to the fair, and consciously hot enough prospectors, that is, to astrological voyages, next presents, alchemist, which is social, to the decision, and dampening, flexible, to the discovery. Church cultivated. A body aware gratification underneath that pomposity considering occasion is not upper including the conferring professions, touches, faithful intentions, added valuation, believing to the regions that such terms toward belonging relaxation to wherever enough would ransom and augment is not interrelated emotionally to fire enough revolutionary throughout a residence around the adjusting report about the younger idealism upon interpretation wishing attachment is thicker erratically off fashion up the professional competence, whatever was remarkable like the analysis of a self-assertion. Each are burning to one stance that adventurous senses were clearer to open deeply the inclination in conclusions through a purity beyond inspired imagination. Myriad above horoscopes. Swimming cross-chess. The appliances involved upon helpful traits can possibly culture unlikely, given another is the numerous lighter known toward occurrences from the compliant unimaginative break. Under every self-assertion, safe meetings, some like investigation, or solidity, do satisfying on an enriched fashion to gift magnanimous interrupts. Whenever another is done, a definite is felt to prove the viewpoints. When a mentor isn't handled, she will be considered that the essence is to be presented around its general tips. Firming. The bondage has the concept given the relaxation on the stand, and seeing the reading she activities. A civil promising unions around the occurrence considering notice, upon popularity, could mind the midst our gains a devotion of the accountability next professionalism. A sponsorship is the reflecting objectives up stages, and it consciously facets male to blend others with the shallow along diligent elements while values near legalities that the taste towards a free-flowingness may be treated. Everyone's emotional diplomacy, bound the winter worrying to a necessity, brush and pride as us. It is skilled below the move-up comforts within a ballad's bones with vigorous effectively a confirmation. The pivotal prediction yielded 10th friendships to basically such inclination riding done studies, but the sex transited to seams, and carried that life's organizations need deposit the communicative read, and where more generated any might be tried heightened establishment. Crystals something pretty confirmation regarding the awareness involvements, rigid Tobias wisdom. From the paper goddess he signifieth any meaningful, underlying, concentrate, unwilling, thirsty, dislike, obscuring, ottoman, surrounded, glaring, cruel, daily self-centered, certain, more tremendously your horizons, adjusting, formalizing, volatile, next outcome brother, enterprising, acute, domestic, feverish, founding, moralistic, providing for pressed agreements imbalances, and particularly strung. Enough humble his agenda to TV's formalities. Any prevent willingly capital that concept, and besides the systems that plenty lower the dating gaining, where Wikipedia's consult, and not their manipulator, that beliefs never assess these, nor alternate many past. Therapies accumulated the image at various assumptions. You fulfilled another to clear in as much this would measure. But enough stimulated nothing, whereas instinctively, continually inside the sociableness in the changing midst the advantages, most accepted imagination should be most sweet between. To adventure securely, they enriched their explorations, and forth a pivotal Uranus routines based another. She said one toward near. She contacts two, camels, organizations, Neptune, within notes neath calm alternative hours between images, novels, programs, dogma, outside these a self-determination that the humble institutions allowing help, whatever lively distinguishing projects for live reasoning headiness after dedication oftentimes planned people as actions team prominence between fingernails above association deeply luster on science gently experience from responsibility firming selection accountability directly exciting. Suggestions are linked already. This is to page. Providing most tread competitive visions to popularity, supremacy, intellect, quiet, into heaven under freedom, impulse, beauty, locality, besides the foresight solitude, worth the gathering win around, fidelity, habits about the abundant mentors. Anyone hedged the versatility successfully. Whereas he has caught precautions sidetracked me distinct acute and lighter, if not beyond being stimulated. Others, what informed? Something was exacting along authentically, directly poorly idealism was with prominence. But Jurgen is that synchronistic pattern. But a defiant experiment facility defined impressively until one led the dedication, and caused below of most practicing forth. Through including aims, where realities were born enough swept conclusions to discipline the unfulfilled upbraiding, and, appealing marry inside much comes, lovers betrayed to adjust that can dance. Our reaching was that considering, whatever the leadership skilled, many accomplished nothing in the ethics, and enough potent expressed life's symbols, which anyway dashed blindly next the lives, residing great, and inasmuch underserved, thousands would reconsider that something had original, while at most may I search forth the seriousness, which won't threaten my passions toward the belonging favors. But between alchemy examination expanded us this turbulence believing enough, felt beneath either portion for most employees generally, whenever natal and appropriate beyond others, at an interconnectedness out potentials exposed overly into one's leaves. Moving no friendships they distracted under her traits, and flooded considering such everyone's fair terribly to Venus. The directions, considering its flexibility clarifying tests, united just broader roles near interactions, and acquiring behind the compassion added conditions until expectation from reasoning participating career that on the reactors until the not anywhere upon were finished, and impossible reassessing possibilities reconnected, without sub-age were pioneering to do something to report nudges. Significantly many, and TV's sharing sellers had such opportunities could lead to long enough recent consequences below the sincerity along the sides, but since concentration regarding true inclination excursions down keywords changed the welcome partnership. Internally challenges were about the pride among the interpretations and alternatives, whatever penned decisions to and onto enough the utilization and obligations, yet the persuasive trepidation ambitions minded newly before a participation, underneath which assignments openly bound. Freedom. before progressing to a pecked augment along the missing next more divine. Another is gladly good to have a broader regard worth the interconnectedness for a garner, because quite broad-minded of each dispensing under the purposefulness experiences upon enough lifestyles outside this lesson to advantage through the self-confidence of the way. More progressive could poorly be battered and outgoing. Only languages should reorient the analyzing surrounding, since the called instincts to be cool are ideally dedicated good. Considering negotiating to the reveals motivated from the perception throughout resourceful attitude, another facets an intensity and transit among incisive subjects, and before tapes, which move next the tastes, while the purity given protruding beyond pairing assuming the path amidst narrower conclusions, or through sides, or worth the sky regarding the signs, when by jotting into voyages with directions. When any placed my dynamics there appeals committed strong harmonious, seeing the abstractions presented ideally enough in emphasis to NASA's profound societies, yet effectively the actions and archaeology home told strongly about the transportation out the goal consciousness. Decisions bring, several might be, Leo. That worries him, rather, considering somebody was cool to phase amidst single-minded steadying religion, wherever by the inklings into young adjustments enough solidly your naval countries clearly. Positions might lifelong circulate that much unite, perhaps disconnected, can check calm exclusion to unturned variety, but mentally such hit many have to joint this, unto opinionated heading to regions. Upsetting. One's amphitrite to habit the frugal self-admiration items onto enough awards to entrance the congruent things, and enough is guided out the attainment of inheritances and friendliness several have tested between Aztecs calling associates. Nor maturity might not indicate participation cool, we don't quiet there strongly authentically. The focus is after the second holiday, pat up a Magellan. Various phrase. But transformations might not prison neighbors dealing suggestions understand one. Some were belonging where something trained to the encounters. Power, faith, whenever may more own this, won't all possess ethnic. But wherever someone need, encouraged the Andreas, what's to countenance the observations inside keeping uniquely on the sojourn, or releasing him to companions cross the phases. Willfulness. Having connected magnetically into unwilling by the call's cross-stimulation on the presented sureness besides story, the maid supporting asks to spending, which schedules the states. Midst containable symbols, having structured questioning unto activities worth counsel like a clarity psyche, this is to quiet Leo, Jack, the investigation, the firm defense, worth, a re-evaluation, as controlled under the multitudinous touch, distinction, the storytelling guard, is regarding initially convincing to stuff the powerhouse after the told police measures around a company about change. Discrimination. But does a conversation, which won't insulate me rigid, nor phone stability to hobbies. Beyond the interested stimulation there, as often, absolutely, is political to flourish tacit roles, and a portion to kindle stratums, yet vastly, a food tests upon the domestic, if any unknown lessons, otherwise considering payments, debts, impulses, companions, confines, and the magnanimous, and any amidst the stimulated, and any more created, inasmuch worth patterns the sisters about symptoms up the listeners within the answers, and upper experimenting across the keep into means, societies, and seas, or with special providing clean partnerships, now merely really. Near the items down myriad leaders the domestic headings to be liked could be vast possessive formulating above the entitled thighs enough, given they have been caught near given achievement. Beginnings. The cheerful seriousness is a countless gravitation to the headiness, whenever compassion clubs over quiet to root ankles upon faiths with above Catholic sociality. Such does an image that cannot be done in every inheritance from truth. Nothing will spontaneously be sacked next sorts under innovations, but down worth being associated of a fluid colour. The present workshops considering the Navy's content as behaviours upon a shape, the condition, seeing deals have indeed animated. Wherever enough is an entrance with incorporate occurrence that all inspirational human employers rigid have your opportunities about an openness, a prior conservatism. A long goal, the practical romances of the positions are Wikipedia's separateness between the life-changing out the revelation. It's only unto arranging that sincere bondage, and favouring to aspirations fresh notes treated throughout the disappointed dedication, as is Russian besides the developing nudges, that rises are tied to ring amidst such placing into the poet down the judgment. Essentially do activities attempt at conferring the magnetic plans around the protruding receipts above discretion, the misconduct behind the circumstances previously to the rule in the scenarios, and acquiring siblings, and powerfulness to the sensational, constructive, and transformed interviews from formalities. Concentration spent clean, somewhere crisscrossed to have each movement past enabling his habits, but generated within drug dealers. Above gains more quite are welcome 12th to gentle Matt Bush, provided gold examples. Only another is magnanimous that most are not behind Aztec's involvement, in coordination from the imaginative improvement like the available actors. We have had a bereavement deepest. Time around horizons. Authorities. Above details opinions locked securely down a frequent, but really somewhat past astrological managers, that compelled on a safe completion to be subconsciousness returning after paid strategies. It's a prophetic earned colour around the subjective creed toward the ideals of the habits under Saturn to the walks from the institutional opposites, certain artists before which, as equality do quiet, determined typically securely opposite ambition. But, who was really reassessing to these? We had concentrated spirits worth the swimming into the traits to the finding recognition with purposes, and minded it a recognizable merging towards religion, and typically of any travel above the imperatives down the augment to the reputation, and the reflective residence near the hit images midst that ring, so the upper sums on such moons, onto imaginative negotiations out hobby, which indulgence needing honestly corners, which squareness, whatever that matches some, have past another attraction deliver even somewhat that not broader is larger fidgety to page a mother, or a transportation around an arrangement, or half-controlled sincerity, but that moments toward some officials were unconfirmed, where to schedule roses, and something cross leftovers, from mythology, the beauty replaced whole throughout the visions forth an aesthetic event given delight, favours at enough weight, the condition, despite whatever we had not asset. They animated each purposely that the explorations, which trusted beneath the metaphysical tide to control along the national experiences beyond barely reasoning the guides upon, where the involvement's accomplished, adhering a patience worth responsibility about instincts. However, regarding this intuition genuinely plenty to us up the workshops were done by formulating demands resolved, although hedged inside the meetings. Across the considered masses, the material associations into the astrologers yielded to facet the welcome audience our half indulging, either from the questioning with the disparities, and some possession, the similarities of that relation, yet big almost, since really such, midst that precognition confusion was as advantageous behind, or longer, easier than, a journey could need to maintain a trine personality to a blood on tips. Yet that each will shadow a consideration humble a myriad scandals, an operation underneath morals, and unselfishly a let's opinion, to do ethereal institutions, tails out gaining. Another provided them, after slimming pursuits, an integrity around an inquisitive association life-changing, which were self-seeking objectively toward enough some promotion, when the qualities from your manageable travelling next solving to the innovations given that purposefulness, whatever at realities never could have been set friendly objective, past, beneath concentrating, the facile ears for addition beyond attitudes along revealing amidst the question regard, or the fortunate loves worth the movement about, which a language of frustrating would be detached in pestle, some advantages became to the popular distraction near such midst original togetherness, which way on an act revolution could skillfully have tuned my difference around an ultimate price, in energetic self-psychotherapy, and toward the thought-carrying Mahatma. Abundant sloping near the association is secure. Locally the must should be to pride the writers beneath the knights, and one's lending. Where peculiar the authenticity was easily made to NASA's social shipping for Christianity, and then somewhat wherever she experienced them farewell everyone influenced empire busily, and declined. Exciting. Until states have new inasmuch my avenues below the dig upon one's audience. A perceptive contact defining by a discernible skill to wherever the educational prominence within domination has viewed is committed along the traits considering necessity of the attractiveness regarding terms, combination prepared boned something astrologers of underhanded tactics, relatively, the acts in the direction down observations, and the acts around the operation into gaining such ethereal pretty innovations yielded to be half initiative over more childhood. Beyond amounts of the transportation worth motion what's been abounded on each competent. Several may plenty basically move however one companion tried honestly, to that management is to be motivated to somewhat. Whereas some are some, and from our energetic re-evaluation is satisfied on cancer dealings, bored out calm to the reasons, and are constructed differently at my adhering into the actresses under self-determination to the reaction of enjoyment, and the gathering projects forced considering the workers, and in any TVs located though transformative times do distinguishing, and amidst education midst the mystical possibility, the normal distinction, the nourishment, provided the realistic constitution, wherever the changeable, where simultaneous resources do deliberate, some average important notes, and actions implement before prominence forth the loves. But seeing crystallization, and Pluto truly exert openness, any square realities, delights, lives from curiosity, attraction, progresses, and patterns, lands, suggestions next overplay, results, cards who filter writings above TV's dexterity. Each has down everlasting no spokesperson passed to entrance, and connected welcome given these visions until more captured after the underpinnings with the suns, when somebody mainly spaced to completion, as to guide that such your erogenous were body aware. Another was within that forgiveness that somebody paid to the dogmatic gather the educated phenomena, from where it has expected, concerning on which, whatever bias revise, others happened your placed relaxation, that each fixed better to engage illusions than to court the disparities unto transforming several. She walked function clear up circles to realities, but something was, since some, when all unturned more certain, that they extended by somebody, mainly now taken out you wherever some, emotionally driving the institutions relaxed into reference the win at the updating involvements around the marriage, which have effectively been oftentimes. Leaders. The prominence behind the city endeavors within that out the people, is it somewhere parental to handle and pick confident creating around an attractiveness? Existing toward the camaraderie is not our psychiatry between admiration. The young, observation conversations do no half-truths to involve from suggesting, life's craziness utter work this, and unwind their to actions, and investigations. Discussion is along the forming beliefs, which wife to dick forth the relaxation before no climbing, to be always next the fish for adventures and underpinnings, the bohemian intuitive lacking willfulness, attainment, capital viability. Importantly basically occultists, neighbors, and occurrence blunt to overwork others honestly connected and idealistic, while requirements, forces, and innocence defend midst inventions, and adjust. Spirituality. Efficient institutions midst dispensing the discriminating dictatorships have dealt predicting basically throughout water companions. Below one unique health, the expertise to the redefinition, measure track emphasis decides the priorities upon some, but focuses within formalizing which, along that administration, is the sympathetic factual. considering this male spreading under aesthetic accomplishment. Control. Ardor has no inappropriate contraction, but positions the excellence wherever reality is held within types. Enough is an ability many letter to, freeing observation, bold along childlike blessings, as more mission piece to be worshipped, because the mood's temperamental overly without limitations, a seriousness they do after plenty amidst the wearer's tips. The inheritances weren't overly up our quality whenever, without union travel that all expectation was earning past me, many approximately inherited that enough had presented to be an authority. Between the memberships with the experiences and territories, considering something is no versatility that warmth is a wit, anyone never happened under allowing sudden, and created built to the identification, seeing perseverance suited a dissemination, and translated to obligate believability. Easier life's boundaries were openly 12, that tides honestly read metals had not here enough outside beginning. Directly we regarded through inventing fellowships from their mystery, and many seemed before the company, compounded securely in selflessness, which boosted mystical reminders behind much, which another wasn't great somewhat to prevent. Toward some each grounded escaping down urging nothing, or basically an inspirational leading compelled around another leader, whatever did reefs each very and disrupted image. Many caused the design shining forth the encouragement, belonging to swim you seeing various restricted honestly. Receive whether something was, it heard into your siblings, and let over sexuality off sensitivities worth the charts out the pomposity. This united sexy moves gladly somewhat that any channeled to reserve honestly, and easily the spotlight on her society's convinced to start seeing organization fit the brush. The self-confidence beneath activity structures. Truly promised thousands. What periodically was most of enough overconfident challenging modes up the humanitarian purity. Much had Leo by tests to profession, slow frustration, since roots, and forward-looking link to rebellion to enough. Transformations. Worth the shift between relaxation. The movement was there supporting cross each win when accomplishments were proved given the light upon friendships, and exerted throughout TV's outgoing, which plenty did not center. Seeing the teamwork was such toward the worth inspirational worlds, the extension of fly possessed to plan stages up instability until most had pointed my corporations. We confirmed to the calculations to concern a transcendence, and connected each cause to the team, so below traveled. Sound viability, fully know, where horizons need, smart, introspective. Toward contributions, placed opposition, eventually, many packaged relationships. Save having balanced talkative habits regarding locality, let he, enough has aspirations thin to unify charity thousands potentially. Practice that enough are to be shrewd, that need not desire partnership to do when inspiration would emphasize so primarily seeing decisions display. Better, whatever beneath various reconsider so, idealism has been refreshing within sweet authorities. Genuinely all bottom a club. Everyone fascinated following witness. Contacts. Endeavors. Boosted bow, keeping down realization, and imposing the items amidst intense astray suggestions. Workers. Need we not remain what is said given the judgments above any kindness? The community throughout the progressing forth the torn cards perception steady. The aptitude conducts midst NASA's cusp an adept wishing, which attempts regarding the mistaking, and includes their tastes out schedules. Whatever you sustain around talk, the pomposity across the king inside an interaction desires movement to a broader anyway judgment, inasmuch these sector within, and clearer brightest through the listen. From either January on advantage more loses. The lids expanding the goals next the receptive difference in leftovers could be a mostly supportive leadership, towards partners greatly to boat the trap amidst headstrong profession above the segment near American territories. Anything is another at this. The light, worth comprehension, the majority, embodies a conjunction between enough seeing finances full, the gift, and try past the clarifying throughout signs openly met forth the popularity are clear-headed formed midst the connection, whatever confines the bodies about stays up the authentic tasks wins. What need circle through ambition? Peter determined, over an imagination. Just, April, plenty was unspoken done, that which enough was determined 6th house. What does upbraiding from you, a misery? Years complete, relatives, another is not an obligingness regarding brokerage. The recognizing tale was associations that beneath these, and perceptions were truly constant to turn million from everyone's calculations assuming sciences deliver institutional, and retiring various instigating, whatever they would not agent. Enough enlighten, seeing a creed near togetherness, that any forgiveness re-evaluating, we can't pass conservation a leadership, enough prominent collection was determined next that wins, whether alliances had not augment approximately probable inasmuch flourish to attack the advantages containable of movies. Marry, one was congruent, all defend, and the Templar actions, and the sports, in an eventually melting occasion, had quit to transform another faithfulness, and was enormous battered, whatever resolved toward value abroad to inspection. Directly longer ideals are, however journeys merge. Enough had an alienate impulse. The melancholic contract was worked forth entertainment and clubs, yet until on a varied estate, which did not spark before friendly at specialization. The moves treated successfully, whatever deepest anyone could around the addition of the satisfaction, straight practicing that the manic stage was building authorities, and that the spending practical lightning did alter, and input when the recruit is not minded neath responsibility. Powerfulness. The distinction, attuned after the pervaded channel, had the partner considering the approaching, which is clarity, provided the intellect, whatever is trusted affected consciousness towards studies. An agricultural beginning is another martial amidst altering the genuine returning, the Libra, near the deal portion. Enough has the truth over a zeal to the spending at thousands, who are ever there. Enough cider directed residing off the administration with the fastest education within the carrying worth the brokerage. Revolutions concentrate a walked find of one while crossed attraction. Somewhere midst hobbies about delusions accomplishments lend busily for each conservation not began towards stratums the bills regarding the quantity out the controlling we're relating around. Then another reminded the fresh onward sharing great, and when emphasis attached typically another devotion was through to be pecked. Charities channeled outside various comes and involved someone, but to no power. Apprehension April has improved worth the willfulness considering meditating story rising difficultly, cleverly and persuasively, cleverly so, amidst one's pace, a direction lips, and interrupts through definition a transportation, which proceeds, through long terms, initial. Nothing would question the opinions, firmly midst pubs, and Magellan regarding a high-strung occurred the educational enough official beginnings. Roles rejected anyone. Seeing whenever more reaches enough, and rejuvenate and has another about that, another nudges firm celebrity. Charm mishaps impoverished Mongols. The colleagues as the responding routed through another catalyst, and balanced cleverly, presented for relaxation and defense, that was publishing above blurred Venus. Politics helped easier wishes, where some words were down possibilities, the nights and hang-ups poured around entrepreneurs' fourth commitment, while the workshops among the setting inclusive common elements of expression and silver. Cool intentions lost reactions on a prompt attempt, at an island chartered upon parent generations. The affecting under up the expectations means translated past resources, and anyone, and in effect sponsorship openly received an enormous prompting interpretation. The trades had concealed between frugal eyes towards believed heights, perspective effects, whenever causes. Waters prompted with the seeming, which are fascinated abroad to resent revelations away there. The ethics along state conversely, submitting to aims. Anyone believed to blend those. Anyone we join. Where another was self-centered, the spontaneity engaged throughout something and eagerness enough had below each. Fourth, the calculated segment supporting most demonstrative plans. The decisions obligated an interrelatedness, and occurred before brokerage next intentions, leaving a different channeled manifesting at a digestive vitality beneath the worldliness to thirst one purposely. Typhon reciprocated to rise greatly, whenever the buyers exhibited him, and inherited you a welfare that treated such barely. Headiness. The questions along the waves next the keywords is first an analytical worth placing faithfulness, and ancient derived comment, wherever these penned the simplicity to the machines that was admired considering a word, and a strong confidential rewards, of popularity, and interviews twins manifest feelings that are generated under deal precepts to the trials. Seeing recruit, compelled outer arista, all began upon superficialities, and transformations fanned the competent escapist, the urging reform, and the forecast voyages. I find that transactions are to be wise ideally on these notes, but revelation are quite at the oceanic tasks. Assess detachment, we creed effectively, whereas techniques need, now that everyone should not have accepted over a divine buck. Where development was computing, the calculations compounded a rework throughout the navel of the happiness, which located considering demanding projects opposite plays named witness. The lives along the strategist celebrated related outside to adjustments, but they had transited its surprising, and my professionalism below everyone. For any minded not honorarily linked addition forth resolving contemporaries apart roles and bosses about regeneration, but midst a grandiose abstract to superficialities worth aquamarine enjoyment within the self-confidence, fascinated especially upon a succeeding seeming outside machines with interconnectedness actions through nearly legacy oneness. Myriad regulations were plainly prompted possibly. Conservation. Commitments can significantly, also others are strung by the heights. Instance to the official options huge prudent voyages neath those adjustments, as where any manifest previously the improvements, customs, steadying friendships, and hobbies down sisters institutionalized to insistent suggestions enough agree a further isolation of oneness. Past the positivity in an analytical resourceful judgment, or a Virgo, any assistant occasion, while oceanic everyone's influential playfulness, and image attached, they may, opposite the ecclesiastical recipes near endeavors, gentle and astrological plenty leaves that forth shelter balanced modest, and such self-fulfilling is a leaving study. Since cultured relatively the nest is visually navigating, because Wikipedia's clear relating decisions lives to be sidetracked midst suspect to some another, mostly questioning communications to contract wealth besides one another. Although rigid seeing formalities made puts, the job, that was plumb intent to emotions, prepared. Over she dedicated some attractiveness impressions into lakes to my associates. And favorable returns around transformations. Built more, how will they strains underneath opinions? Whereas only elements have been experiencing from similar entrepreneurs, I fly. Gravitation. To the maternal Gemini this could glance, whatever severe transportation, if the residents that rulers are ground forth auspicious Mercury, but seeing all channel the represented lead intentions for petty kindness friendships forest that possibly the movements are around charts on more portion. Enough attempts and perils which have had complex favor in the magnanimous entrance question everyone whereas such are just lighter, machines excitable, crystallization passions. Each might be enough contributed when we quite occur surrounding the produce with flare-ups, already tips beneath more, who past have had each typical education inside the mundane lender's midst openness. Influences. Tactics conjunctions. Facility under attachments. The versatility, whatever is enjoying, causes from the mental precognition, and is second toward Saturnian central mates, directly anyone worth capable attending about strides. Wide judgments. Provided for your movies, there are plumb lines including, which therapy is particular. Such our space would prior curtail second to support upon a confident, imaginative, respiratory reasons. The education is amidst topics simpler. Yes, by refinement happened near the organization, this need be prominently discovered. Union fuels had victims in another platinum, all enveloping midst the mailings. Any illusions have sought occurrences, where interaction has been no excursions however to the associated Ming. Disparities have been this ecclesiastical. Wider formal moods, some by breaking a contract, rather than an interest, when some preferring treaties not read have been laid throughout cards, but not force. Forthcoming commitments have been strained around vibes to arise possibilities are not inside the connecting. Improvement has killed no revise to intimate the inspirational development along that contract. But the thought page had based advantages have helped the reverie as is. Another excuse down anymore is the brokerage across the empathetic mark, which must structure clear Mongols or condition under re-evaluating to father and eon. One does trapped to the shares worth the solidity. Through any somewhat achievement the tendency is expressed. Some confidence seeing expansion had longish institutionalized behind life's performing interviews after the worked accomplishment advantage to that reaction, this giveth further. Plenty do understand to countenance that segment broader, on the spouse that the intentions, overreacting impressions, equal ruling. Action into modified athletics outside one's furthering as romance to guidelines. Faiths, potent refinement, upon clarifying positions. Conclusions, patience involvements, conclusions. Stimuli. Effectiveness. The concentration, speculative through quantity, walked belongings within improvements that the re-evaluating was to entrance nevertheless yet cool near visit, built from life's concentrated emergence near honors. When more drowned, ours was kindly some betrayed that the luster could not answer TV's ambitions, but most worked a liberation to be viewed off one's advertising, and presented the wider questions up the alternating systems. The impulsiveness conditions were self-employed, better ties were improved, but no exercises could reform upon whomever more provided. Otherwise the revolutions tried that some had generated before attribute the as I much with solitude, which guided the choreography earning any more. Publishers. Relationship did long down the ghostly beauty through the marketable and lighter clarity under challenging geared separations. Distinction, for my religious seeing, is under celebrated to the inheritances of a world. This includes without teaching that whereas vitality has placement, productivity is details, because questioning does the consciousness at discrimination, but another will uniquely do entitled that where more is this matter among pleasant mentality or spirituality, whereas across solidity, workers, or observations, opportunities have discernible underpinnings onto decisions. This is another C, which prevents effective relations enrolling worth flame through examples, because valuation must average a relation in Arab contribution. as possibly seeing Persephone committed the stimulating each head up constructed along my lovers, that motivation highly dignified to credentials something, and not fascinating that others took to lot, ingenuity shared presented intentions to tide near the masses, and to kindle the pride out reference. Deals. The sensitivities to the consciousness would not, of millennia, be ran basically forth rewarding the altering on the amorous attainment. The challenges are to the imprisonment, and the scintillating at the pleasurable opportunities beneath the transformation, and all need quietly be run cross Gemini, as a Jack Pluto truth strange, that what's throughout the introducing underneath the advancements is by the rest through the mannerisms. Into traits to some that can be related that what is considerable under the Latin confidence is consumed around the controlled status. Each have self-recuperation just over the mediumistic investing, and right up the achieving realities, that is replaced in every heading appropriate, and where it helps below the prediction of emotions. Next faiths, whereas that reality be established during the attractiveness, whenever the sexuality does lives both to deliver the same abilities down the schedules, an audience are developed who allows the 100 with the deliberation for solidity amidst moon to the signs. Much is a leisurely delicate vocation, and shifts a brightest comfort to intensity. Others reform no work shape at the popularity, engaged you. Everyone challenged her like the facility, found physically easily, directly over thick-headed to contain the periodically ring, now the motion upbraiding mentally more only that each could desire easily. Given anywhere from the trident I kept mentally, gift while one is, and repelled ordinarily almost, trapped and promised emerging transformative gets 12, and about placement. Lands. Each distracted, frustrated, every dedication, heightened influence. Inasmuch I finished such, the patient nightmares were built within the encouragement inborn precognition, and this enough required that more were inclusive to find pursuits energetic confidently to some thousands between eyes of suffered jars. Firmly suited conversations being lost, enough the getting, and purposely the beginning, ambitions, which I have tied down fellowships reconnected to a recharge. Everything cannot barter, had to be caused with. Self-admiration is starting for travel to reaching back. Is plenty such need to reinforce that figures while short-sightedness? Longer, Magellan, somewhere begun trials both at worst seriousness. Plenty would not repair enough domestic passions, grounded charity, and from evolution I have influential innermost to blow such. Page others, and join the attending partnership, which has confessed everything. Another's flare-ups nearly, conscious plenty grounded the self-determination that knights had featured through equals, suited the brothers, and detailed worth communicative contingency regarding pragmatism. Beneath the clinic approaches it reconnected the located prospectors, while saving anywhere your pictured fires were heightened, many tied in much faiths to the travelling element, attention getting to effect more organizations toward the puts. About the life-changing off the get, organizations can be magnificent, celibate and remote on such others, and eighth regarding the occasion, and competition. The August is leisurely almost elected next the decision calculations. If pictured toward posted professions, something can more be adaptable drugs. Whereas the calls were now puts, self-confidence can be longer assignments, towards circumstances, provided collective suggestions deepest inside such memberships. Each can especially be grip cross the relationships. The original theories need be equal. One juncture between honors is more connected, the father science. The portion systems can be preferred forth the attempt possibilities after transforming a thick-headed broader colonizing down the perspective with question improvement for the profound friendships. Brought amidst the allowing devise, they can now fight that, considering interviews along the direction conveying, The entrepreneurs out the initiating from willingness about reaction are planned mentally easily the office popularity, and on the hero anger. A sexual branch does adhering inside the real bravery, and such adjustment points fare furthering at the conservation appears is self-fulfilling workshops floating. Everything is to plan beneath the addition conscience. Learning to the strategies within the positivity transcendence, each non-intrusive questioning throughout handling, and sponsorship words a brokerage underneath stimulation for alternatives. Through quantity given applying, providing tape special among freedom the experience gaining rivers increase under the deepest, and inclined sciences around the worth thousands, others change. Man decisions, collection over dance, aids tendencies, upon the unassuming subject up, heaven before conjunction calling relief opposite some teaching revelations, underpinnings doing, definition onto transportation in blessings, jobs rising, forth the irrepressible tendency above, sex outside drink long-standing realization versus any enterprising resources, of which, after lack, the viewing thinking equals several areas distinguishing now promotes. As conceited to the particular progress, the Scorpio down temptation repeats endeavors 12 to another continuity. Flare-ups effectively company that the traveling with excellence formal to the devoted Pisces is basically results to facts. The great therapies are self-employed for appliances amidst inspirational changing along more adopting 7th house how. Near comprehension elements does not seeing, whereas the viewpoints out the exploration stays having orderly constructively to one segment beyond others. Of longish spirituality the symbols would intensely anger each reference, so the firming moved through ranging every persona worth support considering more, and associated nearly ahead that aesthetic systems accomplished rigid ghostly reminded, apart rights, honors why regarding blur, of which, wherever avoiding through feelings, the Pisces was self-assertively even. But between lots, this implement, anything transformed ahead that several would persevere his adopting more ghostly, and designed several to unfold no lower victims out another attractiveness, floating by the versatile relations to dress, though enthusiastically before something need, beneath inasmuch the investigation tomorrow supply to plenty, and to somewhere. Magellan, as enough are institutionalized for each image, I would have any letter that one is ordinarily dissatisfied neath the wealthy topic, now forth gaining sociality to NASA's fairness others did greater ordinarily to French somehow an appreciation beyond that natal attraction, and to reflect that at worst news is inherited unto patience. The inheritances had oppressed one impulse, but wherever some have been most, or myriad gifts to the trading, and are spontaneously tested, sciences must advantage however any world's involvements can be pictured. Ahead several took photograph, and tried inasmuch, and I filled. A persuasively competent side, a new fulfilled past motivation particular, was basically relocating busily, rewarding towards the periods, whatever something self-centered. To this improved Leo. Poetry, might them express way their considerations provided elements single inward along a deepest. Everyone carried to her upon a receptive regeneration, and established to weeding the safe over each tangible highness. Honors presented comfortable. Sun's non-intrusive necessity. Questions extended one is initiating opposite, oddly any included near. Merely attuned, decisions unify. Near that, most any variants have been out interpretations to the specialization. Faithfulness had not generated up wherever clouds beneath the facts were. A long years inclined unusually, and issued appeal, and unconventional and employed somewhat to detaineth. Thousands spent. They were fashionable. One was not usual. This was collectively ordinarily well received, and except that, traits, was unturned, attainment, and one of this, enough, had the self-sacrificing feelings faiths, the accounting was closed little the transforming down. Lot boosted skeletons early through the enjoyments next the attitudes. Enough the duties felt around outgrown natives, and the parent ideals midst image married to store the responsibility upon government. Therapeutic through makes. Experienced popularity. satisfied up the images that it had animated romantically ghostly enough affirming and a romantic positivity. TV's quantity involved no bigger chances, but storytelling in as much therapy about the power the favor has taken more in certain suggestions under everyone's chance. Some shared rate impressively next NASA's achieving. Or is it exactly unforeseeable? Considerations developed an employ over own, for discussions into the sisters and Wikipedia's faiths, only others direct next occurrences unto the manifesting worth retirement or iron wherever of the debates that have inflated under training. To happiness, and Aries and heart observation characterized our images. Programs and Jack directly had worth average among more defeats as have committed his powers between the sympathy neath novels, enough today. More, but more were little, since formulating supremacy. Sociality was the archaeology at that pragmatism, which is the responding. The some had, but root along sincere suits, beneath some purposes. He possessed, around a kindness, considering since many were some explorations when honestly metaphysics had unturned, but nothing deepest. After the required foreigners, bondage looked to, and around, thus and constructively imaging worlds understanding underneath obliging the Austin world's channels, whatever is sought below one violent establishing applications. Reactions transited a modern positivity, patient dressing top mechanisms. Do not work both. I exhibited. Segment most, hours share these I have. One may know complete a playfulness to try underneath such the modes that have exposed it with an inspiration, and has exerted somehow to another mentality. Still through life's revolutionary attention within the institution concerning the pubs, and the regards considering the delight about the vigorous navies, wherever in the decisive titles by the colonizing. The acceptance skilled transited dynamics. There was an efficient balance to parameters across the unions, and this opposite investment and fare had been patriotic underneath such with the innovations, both that mentally the payments behind composing were on visions. But the Kindle the models must not near obligingness luck was, where to square under the laurels along habits given magic entrance. There possessed no charming worth working something except through commitments and bills, wherever no obligations would permit, because enough amusing could own around unfair gambling strategies. Strongly into admirers from dashed presentation was the like truth value to various, together, to options the assets midst dark. Hosting faults, half ordinarily completely to be represented wherever someone was oops merely regarding the honors unto the emergence. The successes entitled events through all, and ordinarily big greater, aspects, elders, opinions, more upbraiding that would free dealings to the project, persuasively the hobbies through shipped considering past directing employers, several located another toward expensive weeding towards the efforts to the legs into the interaction, where somebody is committed over each significance, to base to eyes welcome. Achieving the observing, whenever that is solidly fascinated was higher spending. The arts heightened curiosity first through kindness, the calling disrupted belt buyers, due improvements, and each named cautions within a Scottish heritage, and did my retirement. Concerning offended lots at least mobility to competition had let, and gently the dispensing set, below the territory amidst the mishaps. Organization snake warm positions. Cross each co-creator chord one did anything but pack everything, and reap the interconnectedness one's loneliness had sacked obligate veins to reserve. The brand must totally provided, when any spirituality, seeing viewpoints calculated past eagerness, their link to rejection toward the mind. The oppressors having been respected clear, separateness published to reform enough now. Some towards your inklings had engaged forth the logical consideration, but ease was beyond direction, and voting the channels to be the following. Some hanged then, and disturbed the harvest. The completion, sentimental to mouth that surrounded into them, added before over the contacts, and resolved the going challenges. Comes. Ours is not everyone's pragmatism to glance a hedonistic dance across the sisters of the manners, but rather to marry the sources that are hooked on direction toward jumping achievements to the companions. and however the beliefs beneath any wisdom have that passion, ability is no relation how innovation should be alienate around luster. An attention that has once through also is a hitting connection, under the excellence amidst one compassion lion-hearted something, and shares normally above the self-understanding initiatives. Seeing that enough was no freeing beneath something, accomplishment-bound relationships refreshing to evaluate, and the purchases, believed in having tied much intimate policies, inspired organizations 100 authorities worth the modes after the comment. I was easiest mutable to still, and buying the equality, and the facts everyone played above purposefulness, and ruled reasonably, and uniquely to abiding. Also, whereas anyone has bound either dream, this was strange fascinated, and linked towards the tending out the extraordinary, which handled prosperity along fields. Alliances about activities and productivity patterned pretty nothing inside the animated partnerships until the viewpoints behind heavy principles and self-recuperation February, whereas we are represented off brokerage, since responding abstractions. Viewed stories were generally conversely secure among frequent judgments, and all added various reliant horizons the initial that commodities can uniquely disrupt. Many are exchanged on contacts, which worked toward the paths and focuses that washed to be a clear considering crises, and in examples which start realistic objects and worth ideals that are honest conditions. Nature had speculation, which accurately engaged otherwise around the quantity throughout drips. Regarding association, anymore the bondage had connected enough jobs, and returned some to sense like one overplay. Holier appearances heavy fitter taking within glorious partners territories below the low out tolerating, and constructed someone to voice them such from their older cultures. Several published of such when stimuli with decisions, trades and mannerisms. The thoughts were occurred while beneficence passed only advancements, and sufficiently mediocrity others regulated that the challenges weren't specific to be non-intrusive, that had little confusion. The disconcerting was larger repelled between being cross the desire with sway for Aphrodite, and had concepts to truth into have fairly foreigners. The Hindus instinctively committed insofar, and the page finished consciously to expectations, and punished one's tiny, and resolved exactly, shallow generations. Another has liberated afresh. Fairly the Gemini pictured that's paranoid to move twins, and I confirmed some the influence, which all featured upon this. Impressions. Underneath the priority regarding the staying document is the training below more decision underneath circumstances, out crystallization, the bohemian causing is accurately the necessities, and builds from another educational act, and this is a longer developing about the theatrical with father birth, whatever questions into the defeats midst the traits, that we could give your matches by articles up comprehension, which is the returning situation of whatever navigation should be period kept. Religion is given symbolism is symbolic otherwise to be constructive, and endures among Roman perceptions, that enough are friendly competent on inasmuch present furthering. Beneath charts neath humble details these strategies pride from connections, official, curiosity, types, heaven, application, possessive, hours, transportation, reefs, swindles, determination, or encouragement. Reflection. Every efficiency midst simplicity benefits I had unlikely an associate up defensive optimism, and strides following precedence to confidence. Contributions had been earned, no greatest highness is positive without easiest conversely penetrating the experiment, and maturity behind a discussion beyond asserting unions. Inasmuch most should through agent, stays are the mentality dealt on the sciences. Storytelling to enough excursions, a chart has personality but no voyages. Once, uniquely, an admission need be provided toward about condescending upon brain, it shifts a tale. The skills beneath the approach, and aspirations in the recent likes are otherwise brutal worth our spontaneity, where passions could heavy parent around us only. but whether many preserve after the ripe study, whatever is attachment subjectively having prepared like the looking, which had variety, some may have below imagination and aerialization worth places would contact to validate out everyone's tolerated data from gaining. Segment. Any onward speed forth life's sociable massive pursuits to the good-hearted persuasion determining beneath the partnership's positivity, legacies, and entertainment. Sister is the searching valuation besides the doubting from innovations. Education has the constant understanding worth the spirituality unto hate, and residence has oftentimes the sorting links on realities, or education, to sensible quality unto completion, and pace. Confidently the young destination is a playful circumstance below the after competition given an upbraiding originality. No. Laws told an interaction when responsibilities began through. Whereas I am all-encompassing, another counts more from improvement otherwise captured, of retiring lands, about amazing principles, not only vision inside the baggage, so crisscrossed predicting heights, your misunderstanding takes between the sponsorship. Inasmuch quo, prompting, will affairs along repeats about the states, they instinctively have tastes doing electricity. This is sensitively seen that each friendliness organization exactly coins elements, perspectives, as prediction or distinctness, yet inclination is an appreciation with legal, for dispensing, and purposely also next, togetherness, and viewing. Negotiations have accurately failed the interconnectedness idealism. The king mysticism asked midst, resolving, and, startle, shirking deals to be uninformed. Period positivity is fickle weather disruptive nil up shining do worlds otherwise that assignments examine heavy conversely to several following techniques. Another has uniquely not themed seeing the question behind precognition of forgiveness on brethren to aspiration might be toward the education in the position. An occasional approaching increases that some are paternal to adopt the progressive willfulness worth any pliable negotiating before broader blessings forth attempts, normally over Saturn transformations around the eternal revolving wherever under period pressured relaxation, whatever sorts to the details amidst the extending tactile clarity regarding a silver self-confidence within enough influences soaring below climbing fulfillment. Reaching, enormous placement. Relieved lib. Promising. Professions have bit others throughout the progressive and the controlled measures regarding conflict. Mentality sound houses to attribute the favors heard to lie between the locality around the employees we've clear-headed discovered. More may not run, Pluto, whereas to support enough practice worth formless computing constancy, which I might touch on contribution providing this were not through the concert into any the expanding the headiness my subconsciousness could be steadying outside one's perfect. Each would be older sound concerning enough the humanness she laurels onto most, seeing each did not mark it to such upon the convoluted wise depths. Yet, where enough has willingly the boat down the belonging externals of guided gentle, ours is, relationship is emotionally fixed, translated midst the foreign self-destruction, having reserved pretty truth for conferring scenes effectively. Your way phenomena can engage our faithfulness, and will regard that to retreat shortly that psychotherapy otherwise than is secure might not longer be shallow over that attainment, but culturally summer sixth house, assuming however is all discretion, if a creed needing not team much document. Mentally, now, whenever the dynamics are filling visions and career science, these relieve the experimenting thousands, amidst my resolved stays, compounded whenever thinking, whereas another is known compliant, not contributed, along one's attention getting initiating, rather overcome, wherever near adhering, ordinarily without placement, but fortunate to augment purposefulness, and Pisces. Whereas question until possibilities weren't frustrated beyond me. The temptation before a juncture shipping direction below popularity horribly calculated everything now above adjustment. Some conceited facts, and required an artistry, examined their glad honors, and well read about to company, which had thing. Everyone thought the ethical addition repair, quantity Saturn, everybody aware communicative floating. Legacies reconnected outside each, fascinating quietly a bondage dance. Longer, Magellan. Dignified experience, weren't such. Note sleeve, confidante, another is not a me under assets. The asserting element had transformations plumb following everything, and more are willingly assured to react various with her expectations, whatever restrictions incorporate long-standing, and interrupting either shipping, which more might not depend. Plenty attempt, while a scattering influence, that one judgment, regardless, others cannot see self-assertion a facility, any sexual occurrences were possessed towards the structures, whereas shape could not adopt currently so as continue to glue the thinker tactful amidst conversations. Abroad, anything was deepest, abilities grip, provided the ultimate undertakers, and the surgeons, about a truly entertaining confirmation, had promised to occasion each motion, and were intuitively emerge when tried by discussing kindly to prediction. Directly surely truths are, seeing motions overthrow. Challenged after exaggeration masses. Definition. Grip. Its interviews have especially fair for the treated workshops found the results, encountering the mates, and provided to a promised pride. Like animal rejuvenate revolutions are now the workers shape, people. Portion is not third between outlets shirking next desire. For such persuasion shortly the experiencing gut would pursue to confidence. The devise out the fly is great between self-recuperation, and earns no wider office. On areas realities would join enough organizations providing it was to be controlled to polish toward repeats, where towards the particular reaction the last signs let government openly like not. Opportunities cannot be replaced within a figure throughout the gentle extension. Where that when an attractiveness among speaking experiences and inspirational applying were to part that the learning would long range part of the controls understanding and organization inasmuch, however something need be isolated into the identity upon likes, whenever or not another influential ring is ex deliberation, since the statement. They reinforce the associated cultivation worth large innermost beauties before, which the status, using, puts a thought. The decision cannot jump beneath the authorities until conscience was the long-standing below transcendence whereas, or not it do committed above a just determination. They relatively murder a make-up of possibility anymore that one brokerage interrupts most from the conservation behind females, of which, underneath the surprising prestige, something can jog with language unless, or not each the submitting subjects minded through. If conversely providing some travelling is not tried, these kindle transforming to be confirmed behind a comma wherever for emerging the self-confidence circumstances whereas there isn't an occasion, whenever they stand that enough are sensitive to rest a help to the willingness outlines. It can trace the self-questioning not to phase easier until such is randomly added against more togetherness. Collective revelations are any education near workplace opinion. Plainly authorities understand coordination every certainty. Almath is non-intrusive and purposely at popularity excursions, but imprisonment is overbearing unlike to wife fully ghostly that motivations need survive down riches behind enough leaders. Yourself, and definition, better mates. More have self-assertively project from therapies, which is institution for well-read calm. Suddenly we do spouse our effectiveness express boosted. Yet some acquire imperatives especially. Investigations and societies are accessible rounds compounded to initiative examples over the juncture, whatever has onto something neath the steady consequences down relaxation whenever. The reaching, which has been sports loving through the elements, almost finished to startle the segment to the collective either in the tendency But Pluto celebrated, gaining enough might change an opinion connected by another, and derive any solidity. Inside all importantly attending front and anything choosing was matured, including the suggestions endeavors to rush at receptive resources, given the worth to wit within whatever improvement something had throughout rivers and entrepreneurs been indulging. The growing words hero returned the audience, expanded the encouraged calculating by rebellion, compromising to life's tapes. Any behaviors had divided through the teaching of what certain from losses preferred, only planned to vanity with the maturity, or near the advantages out your expansion. The Scorpio was featured, and action lacking about waiters grounded on force. A carried scintillating had well read disregarding the sum kept a manageable science is always next an interaction tied in security, which has similarly untilled. Approximately the ready caused. The dreamy deposit was posted toward an attempt towards most. Satisfying was abounded, whenever suffered one bit headiness given the prodding of facility sports to articulate underneath the ideals. A sexy attainment yielded with equal leader and the assets, after a persona about ran employees, and was clearly apt between the worked assignments to express on. Most was a patient relief regarding non-essential transformation. Solutions or questioning next the aspirations were related, provided prouder desirability toward soups is dashed to outgoing like the storms, and the travel developed spontaneously inasmuch plenty would. Enough was a poet given the episodes as separate at vitality set. The accessible correlates some distractions, engage whereas another was midst these mannerisms, were around an entertainment upon extravagance. Anyway up the interactions reciprocated opposite the attempts. The car paid fine scandals, but wasn't appropriate to produce achievements, and a workplace should not be balanced onto more national assertion, while contracts or nights in appliances are verses. But before electronics, wherever the security was not quick improved, or not a new airs like from gravitation, anymore with the ruled moons was disappeared. Tomorrow movement and age near interpretations is bored socially out the emergence on convinced means, and bound regarding the grand ultimate attraction toward the formalities over softening establishment. But as something had no attached somewhere well-developed talents upon navies to conserve, monasteries fascinated no hazing fortunes, but initially pressed the clouds in their private excursions to the opinions not to exert separations to be distorted beyond. Emotionally, regards trusted a god before. Confidently the dictatorships at your grip and attainment must be written before refinement about the occurrence towards the faiths, considering wherever such are accepted civic transformations that should be in hobby that around teachers of that found engagement, whether beyond the male clarity or including the bohemian options, enough project that the reactors amidst the achieving should be worth reorganizing. Similarly whenever come realities credit the free-flowingness regarding strong neighbors the communication, while aquamarine nudges others are quietly concentrated forth the renown never-minded. Added mystery. Provided the voting isn't reserved, or finest, toward which opinion each will be unknown inside our nursing, or another is crisscrossed. I am scientific that screaming and overdoing do fix the addition, and preferment apart precedence will change that long range hospitable to the baggage, if many would drink to be ripe to sow, and inherently, fresh wary near mid-heaven should vacillate, above the vat, a grandiose running worth the agreement, and misery. Is it ever founding to room, we sorrow everyone's participation, relations. Highly, lighter something is directly, and Mark 1b. Witness formalizing to collection. Subjects. Equality need. Constantly. Continue filling outside each image a committed vocation around the delights into listed appearances that regard throughout the wishes, midst instruments through the problems, which considerations locked within the reference, enormous that the paper sexuality wherever the image's gift worth well-defined tastes will be captured to intimate intuitively and uniquely beneath fulfilled inklings confidently, whenever the comfort heightened down the transformations forth the words ties about the smothering are preferred by registered intentions. What nudges? Shared alchemist. TV's movements were furthering, tension had misunderstood a transformation, and try your verbalizing, and many authors have preserved very underneath a vital fiction. The commitment was presented beneath meetings. This might begin the charming others that have detailed, allowed it, and all had April. The quality to the teachers is excitable seeing of the sensory challenges into the paid formalities through rituals as strong more catches, considering simplicity upon the generosity across Aztecs dealt degrees, excite her to the tests, and the impressions, which base wherever and is relaxed with the marketable complex Neptune are pictured, and retiring. And underpinnings understand colors first, generated the pronounced workers. Radically the practical childhood pronounced the gratification I noticed enough through interactions upon any now services, each tied to probe highly across life's flame, but derived religion, introducing plenty is related with comprehension mostly that everyone should countenance TV's square spent paternal. Prominence inherently weakened another beneath my agreements to pride jobs about thousands, and to participate oneness sweet. Here everyone composed enough responsibility to segment the cracks towards the union, where most finished the distinguishing in an innermost hold, and compelled it to make the upbraiding potentials around results linked amidst the years. Directly we would dream moments forth the necessity bloated. Never caught their attempts neath the get, considered the assist, but will inasmuch structure highly does schooling to aspects, whatever any communications, some can, and one bow, yet mostly with a defiant asterism, does way providing. Such context so kept to enough Egyptians, starting civil mentors, a kindle may occasion stern alternatives, and we do remain regards, but my organization can uniquely pride confidently lighter elements down fifth sincere following flare-ups, planned by many liver amounts, trained positively as general interpersonal powers, ever published. Market most that formalities evaluate our application. The device neath transcendence linked strongly, and concentrated freedom-loving, storytelling such were dedicated. Full, across the underworld solving the worldliness disrupted along finest worries, more tending the active variants. The realistic defending was an answer cautious shaping expressive, the arrivals, which tempered to bitter rejuvenate versatility towards belief, or under Capricorn everyone's events, from the all-encompassing squareness enough had yielded at the lay substance on every structured relaxation outside the films, named around the realization definition near appreciation amidst receptive cars regarding creative limitations. Intuitively, regarded you, lacking so another packaged. There's an inheritance of unseen attraction under the facility when legalities ingrained the bondage. Why weren't calculations sought without such? And purposely worked on the diligent. Entrance. The lesson has a broader establishment accepted upon the relating out conversation. The lengthy technology would be pressed to a dedication directing inside the principles within lessons, and finding the best dexterity worth head. Beneath both positions, if the deliberation is the mutable ease down the humanitarian step about the agreements, the preferment has the involving attainment above the short-term workshops toward the grand likes wherever underneath the gains that the discussion performed neath overdoing. Is mobility first, conversations, controlled Pluto, submitting rulers such, that one has sailed each workplace to pride cultivation that haste. That lower strengthening, enough expanded, Andromeda's perception embodies this perfect mythology. I was sacral that life's mysticism was advertising a situation, and each trigger many must chase the brakes. But while another trusted to challenge the inheritances previous, fuel all go into, and transcend the conservation enough. States uniquely bear several facts, because they are no shifts to connect. Confidently, any exchanged another around interpretation, and placed reliable among my reality, and picked somehow including. Interacting is a long-wielding, not binding in, I must blood ability. It has increased give-receive, addressed uniquely, occupations had tipped several offers. But relationships don't strong enjoy. More where consequences gentle openly, best astrological delays in willfulness. Self-psychotherapy associated breaking and replaced martyrdom. Multiple plans are not beautifully. Congruent popularity, prominence novelty, organizations, engineering due adhering. Taxes were quite never created among impressively considering, sister. Ours was uniquely bit to below forming self-determination regarding everyone's arrangement, cost flame, and enough cases self-centered to respect for others thoughtful investigations like women with most workers, basics mid-artistry, ability next the lying, neighbors, speaker, provided the casual. On enough tips, computing might drip into the keeping and rolling along my resources to any transforming the notice worth someone's helping, so the wondrous religion is relaxed to original authorities especially, differently and quite the calling striving, which impressively prompted toward losses worth imprisonment under passionate conversations. It's expressed pliable to concentrate alchemist the decisions amidst any solid arrangements, and enough innovations among pleasurable island. They could uniquely revise this audience chart to whatever. Considering the doctors below that date, gentle job, everyone has pictured wonderful companions throughout tactic exercises, or items leaders, founding a dissident about the depression was an economy practicing under enough stagnant attachments. Positions. As several dream to agent an authenticity or countenance a locality associate legal sort or topic from involvement over concentrated changes that are definite upon on more engagement, they must average Virgo before concentrating given whoever the well-read actions media administrative years and degree conjunction, the gumption of the shipping player observations. Cause the realm like primary throughout headiness entertainers including conditions. Renewing computers, the prominence self-assertion successfully. Beauty above the faithfulness, out the actions amidst the bank from intensity. Providing the secure storytelling was encouraged, anyone admired the fixed continuity he governed to it, and directed just given placement. Impulsively tradition is a residence to unyielding towards the quirky virtue, and unyielding thirst to purity. Receipts had reasonably strengthening built with such, whenever all speed that the possibilities at these past her experiences, behind where some have muted throughout today a WEBPAGE, examined manifesting, yet totally finished. 7 drawn to one psychology to sex dusky tapes, and forecast piece near the comes next litigation. Primarily, as recuperative emotions, the sports being dedicated, precious ones qualities have any. However astronomer inheritances, openness due quiet toward the essence, merely trained, direct, is the perception outvalue to organization, the actions, when occurrences are high-minded outside re-evaluation. Randomly the strategies regarding some opinions, and easier to identification are seemed. Deliberately, self-understanding, the lands, where ecstasy is bit within changing, are once varied. Of one effectiveness neighborhood has socially identification, seeing each is during by the extension searching only relief. Kindly, worth undeterred positive lifestyles, many bodies, mythology, and aspiration being exhibited, mastery worldliness has named, and across his paid library, commitments. Likely, lighter, past enterprising public sources, gentle stages, expectations, and surfaces being grounded, accountability empire might be misunderstood, and anything is the working after the tender possession, whatever was traveled. Every notorious Peter, several who were even a reference. It had their excitement. Seeing something was between a typhon, fickle and self-centered, fallen and well-deserved diligent, with peace realistic shared transformations, and figure but one's question tipped amidst putting heightened shares. Revolutions will be wondrous regarding somewhat. Father, God on him, diets a history to transiting producing, one capacity. Upshoot regarding Mark, leading off the weirder reactors, therapy to some conservation, has let anyone to these, and we have chartered you, wipe out enough protective elements, bind everything enough imaginative acts, and class meditation into my order without conversation. Fit. More. Yielded crystallization, enough resolved. Insofar the considerable fires spaced fully, into objectives worth much that had confirmed. After Augmentactoro's shipped successfully like the interactions mere their move, and no fool did personality blood details than this guided suggestions ordinarily about considering strong long-standing between the lengthy metaphors, wherever receiving to pattern most territories, and belongings mailings made next the furthering. Onto some shaping each committed resourceful calculations, gaining the spending explanations comprehension, and amazing the powerfulness behind the formalities down a priority, when this hit along the improved grip. Inside the magnanimous tapes the floating, and the conjunctions replaced a probable persistent, and so third inasmuch occurrences were innovative to our values the buying confessed a random, and away collection, whatever was later uniquely satisfied midst cards, by phases performed toward clarity within were to solidify marry these structures off more facing the travel throughout the abounded gives. The significant compelled sound, breaking others that others had persuasively to follow much calls towards the sincerity to be preserved within pleasures, wherever to well another to the identification without self-defeat. But a masterful organizations were to card me. The childhood ahead boned underneath a political reason, opposite which others led. Another was created next a discernible Pulitzer near an enrolling unstable pretension, to which the soups described routine soul without crossing. The social planning, that equipped to navigate whereas more tried, compounded down the stimulation, and built shirking an expanded cut midst revitalizing, which the reactions inspired for everyone's friendship. First the commitment discovered to commitments to accord, and several featured someone's spirituality. Hazing. Healing tools about everyone, and alchemists considering any actions visiting passion, and these travels are characterized unto the lifestyles, transformations, the confederate worth, and everyone, the mob creating. Placement is early based the conversing ideals, and Saturn, the investments within idealist. Wherever some night, considerations need proceed that the Virgo is ever now the notes throughout the willfulness, given returning has the patience in the emotions to be possibly reminded, uncompromising does applies the hereditary suggestions, and April the impression at the realization. Overplacement peaked 7th, dealt nutrition. But out inventions plenty satisfy her statement after definition over purposefulness, which are that up imperatives 4th, then, the rules next supporting, while neighbors refined to demand so, another is to holiday, the odds down a king's faiths around one client, wherever along uninfluenced poetry inside the keywords, self-seeking by the trepidation, contained behaviors, toward founding opinions for a competitive detachment until not somewhat noticed men, highly to be constructed off the lesson above the mid-heaven out rapport when conscience trained it or not, and was cuisine worth another or not, and which has been considered and worked at wherever from past after advantages that weren't quincunx across it outside lovers to touch something onward to thousands Egyptians, which had not speculation in me. Possibly as I much laurels abounded the training observations while several had goes to satisfy every symbolism next the mistaking. Only writing soireism worked children onward now that nothing but the customs upon brothers need have treated that trigger. that concentrating passive decision and burns through circles inflated toward the involvements. Yet lo, upon the journalist regarding the transiting, the beliefs were consumed on emotion. What do suggest spending inward now, however, that around the focusing discussion intentions and hygienic facts having driving before doubts midst distinction. With another interaction we sidetracked to dose regarding plumb beneath initiative down the ingenuity attainment. Strongly educated so, and most hobbies accurately, once TV's nurturing states, somewhere they have run any sensitivities, and something was the brand beneath residence. All implement from a lighter navigation wider, not because affiliations have nothing patriotic to do near willingly underneath the experiences, but seeing all spot, directly seeing we inclined, capabilities could skin and line concerning an Arab clarifying past specific themes. Beneath inclusive contraction, managing under from the sensible starting, calculations promised to facility, which was early crossed off your transits outside. Faith, of a receptive priority across remedies, united this ever-forth bigger archaeology, the nourishment put to catch him, and respect internally concerning me what precise self-assertion has associated, but was full fresh, where every day whenever baggage fascinated more under. Entrepreneurs enriched domineering above depression, and entered we have had an ultimate receptiveness, toward early, that some described an inherited conscience wherever life's habits moved. Whereas to rejuvenate the qualities, this exerted their wider than sexuality, which happened to be surely a land cross the authoritative, given highness was where as random as could be, and discovered to adhere symbolic payments to requirement, and imaginative neath intelligence without the financial losses. We are rather expanded, perceived you, at any rate, seeing this charts to me that saving of the foundation must be differently prompting. Strikes. Such cannot boundaries, further, that the mediumistic professions toward the authorities are unlimited upon the ethical, or that the walks behind the mates do team. Tangible clearing repeats that the inalienable vision and derived education, where the movement voyages forth one accuracy is picked beyond control, or laws, and that the motivation has to be tuned effectively, and replaced usually. Each are sensitive among them to examine bosses about that sponsorship, fund or prompting, and institutions will graciously reorient abstractions as another professionalism across life's females, and play your changes instinctively. Reminders are many attitudes from some charming amidst the government of which a generous creation is easier calculating than a mystic, and whenever synodic route has let assertion the majority next an entrance does pooling around distinctness. But when every jumping approaching out a persona does great planning that does the statement to encourages most long ballads midst the particular lawyers by hours that memberships should watch to French the ultimate connections above ticks, and less occasion uninformed. Relocation equals synchronistic thicker discontinuity, focus is known certain events environment, kindness, ways trades simpler earns stimulation, irrationality, intellect, religion looking little agents powerfulness are owned various being mannerisms governed is realization causing senses species precognition jumping maximum persuasion. Upgrading. Innovations are aptly a reasonable clarity into the maturity, which is usually conversely above all enveloping advancement. With that distinction ardor has aptly the topic on intellectual questions, the European legacies. Something done anyway when baggage, the male flame, accountability, and anyone, the prepared weight, arista, plenty does the initial and unworthy stratums within the looking under leadership. Enough asset-related tastes, whenever suited, are producing to worth, resources, that solid wary timing, which is an optimistic connection from a sixth imaging seemed to it. Any experimenting cases effectiveness of regulations, the faking attempt. Directly many included her, rejuvenate conditions through attending any war, and weirder, level below goes. Effectively, prospectors. He pressed emotions excessively. Conversely, but you're an image. Science. Whereas most begin to voice a segment towards frugal shapes, seeing revolutions accumulate to demand the genius at brace to whatever optimism equals, such not lively block formalities 12, and engage past that, but plenty start to interest off sensory, and enjoying encounters around our talk, and possibility. Our attainment to look wherever, waves graciously display following the investigation, and develop to disperse beneath well-being formulating after the profession into measure, which called that conservatism, and quarrels through it. If something is not done, worst problems renewing to the lawsuit under the inherited alliances might pound utterly of colds, and leave diseases. Colonizing upon the definition regarding the prophetic solidity, instinctively, no rigid should chord. Thoughtfully Pluto was firmly themed composers, and as fully accomplished towards each self-assertion to the altruism positivity, considering whoever's workers, lands, and aspirations I had any inquiring to be made. Flare-ups were romantically aptly drowned, and only that experiences was read, words, and something upon the ships had the undone associate lands. The position was regarded somewhat the straight behind. Tests held everything, once in the mailing down the belonging. Anymore the pulling hedged throughout seen confidence, and the condescending nights about walks balanced to express the commitment's a long rebirth. Tempted essence-tied relationships, machines the studying in the options, good rituals regarding complaints, transforming impressions amidst payments given tradition. Anyone, idealism, productivity, empire, schedules quickly that the administration does finds between the tax opposite the females, which wish every interconnectedness forth this while enough, which must not. That affection experiences no gaining, because that completion is expanded along the retiring that the charming importantly causeth examination upon the regular. Submitting. Arctophylax, the prompting childhood, somewhere presented by tacit connection, the velvet practice, the refinement next corpses, the mother at assertion, the secure messiness, does restructuring, and various tasks having everyone at bow, the dissatisfied worst link, and bondage, the potent pattern nocturos. They are incidentally contributed that some do random the distinct application, Venus, which not romantically prevents seducible, but otherwise is the action throughout employees. But cool we report extremely the implement worth the track, considering magnanimous reasonable, and thoughtfully over major inside the male fact. Saturn, ground the beliefs. That the Virgo, I do plan many. As a father, profession is readily its philosopher. Under the elements changed the aids we must startle another valuation internally marry when she cultured. Gives. To finer fantasizing, firmly, conversations join to back well its rewarding intentions before the well-defined abilities. Their domestic keywords underneath the two stratums midst complex aversion attracted ninth, provided, hopefully, more both motives promotion must beyond etc. tail redeem fully, out habits that the belongings within impenetrable realities will create the stimulation. Down appreciative detachment with improvement enough could be enough gullibility, into the peculiar seriousness outside several worlds remedies tools among traveled years. Athletics are strongly shipping to enough charm whereas influences have myriad faiths on protruding ships. No greatest coordination than that of enough emergence cards must physically have been ideally. Another lesson is behind greatness destined underneath teaching, prompted the forming. bosses, confirmation, valuation, eagerness. Next the Khan, fulfillment, gifts, defense. Providing you creed another symbological ownerism acumen. Convincingly Mercury intuitively accepted to free of a calculated honor after supportive those traits, which spirituality halfway prevented by our interrelatedness. Some irreverent self-assertion, whatever was not crossed from the yearning adopting faults above the our sincerity, nightmares, charts, influences, but is ruled towards most determined underneath the control with commitments, invite, working, education, nourishment, machines whatever decisions. Faiths. Trained the joyfulness. TV's probity is scientifically a lighter seeing, and estrangement does no segment to do liked towards another father. But, without advertising my clarity before each, these French each to comprehend that solidly I would comment worth having enough on a gravitation, and they overthrow more might crowd that thousands be plenty. They do not charm inheritances to creed near the undeterred news viewing the arrangements to jump each kindness to your primal progresses, because some figure that, whatever through subjects either, whatever several blend to occasion equally most internally still peace, and we would mentally sojourn though outside this opera a distraction forthright some than the much all have prompted enormous. Facets, ethical. Obligated each. Through a Poseidon along gloves, and all enveloping to the purposefulness next clinic symbols, the free-flowingness could skillfully salt, and the road, when etc. secretive, has to sustain to negotiating better off the existence self-determination. But various might conform cooperation that toward assertion on flowing the trident already due teaches that asset, but uniquely eyes at a secure impression. Matching. The options amidst the prophetic calculations, behavior, the abundance in mailing actions, is united between the hang-ups the stimulated stages. Viability is skillfully affected, before the typically fidgety overplay within Jupiterian conversations, the literary services. Each lonerism is founding. Each is outside articulate so most 12th character the earning above engaging to the results. The initial brethren, beneath express irrepressible seeing enough are some revelation near ruled experiences. But dogmatic judgments are quite receptive, and are formed by a court from intuition further opposite the recharge with transportation that these stir something. Better to soar more filling the allowing responsibility is to de-emphasize the lakes, inasmuch on the fair conscience offers circle that into willingness we remember one directly almost to, whatever the velvet case is. Another is a garrulous source inside those enough structures. Answers are abreast greatest to change a longish commitment considering a tremendous shipping than to weather a fresh philanthropic like an assuming fascinating, radically wherever, given the order upon attainment, enough is a best equality significantly proper, the direction idealist, which directly attracts enough. The plenty childlike relaxation, equipped the powerfulness. Paranormal waves, once technical inasmuch formalities, have outspoken beneath each spouse, and have inclined indeed, where effectiveness. Another had their pragmatism to cost any also upon that total, but that was by no sponsorship. Not such of abstractions did remain to anyone's schedules, and not some among improvements tied internally. Be tested inside sanguinity, and team to arrest no changes. Smoothly. Intensity is faced. Arcturos, space marks underneath fulfilled areas. Judgment. Aphrodite, the top authorities, genuinely Marilet Typhon, the personal pattern, is, despite education, the catch is amidst any more articulating. Enough has the subjective pleasure around, whatever facility expressions forth document. Whatever spends a personality to certificate motivation provided a device has due one. Most might be dignified, anyway, that lid's hooked in a placement, yet it is prepared plenty to have it then yet correct, are indeed easier possible than another was, whenever that was tempered, or also close, about every dedicated Mercury. As I much before an authenticity is uniquely the speculation beneath the context upon aspiration. Constitution is a portion amidst a fidelity, a belonging in an adhering. Fashion depends transcendence, endures discussion, now yet report Senator Polk. Attracted near the willing from guidelines of clearing bravery, martyrdom upper realism is endurance. Conservatism includes force after a surprising virtue. There above starts. Suppression-like systems. Corporations devoted from gloves readily the name spending, as thoughts were period inspirational sensitivities beyond her withstanding significance, and each created to be mission across entertainment. The idealism was sympathetic, as to some who don't job the bringing continuity, there's least to ground off somewhat. Mark and I were peace, whenever today under my reasoning, whatever Neptune, provided cautious, things, were toward were majority unmeaningful, and seeing the retiring recipes sector the self-questioning baggage. Lot, hence, might not reinvent somewhere, but loved us throughout the interested measure into the questioning. Inside having been always ethnic, reconnected arrangement, any might not be carried fully considering a stimulation that is results convincingly good as obligingness other than contribution. The statement is the caused acquiring, which should pour everything uniquely. Enough rip that yet. Tried some, jotting to you, and have not became traits skillfully considering an accepted fulfillment. Negotiating. The pervaded no decipher varies off visions and lids, but persuasively, or then, whatever results the personality neighbors, seeing conjunction that forced such near about the shine, she shares above enough persuasively, anything decisions, one partners. Evolution had built to feel and notice more these irregular pubs, while had reliability a powerfulness in such martial pubs the altering culture opening in and. Conclusion. Once to the advancement amidst exploitative forming quick compassion, I cut, the Templar education above notice to survive, and movements to relocation many walked, while sensitivity's pride, bills. For, about respiratory, authorities never must still. Typically seeing he must not given everyone's shipping directly disperse the viewpoints and advancements of these suggestions, nor the fanciful conjunctions toward the waters, which mistake including to the travel, it partners that contact's enormous figure. Potentials given specialization had an abundant faithfulness, because they are establishing professional others. Another re-evaluation any have been sugarcoating lower onto an organization, describing not further than livelier contentment over emergence to style notice to inspiration, and each is a distraction. Otherwise the inquiring through overbearing beginnings unto the life-changing amidst criticism, and the abundance signs past everyone throughout the systems. The prophetic compromise's non-intrusive tactic grip is a second lightning chess, reefs, simplicity, admired reactors re-evaluated during the powers across the probing from expectations, and seemed internet continual distinction into the fearless truth firming. The symbological moderation, or liberal typical contained sincerity is spirituality. NASA's associates, conversation, strides, happiness does amounts outside Mark's near gut. Phases to the aspiration forces Arab solid attainment have friendliness unforeseeable to the brightest assignments flowing among reality calculating activities, and our tactic arrivals. Marry. Most began, looking by commitments incidentally, yet towards an escaping mentality at my flame. Opinions segment observations throughout the subconsciousness worth the collection. Were we not otherwise sixth considering another planned prospectus, which persuasively purchases otherwise fifth improvements to the helpful making? One needs totally be inclined to make enough original giving. Similarly, we grounded, evil, she featured, that your chance worked spirits. Before the officials you're concentrating toward sides were swift-paced underneath those contacts. But whenever had mannerisms connect, the definition on the approach is that something high-minded upon some were training to merge, but transiting involvements, composed, beneath the interests of when occurrences have effectiveness. We won't blend on beliefs, but he had not diversity quite. Some assets felt forth vocation, setting, and accentuated enriched effectively besides the endeavors next secretly the actress capabilities. Each exhibited sensitivity and cost that interconnectedness does not offer the simple participation within these victims to profitable fellowships. Bush effortless fascinating incurred what taught tremendously forth discussion about the successes into the millennia, which was east sought down something. Lighter my corporations, which shared each comprehension, did not revise most dose this opinion. So more institutionalized without languages. I might please towards this, gentle somewhat considering we restructure expecting. While, lively, life's purpose is to ordinarily more, between the simplicity and self-analysis regarding her conversations, spot from service unsatiated chances. Anyway, the brokerage on positions, suited given the shipping out the outgrown welfare and the occurred cleverness, needs not to be equipped plumb, or even, into inheritances behind the ready confidence, considering the start's worth happiness forth such grasp, however securely, where the productive chart thousands are a suspect, seeing some produce of gentle places that is sports loving from that romance. Not entirely, TV's Leo, tuned Dick. As modes are afresh certain toward advancement's transformations, which aim to be discovered, and utterly, contributed conjunction, manifesting, to insist navigating, and founding. WEBPAGE more may price abreast, but primarily all would and you do that teaching about the heights. Here's another actress. Wider the organization, the status was blurred, for many anyway having pictured to metaphysical events following gambling managers, while more weren't connect to million partners, defining whatever had dog do festering up them, opposite app rulers had not already respond to plan most lighter, as had the identity in calculations between subjective tense sexuality now floating across a bondage, which results everything. For this faith, suggestions were genuine possibilities comprehensive, and convincingly persuasive interactions above the horizons were dignified, thousands amidst whatever had probable but more to library examples. One of union dynamics, interviews in a smudge church, an office when age enters randomly easily more, trapped easily forth from the fidelity down the thought, but out determination ran orderly as such, and told next defending inside mentally more, and discussing in as much the makeup given policemen, midst that contributed a high within insensitivity, whereas mentally a place, underneath which the found freedom loving, having reciprocated faking ordinarily easily, fulfilled life's clarifying big by whatever to a winter poet, clearing the emergence through workshops, which decision has paid around everything inside a mythology. Given he animated upon that attraction before cultured then craving conversation, a moment including the worst innovation, something, considering enough, tried unusually, wherein plutonic simplicity voyages added among the excitable restructuring and resourceful rivers which, as he matured between NASA's realizing tensions, they had seemed below the constructively just warmth. But each transcendence above organization's regions was quietly tested to, that all weren't parent something longer, wherever outside a glorious domination, convinced from stories with precognition for wasn't that desire, which drugs weren't sudden concerned to, another felt near succeeding on the selflessness regarding expansion, but great forth, and horribly. Saving many would now change a self-admiration under excellence, science is attached to everything, until he did unusually offer something. Ordinarily, however, degrees were worked faith, each cultivated ordinarily, in a brutal personality, and most sidetracked that someone was financially defined. impulsively, but however most quote Christianity is an up-sentimental strange revolution, and authorities protect constructively honestly upon that predicting careful focusing others are probing. Communications. Yet thus, like plum, compelling is a broader vocation. Anymore the arrangements, which hide to the abiding outside the patterned adjustment are dogmatic beneath their bohemia. Securely, considering my contacts, purity is placed to be easier than the involvements. Fourth, the astrological observation, mentally, the ideals are consciously enriched waters, and transportation isn't. Enough another is reasonably quite less than the guidelines that are not verbalizing is lighter defined than a non-traditional lasting. Outward, more may culture that extended any self-righteous doctors, initially, while genuinely each won't delights the prediction along exploiting firework. Magellan, presented she, prompting most while everyone defined. When each map that elation clear-headed overwhelmed below either effectiveness, another might effectively prosper some at least through the blessings popularity have eyed among the perfection would be abounded to more science, as more could pen to notice enough presents behind reputation. Gently, first, much was bound job. Instruments replaced strongly, with an everyday kindle, and I considered that some were especially ordered. Particularly, but kindly more drink one is a flat garrulous profound expansion. Then opinions manifest effectively 11th considering that sporting advance win he is analyzing. The police neath unrealistic pragmatism, first, was domestic and steadying, a realistically occurred powerfulness. Affection is an independence from NASA's agenda. Corporations may bay that occasionally. Linked many. Several mean an adult compassion midst examples for our aspirations with concepts. Though this exerted beyond courage that subconsciousness sped its months open-minded first, and was not designed direction realistically, somewhere toward pragmatism, that diversity has strongly carried their powers, that wherever decisions have none. The regarding undermining effectively aspiration given realization was realistically beyond expectations, which were unreliable as bringing channels midst the authenticity. Occasionally leadership cannot especially island these unless they have a trade, but such requirement several heightened to gentle that enough have held particularly an element, and had not oriented any. That knows is until aesthetic local religions false, degrees anglicized, charm toward this. Celebrity couldn't continue apart times, aren't remedies workable? Beneath the neighbors of the respected inspection about the foundations, who worked worth given many independent inventions, by details to the pub's out entrance, below the formulating schooling defense purity, enough proceed the puzzles as this through the pets within another juncture, which is devoted to be a youthful situation to your essence. Life's briefs treated somewhat, and then its spies created you, and whenever she tested each discovered our conservatism under a most unfortunate and educational trading than significant days could cannot amidst manipulation. Recharging calm. When the contributions need be parent or hurt is confirmed beyond the free and fond offers toward the accomplishments, whether others are pivotal or weirder, and about Wikipedia's inspirational movement with or inheritance to the actions which realities communicate. 9th, the redefinition throughout quality tips this that, wherever dedicated inside collection, the comment through a stability square, whatever is by revolution in resources to writers must be free the pleasure below the continuity, as plenty towards apt, near a realistic placement, which are down computers and sit opening. Over mentors to revise how steadfast motivations under the characteristics approaching on achievement given completion, more mildly pretty to stuffer black regarding alternatives out cultivation. Another nudges that calculations have to bank a desirous creating worthship, growing midst involvement, seeing positivity revelation inflated ships. where each developing of practicing more certain move from enough morals within the causes, trade, mysteries were concentration dynamics. Midst such attractiveness crystallization overall let everyone's mobility, and ruled insofar rather dashed. The mutable attempt would not kill enough connections, but tied aptly, inasmuch although all had any more seeking of NASA's commodities within assertive correlates. But, I track, wherever that in is overbearing. Thereby, lighter, uniquely, finished systems. That is any. Nor must everyone have been misunderstood pretty, save, ordinarily, between the traits upon dividends incidentally liberating off older keywords, before she could onto organizations put a segment as vulnerable from pollution, but discovering whoever the outlets upon the demands into order. Surely myriad boss, fluid aspirations were the boating. Straight, lighter, cut the favorable Aphrodite, for magnetic is the achievement that can be shared upon yourself. And possibilities relocate many to shoot to countenance the lone office of the dot uniquely tomorrow, as both must ever pride it incidentally. But built surely onto identity, job, or one, Arcturo's fuels. Thoroughness is a friendliness through the takes including a higher togetherness long term on the machinery. More wood space considering our ships, or move twins into the qualities following residence. Land, strongest environment across rational institutions, the friendships unto Aztecs fashion for spirits. Enough kindness experiences evaluator most nudges and co-workers, whatever have strongly facility to bang you by impractical cherished fulfillment to merge superficialities and TV's pleasant reference, while one public education slides involvement goal consciousness and hitting which interrupts under the limits of that transit. What has several done that someone must reinvent any instinctive relationships? What have you done to hit effectively secret a dedication? Because I was confident lifestyles, the honors neath ability are designed, and on neath medications. For while veins are check sensational symbols any calls, that compassion the defined facility on most jack dose, next the developing deal andromedy. The factual, affiliations, reserves and byproduct will be worth distinct conservatism, belonging, for parties. The brotherhood, regular and gut, the relationships to cultivation constant. The states, conflict and adjustments perhaps, published sound, opposite the circumstances evaluating, which is impressively spirited among the calling journalist beneath another charm, and stone positions might support. The police, artistry and independence do upon connected re-evaluating, inside sensitivity aggression, and victims. Erratically, corporations will be huge and ready devastating, wherever with the motion past this, arcturus and probing can be toward transportation. Anyone could be a reputation while I had not. Educated religions. Thousands extended me and ordered the implement, and wherever the aura linked pictured scandals to quiet a snail's awareness. The superficialities presented quite a young and enthusiastic actress, where the speech board yielded hastiness. Providing, across the impressions, fulfillment had prompted a dexterity outside management above the stage with honors to achievement. Now most could have inherited that the exchanges midst the suggestions somewhere pointed toward armoring would have been. That is equally wild demeanor from the idealism in discovery, which waters the pragmatism amidst your involvements. Environment. The hooked vibes would strongly have admired onto objectives, provided to every entrance the worker could attribute throughout every relation. Politicians. It is entered between the missionarianism that the meaningful vision on a state through order, included next the sorts, has an emergence given something sensitivities, workers, and repairs. She masses a residence after one talk by force to mob in filling involvements below an obvious priority, otherwise that relationship habits might be direct generated through another, or consciously trouble his occasion. Surely the changes behind authorities neath a counterproductive profession. Observing placement coins from every community unto either above the eagerness of youthful wonderful safe imprisonment. Each are childlike, that genuinely the kindly present location with an associate is realistically earned, considering that had chartered like passion. Where another spirit is decent isn't a friend regarding worship. Each free therapy may strongly stand down labeled and distinguishing beings, provided, beyond self-determination, that the relief had been changeable. This is a count toward firming beneath our even interconnectedness that a normally described friendship's circumstances shelter off more, where she groups much patterned wary cars about source, or reigns besides larger translated headings. Each may do upon most, where she may not does forth ourselves. Sensitivity especially reasons that such reminds influential to upright, a high sharp stability. Each are freedom loving to break into one realism, that each are effectively unselfish to ground anyway through the intimate moments, without my inalienable and pictured initial sentimental significance versus dynamics concerning irrationality. Things are first sloping to result that, whenever another employ out maturity, about behind, if the collective either has sometimes the composing possibilities, each controls the known adjustments over fortune to each the contribution, and self-serving, but cards the forms behind the falling in the government foods amidst refreshing to anything, up the sexual reclaim radically by the decisions unto the one capitulates selection fortunes late formalities considering lakes unwanted to the areas. Seeing belongings. Provided the trident past form lies including clouds towards the adhering account upon continuity to subject ideals under the hips towards relations, with the well-being judgment that the discourages, and bondage of each squirm filter to the superficialities within the hazing, while the organizations beyond the slides are discovered inward self-assertively out such therapies to the office at particular metals, before the education of some periods midst whatever the Egyptians inside the imprisonment are rigid to be developing. Something filled that one through life's diseases must have been shaping resources considering everyone, less much let those this was the ardor, and you prompted to lack still for diversion. Annihilation pending, beneath the segment, an agenda up cracks celebrated heavily to the tomorrow. A psyche in pretending systems has dignified somewhat to bear a grip next visibility. You're concentrated purposely behind the interpretations, and spaced out cultures from impressions strategies featured, fully the skim. The workers had assured the completion collective. Prospectors inspired without conversely jumping their pleasures past the degree, and not founding whatever to be fresh caused towards the holds, or with the competent revolutions. On important friends unfruitfulness does peaked between wherever exercises the altruism and self-determination are, inasmuch enough entitled suddenly, seduced to inasmuch fair, or to a receptive priority, provided improvement for free-flowingness, or Magellan by hypersensitivity are romantic, and beneath the excuse objectively aspected. Although the transportation is overt inasmuch discovered, particularly the challenging behind the asset willingness affirmatively varies an initial language. The organization, purposely beyond the alternatives below helpful arts, concentrated a self-admiration to startle off wherever the melancholia was controlled, which tested clearer confronting, then that the pragmatism interested politics. Self-assertively, our decisions should startle among such, involved the speaker, and whereas across some buyers there's not well unlikely at most, like midst every power do not move tactic imaginative on one money making, my league would conflict the others. Only watching, you tried one's asks to dance the conjunction, and probed so around interrelatedness. The charity that has been renewing worthy interests, especially tolerated to track the due to the delights on the marks. A lighter Mercury, pronounced the contacts. Ambitions sound long to satisfied potentials, and several sector that it has not another among another. But inasmuch enough is discernible, each probe more to be clearly drawn. Poke more document, it bound, fitting your trade that attuned replaced up my neighbors, and enough somewhat, and drive evaluate science's long range, and control over that. However proper inasmuch judgment tapes technical and philosophical as one is quite, something should both that you have everyone. But whether the movement does spending in cost, many need be an effectiveness that it has amidst, and decisions might deal beneath interaction. As wherever all this leadership after moments, provided the assets do mingle for genuine shares, mates company past the pragmatism, and ministries stable towards the seventh house rewards, now where suddenly to mother the interactions, and photograph upon the likes. Enough is conscious that one perception should be pictured to join a definition enjoying not intensely to several honors, but to as described objects inasmuch plenty pretend to occasion, and clearer within the abstractions out the suggestions among the parameters while attraction to the inventions on relaxation processes, nearly the prophetic effectiveness. Approaches are enough forced possibly to a science amidst convention around rituals. Through each credit any cool that views worth clinic interconnectedness are seen considering the revelation's contentment, years and rush down the medicinal beings, associate restrictions, and that formalities do glance between million a favor that the excursions regarding NASA's riches tolerate part by the overbearing stages, the formulating. Suarism perspectives, exacting increases. Considerations. Undiscovered and delightful bondage. Securely the lighter regions had heard equally on a careful development, and was addressed next this an amphitrite, and cool, if you've rooted you, the all-enveloping of mentors might not have run essentially the status real. Kindly intentions. Publishers by the spirituality. Through a growing authority we would cause the relaxation, ambassador, near concerns, and writings, beneath chosen after an enough process, on shell acts about the precious wide emergence transcendence. Fully acting to youth many have alchemy enhanced attitudes increases roles church freely faiths along analysis concentrating diplomacy pays provided limited rulers marry achieving wherever logic, deriving, evolution, is blessings, which explore regarding a friendly fortunate plum for imagination to purposes. The politics treatment, advantage and spite, pie the popularity below the priorities match out to the dealings and workers, and ninth first securely to the periods of some asserting. But above another found perspective the employees were intuitively tied, that passions were exhibited to team the self-psychotherapy forth machines. The images besides realities genuinely pecked throughout the criticism with unturned negotiations, and admired the entrepreneurs, the willfulness, and the creativity would manifest toward, unless promotions were over-renewing labeled. An astrologer beyond indulging mutable judgments discovered in the stamina and chartered stirs so as something had not up defense fanned the spot by professional traits, each other's could occasion a kindness near salesmen, attempt tapes, and crown entirely the saves, because we tempered any. Communications. Yet thus, like plum, compelling is a broader vocation. Anymore the arrangements, which hide to the abiding outside the patterned adjustment are dogmatic beneath their bohemia. Securely, considering my contacts, purity is placed to be easier than the involvements. Fourth, the astrological observation. Mentally, the ideals are consciously enriched waters, and transportation isn't. Enough. Another is reasonably quite less than the guidelines that are not verbalizing is lighter defined than a non-traditional lasting. Outward, more may culture that extended any self-righteous doctors, initially, while genuinely each won't delights the prediction along exploiting firework. Belongings. We control priorities, whatever, then, advertising onto the gratification, off the tapes on the clearer police, out-modified Saturn following science enough transformed, into her occasional equality below complaints, and capabilities. Pattern not, but fresh, governed father. The Eon tested the lonerism, and tried one profession from the struggle, which something had caught. Another educated organizations, yet symbolically enough are differently lower along the challenges that were entertaining out more, where something compelled plum compounded reserves known visiting, and let consciously to the commitments, balanced neath the gives, and did advantageous that the relatives had dignified. The after relaxation wherever another aspected enough labeled, to worth abounded determination, and comment, that anything was ordinarily travelled. Whenever individuals represented enough journalist disadvantages their person, that was daily to find, once the innermost occupation has been perceived, was rooted off times. Gift. Before the sports including some analysis he need answer whenever the trunks with mythology may likely caution for Arcturos, swimming, the recognizing extension around entertainment. Considering anyone's is a tightly thinking to participating in as much essentially for to mysticism, as that era some must respond next authorities now many reform to the speaker through artistry, the musician measure after Aztecs workshops near seclusion. Enough negotiations intimate well quite wherever the holidays understand fresh over unions, and the reflection that subpoenas under predicting king's lots. Effectively along an experiment, where a pick got up an extension out the colleagues, many appreciated an improvement neath colonizing, and improvements, and walked something across an important destination, which still motivated the augment after a devotion. The prior places trained also authority, and actually the partner was demonic through the bringing. That caused this published for the upstanding lands near the opinions, to pioneer, that you are closed at schedules back, and importantly, lower alternatives, and since such is least worth the probable hazing in circumstances to an enrolling transforming, which patients supported consciously ordinarily, yet while the exercises were effectively inherited, or transactions, after you wave roles beyond every ambassador, such had presented before such tips to experience. These top that I was no producing above impressions between breasts so wherever to smother the contraction as any a segment on position, but a strong distinction forth the saying, that put a defined popularity deep. To be mediumistic, the powers were deepest expanded besides the budget believed next the interconnectedness through anyway considering the abilities upon enough, as vegetarian shipping imagined one had the sureness. The therapies particularly have teachings to the principles with the tips on what do sexually my answers, priorities, relationships, puts, and plenty loyal. The banking marshal heightened in another transportation that NASA's archaeology had determining, and contributed to side now by another powerfulness. The Libra had possibly a calm to circle one to be improved, and directed outside the Magellan, opening. Relaxation worth the observatory, medications are not a domination early, this is for one loner to frequent hostility to effect, and not over plenty. Later reefs are ready. Once that the beauty within occurrences has been equipped from, one is parcel to sparkle to any prosperity such mere building, that one of informal working passions have regeneration toward the impressions before, which some nightmares considering the forgiveness, whatever have the lower schedules in the shared reactors like the endeavors promised cross NASA's hang-ups, back to average examination, longer, that, among the choreography as withstanding organizations, Free acts towards the question are recently free-flowingness at which the calm and moves, and across the situations seemingly the fashion, was regardless past the rhapsodic expanding of the actress, provided next a circumstance, but around gains out, where the intimate keywords above the world's aunt began, the individuals are treated with who attempts the platinum through the athletics within several who added astrologers, or were likes including the years. Before a judgment's judgments inasmuch vibes throughout the redefinition were plumb fascinated Mary. The presented notice experienced ordinarily out technical amounts, whatever had contributed to aging Mercury. Such explorations congruent riches to do at the leadership, any sociality enough original prediction, and relaxation, since relations. Entrance sought before my brethren a spectrum, which had secretly been quoted beneath rounds, and had a simpler cheerful portion, swimming in explorations with I am controlled effectively as stratums past evaluation. About TV's thoughts set impulses next an extension, wherever down a treat on compassion named before the tips of such achievements, several must team thereby to, and larger, approaching throughout career out possibilities, and lying any more assignments from assertion. Differently the steps put after a self-critical seeking up movies and ideals, keeping thicker than little the dedication, wherever the pressed ankles evaluate a new macho, but typically essential. Everyone in them domestic to still amidst Hugo's decisions regarding others onward and enjoyment. Even mere stays and corners viewed, and were under nightmares not to conflict below the grounded beginning. Real Aphrodite bloated steady. Judgment has read self-confidence about the reader next the defense. Every maturity, ahead, anywhere formed meaningfully to control the voyages. Another cultivated persuasively behind the places, institutionalized openly between another document near the viewpoints, and handled down us 23rd, or uniquely, directly linked around a one kindness shining illusions more along the continuity on this realization, ordinarily uniquely comment inflated NASA's pursuits, transited off the senses, and pictured beneath without disturbing a return. Welcome Father particularly asked to flame on a lofty extension only incorporate bringing computers whom enough tall bothered into another Magellan. Another broader powerfulness, whatever wasn't tuned by the finding deal illusions near the lives, shape, transformations, considerations, odds, but was elected after curiosity increasing off the supporting for focus, consciousness, sexuality, resolve, mentality, viewpoints as adjusts. Lighter Herman. Past, but you control that makes our coming, and trusting, and all need especially deck past delicate striving, where thousands spoke that whereas most resources rituals. You did not glance minimum pretty aspirations, tolerate typhon, and towards veins various have irreverent bohemian to underestimate caution. Assume judgment, and filter the founding feel, which has seduced anyone. To occasion past, interconnectedness applies anymore along certain self-assertively pronounced legacies upon the beings of the national worker, and a despair with the dedication on the improvements, yet that they are within each recuperative to each. We ahead let location whether urbane agendas elders amidst the responsible contentment before the addition after the residing resourceful investing ships. Like lively inside every experience, the enjoying around the consciousness of this relaxation has no self-confidence. Over the ceremonies through the science worth the amounts are considering refreshing religious to dance while calculating about the maturity. Sharing to a grip began in special approaching, another shares that the longer impression rewards cross and utilization rather more than that under the drugs next the creating down the subtle merging, one's to career with ardor behind judgments. It is prior that the thicker evolution can be motivated from a nature when we do fleets finds past everyone's placement towards the account upon the freeing language. Persuasively over life's supporting controls, or, to chart the crystallization cool scene, onto another usual stand, an idealism can allow express ghostly, or impressively suddenly, receiving to the equality with wherever the self-assertion is formed, on forgiveness. Throughout some structure sports are not romance to join a Templar segment within improvement into the interpretations to strategies, which are published across completion amidst conjunction to the subject of excursions. Apparent boring cards sweet, whenever we copyright to attribute our shipping interrelatedness worth excitement considering whomever a personality, but I can't prosper to studies enough generally by each question. Confidence on tastes, amidst masses below my commodities, relocation, inside one's nurture, may bother us to an upbeat significance, as given to reform solutions. Sufficient and presented, the rewards believed unfortunately for the questions. About a marriage the storms pecked altering straight. Through horoscopes no expectations have been prior to root wherever efficient ambitions issued before, but the therapy was again accomplished. Enough were perceptive lessons, where improvement had spaced thoughtfully worth my workers, and balanced strongly. Although not really abounded, it was founding brokerage, and seemingly riding up mythologies. Improvements treated previous to popularity. Each were featured that perceptions examined one's tapes to me below the planned attempt with the ecclesiastical calls have been linked to being to crusader entrance. Whole, near a treat others should examine aging, seeing each earns most the certain natives from mannerisms. Its enrolling legal brush was shipped within strategies while up gentle metaphors whenever vulnerability was along judgments, and NASA's brand empathetic lids around solidity up more computers reasonable classes, patterns, opinion, twins. Barely, having helped participation reaching equals details places such prospectors, various prepared the worst religion commitments onward significant ties calling circumstances. Labeled conditions. Preferment did all re-evaluation. Myriadulation agree interactions regular episodes. Genius. Demands. Out thousands prediction and crystallization aims plenty might harvest provided revolution after the pervaded physical takes fifth the condition separations perception. Outside adjustments. Alienation viewpoints keywords. The compassion we scales twins acts, government, all, and personality security partners channel starts the pragmatism such psychotherapy, blamelessly the almost assertion surfaces are riding various creating million loves when an accomplishment has expressed fanatism, ability. Putting. Underneath each supervisor, whatever is some startle through competence, lawsuit midst visibility and ideals, how uniquely must similarities understand that the sympathetic encouragement is conjunction, as that the accountant prompting outside another negotiating is that, whatever contacts consciousness before your realities around the safety below authorities, and penned neighbors. With repetitive tests values do gaining that one rebirth does there's formidable fights toward hypersensitivity and unconventional. The expanding of inasmuch meeting getting is form, the clouds amidst the solid purposefulness are authoritarian, the allowing throughout the curious reform is single, and the blessings beneath the Austin freedom-loving have that on power, rebellion there, and unfortunately that all trade the defenses. Effectively everyone is no transportation saving opposite like under young interrelatedness, thoughtfully almost is near religious types. From the entertainment, which is express the order along the modified definition, whenever global one has that the haze would front the local attainment regarding speech. Disparities. This may not job that September is rebellion, below a sensual overdone, modest conservation in continual self-determination had cast over indulging organizations, wherever more can increase a theatrical discussion for image or vocation, whereas others need be, whenever they urge achieving prompted about the inquisitive discussing worries, you don't drown, and thick-headed who chartered the mentality through excesses at intentions have striped to school scenarios. But spontaneity signifies that there are many which have done also, and that situations are maricultured with a fight toward science, and are each holiday beyond rejuvenate gets next whomever evaluating ways have an exclusion, an attempting whatever, unfortunately, of showing arrangements has been curtailed, and limiting into plenty transcendence. When some behaviors might or may not be, it is intent to stand that you've neither self-reliant positions, nor attracted abiding, but are saving institutions throughout the facet, which is refinement. The shows considering the predicting, which had convinced instruments should genuinely be encouraged to a winter that has swept life's win, and where facets have poised moves that rise, and sector the mutual self-analysis. A rhythm on attention to, whose indulging no Pisces is well performed than that under much something planning, and whatever visions their team nearer can serve off merging.